I just wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night. I actually recorded a lot of videos in that office before you. I'm finishing up a compilation video right now, as a matter of fact. So let's just focus on getting you through your first night, okay? If you started playing this message at midnight, it'll be over by the time your shift finishes at 6 a.m. Hopefully it can help you get through the night. Just make sure it doesn't put you to sleep. Or not. Whatever. Enjoy 6 hours of community discussions and frequently asked questions.
Hello, my name is GiBi and welcome to the Horror Homestead. In this video I'm going to be answering your most asked questions about FNAF. I made a community post the other day where I asked you what your most wanted answers were, and so I'm going to be answering almost all of the questions under that post, and I also went through some of my other videos to pick out questions that I thought I really wanted to answer. If this becomes a series, well, I'll probably only answer questions that are like underneath the previous video. So like if you have a question, ask it in this comment section for next time. Let's begin. Crying child's name is Evan. It was in the security logbook. Not so much a question as it is a statement, but it is one that I get a lot from people who were confused as to why I didn't call Cece, the crying child, Evan in my very long FNAF video. A lot of people either saying, why isn't his name Evan? Or else saying, hey, his name is Evan. And no, it's not. I was going to make a video about this topic, but then ChipTide basically covered the exact same topics and talking points that I would have. He went over how people in his comment section get really angry when he doesn't use the word Evan, and then he broke down point by point why the crying child's name is absolutely not Evan. Or if it is Evan, that is just a name that's got decided on because the community started calling him that. The theory that his name is Evan came from just complete nonsense on Reddit where somebody tried to find a name in the security logbook and they found EVA and then they guessed the N. That's a name. Evan's a name. Maybe it can be that. And the method for finding it didn't make any sense, and that's why serious people do not call him Evan. I'm not going to go over all the same points again, but you can watch ChipTide's video. It'll be the first link in the description. Now that that's out of the way, I do want to answer the question that caused this entire video to be made, because it blew my mind. This is now the second time that a comment in my comment section has made me make a video. But unlike my Midnight Motorist video, I'm not going to, like, stop and make an entire video just around this comment. It was more than just me wanting to respond to his comment, but less than me wanting to make, like, a 20-minute video, so that's why this is happening now. This comment, so good. It was on my Mrs. Afton video, my over an hour long Mrs. Afton video. And it was talking about the section wherein I break down Ballora's song, and how I explain how it does not necessarily refer to Mrs. Afton. Most people's interpretation of Ballora's song from Sister Location is that she is dumping lore about Mrs. Afton, and how her and William were married and then, like, split apart when one of their children died, and all this stuff. And the point of me doing that, breaking down that song in the video, was basically saying, like, hey, there's alternative explanations to what these lyrics could mean. Most of the people in the comments who wanted to talk about that specific portion of the video were talking about how those lyrics weren't actually written by Scott, they were written by the voice actress who voices Ballora. I don't think that that necessarily changes the outcome of that, the intention of that section, which is basically that there is more to be said about the lyrics than just the base interpretation. You don't need to walk away and say, hey, GiBi's right, maybe it is about Henry, because the point isn't that it's about Henry. The point is that there are multiple valid interpretations of what the lyrics mean. And one of the things that upsets me is that this commenter went in and made an interpretation that much better fits with what I actually believe and my past theorizing attitude, and I cannot believe I didn't think of it myself. Basically, I think that when you're talking about any lore drops in the series, you always have to take them within the context of the game that they're found in. Like, instead of taking just some fact floating in the ether and being like, oh, this is big lore, how does this apply to the franchise? You should always apply it to the moment it's discovered in. And so Ballora's song should have been taken in the context of where you hear it, which is in the beginning middle-ish of Sister Location as Mike walking through Ballora Gallery. And so this comment changed everything for me. I feel like Ballora's song is being taken way too figuratively. She could just be singing to the workers hiding in the walls while Ballora is trapped in her room with no children to entertain or parents to distract, as the Sister Location never opened. She's essentially trying to lure the guards in her room to kill them. That would explain why she seems surprised that someone might be in her room at the end of the song when she says, is someone there? Yes! Literally, when you're in sister location, when you're playing the game, you're in this weird, like, crawl space between the two rooms. You go down the elevator, then you're in this little workshop crawl space. So when Ballora says, why do you hide inside your walls when there's music in my halls? She's talking to the security guard, she's talking to Mike. Why are you in the crawl space when you could be in the room? All I see is an empty room, no more drawing an empty tune. That could still refer to all the stuff I talked about in my video, where the dance hall that she's in is empty, the music hall that she's in is empty, and it is a tomb because sister location is a resurrected Freddy's, and it came back as this new thing. And then literally just saying, it's so good to sing all day, to dance, to spin, to fly away, is just her being a ballerina, because all she does, even though she doesn't have an audience, is spin around and dance, which is the gameplay mechanic that you're interacting with at that moment in the game. And fly away can still be a reference to what happens at the end of the game when she does escape. It's just, like, so easy. It is so easy. That is what the song means. That is clearly what the song means. And I can't believe I broke my own rule of removing evidence from context and came up with this whole... And again, I still think that's a valid interpretation to be like, oh, it's about Henry. But the fact that I didn't come to this conclusion myself, I'm really disappointed. And so many mad props. Mad props to Remington Fiore. I'm sorry about pronunciation your name. I can't even pronounce right. 9721. Thank you. That, like, incredible. That's literally what made me want to make this entire video. Thank you. Alright, this next comment, this is on probably my Midnight Motorist theory. And actually, before I get to this, I do want to, since this is a much more candid discussion, I do want to talk about, like, my general attitude toward theorizing. Basically, I want to make 2 playlists on this channel. One that's just going to be, like, everything FNAF, including this video. And then there's going to be my canon FNAF timeline. Not timeline, but, like, my canon FNAF videos. Like, these are all videos that once my series going over everything is done, these are the videos you're going to want to watch. So my Midnight Motorist video is really talking about, it's more of a meta video about the nature of theorizing Five Nights at Freddy's. One of the things I get really disheartened, one of the things that really upsets me when I'm reading through comments on my videos and other people's videos is people who think that certain theories are proven. Like, hey, it is a fact that X or Y. And that really upsets me because it's obviously not the case. I'm also kind of upset whenever a big YouTuber, or even a small YouTuber, just a FNAF YouTuber in general, makes a video called, like, I solved Z. And I'm not, like, pointing fingers like, oh my god, that's how John FNAF names all of his videos. It's just that every single video you see on Five Nights at Freddy's is called, like, I solved Z. And, like, no you didn't. Nobody did. Nobody's going to. When everybody solved Five Nights at Freddy's, nobody solved Five Nights at Freddy's. And I've said this before, but I think one of my, like, biggest worries is going to the comment section of someone else's video and seeing them write, like, actually, this is correct because GiBi said so. And so seeing people do that in my comment sections is also disheartening. And so it really upsets me whenever someone is like, this is a fact. Because no, the evidence, the thing that you're basing your conclusion on is a fact. But your conclusion is not a fact. It is not confirmed. And the point of my Midnight Motorist video, which is basically that in the mini game Midnight Motorist, they're driving on the wrong side of the road. They're driving on the left side of the road. To point out that if you are going through any FNAF game or FNAF mini game or book or whatever, you have to interpret which things, which details are important and which ones aren't. Which one of them are there for gameplay, which one of them are jokes, what's there for narrative purposes, and what is a lore hint. And I was kind of, secondhand referring to this piece of evidence I'm about to bring up from this comment, to be like, whatever your Midnight Motorist theory is, you need to ignore the fact that they're driving on the wrong side of the road. Because driving on the wrong side of again, I keep saying wrong side of the road. They're driving on the left side of the road, which implies that they're in England, and the Aftons are British, so that, like, oh my god, maybe this is where it's supposed to be taking place. And nobody believes that, and I don't believe that. So therefore, everyone has to ignore that piece of evidence. So when this guy says, okay, but if the runaway broke out of their room to go outside, why is there no glass outside? Somebody broke in, not out. And this is something I see posted a lot of places in comments and in videos, and I strongly disagree. One, because my interpretation of what's going on would imply that the person broke out, and therefore I gloss over it. But mostly because, to me, there is no... It's not a hard and fast rule. It's not confirmed that if Scott wanted to depict them breaking out, then he would necessarily put glass on the outside. If there is glass on the outside, that means that someone broke out. If there's not glass on the outside, it doesn't tell us one way or the other, because we don't know if Scott would have thought it was important to put glass on the outside to indicate that they broke out. It doesn't mean anything one way or the other. It is a valid interpretation both ways. And so it kind of disappoints me when someone says, there is no glass, therefore they broke in. Because that's just not how that works. Lack of evidence is not evidence for a different conclusion. That's like saying that the footprints being in the mud means that there wasn't a full animatronic there was just feet. Okay, but why did Henry thought Mike wants to be burned alive? That's just a narrative thing, because this is the end of Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria Simulator, where Henry's like talking over the speaker to all the characters, and he's like, oh, my brave volunteer, you're not who I expected to come, but I think you're exactly where you want to be. There was an exit planned out for you, but you're not gonna go, and now you're gonna die. That's not and this, a lot of people who are a lot of people who are fans of Five Nights at Freddy's are younger. Not necessarily like all 10-year-olds, but they might be less adept at literary criticism. And so I think when they see anything that happens in the game, to them it must be a lore hint, as opposed to a limitation of the medium. When Henry says, I think you're right where you want to be, that's not a characterization of Henry deciding that Mike wants to die. That is simply the only way that the game, because of the limitations of the format of the game, can tell us that Mike wants to die. That is Scott telling us that Mike does choose to die in that scenario, simply because there's no other way of doing it. This is not like, oh my god, Henry is a callous individual and Mike really wanted to escape and then was burned alive. That is the game telling us Mike is fine with this fate. Could you make a video about how FNAF 4's gameplay is real or not? There are leads hinting to both ways. Someone later is going to ask a question about didophobia, which I'm basically going to completely ignore until I get to that point in my, not timeline, in my discussion, video, analysis. So I'm going to ignore anything related to didophobia, the book that kind of goes over what is happening in FNAF 4. But I think that I've made myself pretty clear about what FNAF 4 is, which is that at some point in the past when Mike was a child, there was something moving behind me. There was something just there. That's weird. Basically, I think that when Mike was a child, William put him through some sort of experiment, or maybe he just saw the animatronics roaming around in his house, or illusion discs or something, that the actual FNAF 4 gameplay is a nightmare that Mike experiences when he's older, which is how he's able to hear the phone guy conversation from FNAF 1, and other Easter eggs that wouldn't make sense until after he's already experienced FNAF 1. But they are nightmares of real events that have happened. So, it's both. So this guy says MCI, I think he means Molten MCI. Isn't Molten MCI just fanon, though? Wouldn't it be equally as possible that Ballora is a random kid that got killed, and wouldn't FNAF 3's good ending mean that the MCI kids were set free instead of being melted into the sister location? Okay, so yes, Molten MCI is just fanon. Personally, I think me lifting my phone up and down is what is causing that light behind me. It's not a ghost. They're not here for my casserole dish again. So Molten MCI is just fanon. Personally, it's one of the things that I think is more confirmed than basically any other theory, simply because I think there's no way you can read the fourth closet and not come away with Molten MCI. It is pretty clear. Molten MCI is the theory that all of the remnant from the MCI kids was like melted down and then redistributed amongst the fun times, and thus when the fun times all conglomerated together into Molten Freddy, Molten Freddy contains all of the remnant from the MCI kids. If you read the fourth closet, that's just undeniable. Whether or not you take what we learn in the fourth closet and apply it to the characters in the game timeline, that is obviously much open for interpretation about how much we should rely on the books. I was not a Molten MCI believer. I was very much invested in Cyrus Squawk's interpretation of what was going on with those characters until I read the fourth closet, and then I was just like, yeah, that's definitely what's happening. You can extract remnant, you can scale it, which is what the S in Scoop stands for, you can inject it into other animatronics. That's why, every mini Rena is not an individual child's soul. It is simply a piece of remnant taken from the original animatronics. And so all the fun times together are the remnant, the souls of the original children, and that's when they all conglomerate together. That is now all the souls in one place, so that when they burn and are destroyed in Henry's fire, they have now been set free. Him saying, wouldn't FNAF 3's good ending mean that the MCI kids were set free? I believe it's possible that the children's souls and their remnant are different things, right? Like, there's no true discussion of the afterlife in FNAF. There's some depictions of ghostly figures. When one of the characters gets injected with remnant in the books, you can, like, see these little ghost kids running around who don't know they're dead. It's possible that, like, let's say 51% of your remnant is set free, so now you get to go to heaven, but part of you lingers, right? Like, who knows? Who knows how it actually works? But I would say that it's possible that they're no longer contained to the original animatronics, the Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chicas, and so they're, like, set free in the good ending, but that the remnant is still being used to power things on Earth, which is not good, and so therefore the rest of them needs to be set free. And then I think the alternative explanation would be that the bad ending is the canon ending of FNAF 3, which Scott has hinted at, because he said that he's not going to divulge which is real or not, which makes me think that there's a controversial answer to the question, which makes me think it's probably the bad ending. As much as I love Pizzeria Simulator's ending, how on earth could Henry have forgotten about Cassidy? For this next part, keep in mind that in my theory, Henry's been communicating with Cassidy by putting remnant, or having remnant in arcade cabinets. If he had communicated with her throughout the games for so long, why would he forget to find her? I guess the story had to keep going somehow afterwards. The story, of course, being that in UCN, Cassidy is, like, not let go. I don't think that my interpretation of what happens in the story necessarily means that Cassidy is not destroyed in the FNAF 6 fire. I think it's very possible that any amount of remnant left over from Golden Freddy was present in the building. You could say, oh, it's in the Rockstar animatronics. Oh, it's in the arcade machines. Oh, she's in Candy Cadet. Like, who knows? Like, it's very possible that, you know, Cassidy was already in the building, right? Like, we've never technically seen the full physical Golden Freddy suit, so who knows? In UCN, it's unclear where any of the physical animatronics or bodies remain. Like, you would assume when the pizzeria catches on fire that the fire department comes and, like, gets rid of the fire, and then there are bodies of Henry and Mike left behind, right? But that doesn't change the fact that their spirits are present in UCN. So the fact that Golden Freddy is out there twitching in the void, keeping William attached to life, that does not mean that the Golden Freddy suit is still out there somewhere. So basically, you just have to do a lot of headcanon stuff, but it doesn't mean anything one way or the other. How long did this take? I'm assuming that they're referring to my extremely long 5 Nights at Freddy's video, and if you give me one moment, I created the Google Doc for the script for my big FNAF video on February 9th, 2023, and it then went live in October of 2023. So that's how long. 9 months. You could have gotten pregnant and given birth in the time it took me to make my FNAF video. Obviously, you could also add up the 9 years of following FNAF before that to, like, get to the point where I could even make that script. But yeah, 9 months. Wait, you've been a YouTuber for 6 years? What happened to your older videos then? I have multiple channels, they're all linked in the description. Is the X days until the party voice supposed to sound like a distorted version of MatPat? IDK if I'm nuts, or does it actually? The voices for every voice I used in that video are in the description of, again, the really long FNAF video. That was an AI voice injector. Basically, I record myself doing the audio, and then I go in and I press a button, and now it sounds kind of like MatPat. Oh my god, isn't that so cool? No, and so I'm not going to be doing that again. I got a lot of feedback in my comments about the use of AI voices, and some of it I agree with, and some of it I don't. Scott did put out a post basically saying that he talked to his voice actors, and they don't like people using their voices for FNAF fan projects. So, like, if you're making a FNAF fan game, and you want Baby in the game, Scott and the voice actor do not want you to use AI to make Baby in the game sound like the real voice actor's portrayal of Baby. So I 100% see using somebody's performance to mimic that performance in something that they don't authorize is bad, and I will not be doing that again. One of the other ways of using AI for someone's voice would be something like the way I used MatPat in my video. I downloaded his voice and used it for the ending skit. Personally, I don't think that that is a bad thing, and I would do that again because it's necessary for the joke to be told. But then in other places in the video, I used it because I'm like, hey, I have this voice lying around, and I shouldn't have done that because I think that the unethical implication is that it sort of uses his goodwill and persona to lend credence to my video, right? It's the same as if I was like, oh, this video features him because he's in it, therefore on some level he's agreeing with it, which is simply not the case. And so I think using a real person's voice in that manner is both distracting and potentially unethical, because it might imply that they're like, that they endorse the project in any way, and so that's not something I would do. something that I will continue to do, and that I have absolutely no problem with, and I think it would take a lot of discussion, nice friendly discussion, debate, to convince me to stop doing, would be to use the AI voices in ways that mask the voice, but are still there in order to create multiple performances. And that doesn't make any sense unless I use the example. Cece, in my video, is a whiny little boy. In order to get that performance, I need to do my Cece voice. I then need to use an AI voice injector. I then use pitch shifting to make it sound literally nothing like the actor. Some of the worst comments I got in my video were people who were like, hey, you didn't perform this voice, it was the real actor. Which is just not how that works at all. If you listen to like my performance of William throughout the video, I can't just talk into my microphone like this and then have it come out as a sound alike of the character in the game. I need to do my voice. To voice William, I need to do my gravelly British accent, which is why throughout the video occasionally he dips a little more Scottish because I lose my British accent. And it's really noticeable.
I'm still here. I will put you back together.
So when I'm doing my Cece voice, I need to sound like a whimpering child.
And so I talk a little more like this.
And then I use the AI voice injector. And the AI voice I used was Ewan McGregor's performance as Obi-Wan Kenobi, because Ewan McGregor is Scottish and Obi-Wan is British, so even he's doing a voice. So he's doing his Obi-Wan voice. So I'm using the performance of Obi-Wan, applying it to my CC performance, and then down pitching it, or up pitching it up, making it sound more like a child.
This is me without AI. Please let me out. Please. Please let me out. These are my friends. This is me with AI.
Please let me out. Please. Please let me out. These are my friends.
For you to listen to Cece's voice in my FNAF video and say, that's not your performance, GiBi, that's Ewan McGregor's. No. So I still plan on doing something like that because I think it's silly to say that I'm taking anything from the actor by using it that way. But yes, I do not plan going forward, unless it's for a joke, to use somebody's voice unless I have their permission, which obviously I won't. So no more Ariana Grande voicing one of the random kids in FNAF 4. No more using the actual Scott Cawthon's voice-to-voice phone guy, right? So yes, I guess the answer to this question is yes, it is supposed to be MatPat. But it's not. It's just incidental. I had his voice flying around. Am I losing my mind, or was there a music track added to this video, the long video? Like a whistling instrument or something? I don't remember this being there the first time I watched it, and the sound was actually giving me a headache and is keeping me from concentrating on what is being said in the video. That has always been there. That is a song from Majora's Mask. It is this sound. My guess is that this person's listening or watching the video on a different device. Depending on what you're listening it to on, there might be like, oh, we're gonna emphasize the bass, we're gonna emphasize the voice, and so it might drown out the noise in the background. But no, that whistling noise is something I used quite often because I think it's spooky. You say that the Nightmare animatronics in FNAF 4 look like that because of illusion discs, but how could we have known that from FNAF 4? Everything from FNAF 4 is supposed to have been solvable with info we had from FNAF 1 through 4. I think it was a retcon that there are illusion discs. I think that the Dreamer of FNAF 4 and Foxy Bro were always intended to be Mike Schmidt. Always, always, always. I think that was the solution that Scott said nobody found when FNAF 4 came out. I do not necessarily think that CC and Mike Schmidt were always William's children, but I do always think that Foxy Bro was supposed to be the protagonist of all of the other games. I think the original way you were supposed to solve FNAF was that the events of FNAF 4 were nightmares that Mike Schmidt was having before FNAF 3 that then led to him going back and like solving the issue, right? They're always supposed to be nightmares, which is why you hear the FNAF 1 phone call as a distorted backward sound throughout the night as ambiance. So in the original intention, I do not believe there was this whole side plot of like, William is traumatizing Mike. I think he was having, and similarly, I don't think that the mouth in Fredbear's stomach was meant to be like symbolism of baby back when FNAF 4 came out. I think that was something that was retconned in later. So I think now the solution is Mike experienced this when he was a child because William was using illusion discs, and later he had nightmares about it. I think the original interpretation was simply that Mike is having nightmares about himself as a hopeless child, combined with his actual experiences in FNAF 1, where you have Chica coming from one side, Bonnie coming from the other, Foxy in the little special area, Freddy behind you. I think it is supposed to be a nightmare reliving his experiences of FNAF 1 from the experience of a small child, because he is still guilty about the way he got his brother killed when his brother was a small child. There you go. So I guess the confusion comes from me not laying out what I thought was intended and what I thought was a retcon. Why did the object in the back change in each section? Like, bro, it was some cardboard cutout of a Transformers character and then a Taylor Swift jumper. So this is just something going back all the way through when I first started making videos, which is that I like changing up what's behind me, because I think it's fun. It allows people to be like, oh my god, that's such a cool thing, or someone to be like, why is that there? I never noticed that before. So I got this. I think I said this multiple times. I've also said this on my podcast, Slapping Dippity Hobos of Happy Slappy Town, that I work in a movie theater, and so I saw this stupid Transformers thing, and I'm like, this would be really funny to put in the background of one of my videos. And then I've done nothing else with it. It's just kind of sitting over here. So that's why that was there for 1 second. Taylor Swift stuff was just lying around. I think I saw another comment, I don't know if it's going to appear later, where someone was like, why does the background of the video keep changing, but his shirt doesn't? Did he wear the same shirt for multiple days? And the answer is no. I recorded all of the live video segments for my really long FNAF video in 1 day, but between segments I would get up, because I needed to stand up, I needed to like do something to break up the 6 hours of shooting or whatever that was. I would stand up and I would change things in the background and then sit down and then do the next section. That was my way of like decompressing after each time. So the answer is that I change things in the background because I want people to look and be like, oh my god, this is mirrored, I can't. Oh my god, it's a Lego James Bond car. Oh my god, it's a Keyblade from Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god, it's the Tortured Poet Department Taylor Swift album. Oh my god, it's the Sonic Chew and Rose Chew medallion sold by Geno Samuel. Oh my god, it's a Lego Pod Racer set. Oh my god, it's a Dune 2 bucket. Just a bucket. Doesn't look like anything else. I really don't understand this one thing though. Wouldn't it have made more sense for Cece to be in the puppet? They're both crying the same stream of tears from their eyes. I have to believe that Scott originally planned it that way, but then retconned it later. So this is obviously something that I think that was MatPat's conclusion too. And personally, I think that the evidence, I guess, it makes sense when you put them side by side. Cece is crying, Puppet is crying. The problem is that a crying child is also the symbol of a child dying or being dead. In FNAF 2, when William rides up and kills Charlie, it's also a crying child. The very abstract, zoomed out depiction, low fidelity depiction of a dying, upset, hurt, injured, whatever child is they have those huge streams down their face. So Charlie also has those same tears. And so that also visually links Charlie with the puppet. Again, I think that this is one of those times when you need to put everything into context. So saying, yes, Cece cries, Puppet cries, same thing. You have to keep in mind that there's a bunch of other crying children in the franchise. All the dead children are crying. So that's not actually evidence for Cece. Here's one thing that bugs me with Springtrap. When I swear, you might be watching this and thinking I'm just incapable of reading. Here's one thing that bugs me with Springtrap. When he was found after 30 years locked up in the safe room, why didn't someone like the construction worker or the owner of Fazbear Frights discover the body corpse of William Afton? I mean, they must have been moving him at some point, or at least done a close-up check of the suit, let alone the smell that must have been there after years of rotting human body in an enclosed room. One of the things that I think is important to remember, especially with the first 3 FNAF games, is that they're supposed to be really funny. A lot of Phone Guy's lines, the joke is that, like, corporate doesn't care about the well-being of the employees and only cares about the well-being of the guests to the point where they come back to make more money. It is a critique of middle management. It is a joke. The joke is that the construction crew or the Fazbear Frights guys comes in. Fazbear's Fright. It's different. Fazbear's Fright is the FNAF 3 thing. Fazbear Frights is the books. I gotta get it right every single time, or else I'm gonna get beaten up in the comments. The Fazbear's Fright people, upon seeing Springtrap, the joke is that they don't look at it carefully enough to notice that there's a body inside. And they're just like, oh my god, we can toss this into the attraction to make more money. And the reason that makes that even funnier is that it would be so obvious there's a body inside because it would be covered in blood and smell bad and you could see into it, etc. So that ridiculousness is the joke. And the punchline is how little these people care. It's a joke. Alright, so this person's linking to part in my video. He says, why would we, the overnight security guard, attend said party? We wouldn't be attending it anyway. I said that it was creepy in FNAF 1 that you're seeing tables set up for a party that you're never going to attend. And this person is sort of misunderstanding what I was saying. We see a party room, empty, with hats set up for a party that you aren't going to attend. You're seeing something outside of its normal context, and for some reason, we find that creepy. I was explaining why liminal spaces are creepy in general. We, as the player, are seeing party tables set up for a party we, as the player, are never going to attend. The same way how if you're walking through a classroom in a school at night, and you look inside and you see the chairs and the desks lined up perfectly, but there's no one sitting in them, because they're not supposed to be. Or you're walking through an empty mall, or you're walking through a movie theater at night, or you're in a playground and there's no kids at it. We usually only see these locations in the context of what they're supposed to be used for. We usually only see a mall during the day when it's bustling with people. We usually only see a playground when there's kids playing at it. We usually only see a setup for a party when we are either seeing a party take place or a party is about to take place. So it's weird and uncomfortable for us to see these locations outside of their intended purpose. Because we're the security guard, we only ever see the party room at night. It's set up for the party the next day, but we never see the party. And so to us, it's this weird space that is removed from its proper context, and so that is scary. I don't know why this person misunderstood that and thought that I was saying that the security guard should attend the party. The point is that any given person, upon seeing the setup for a party, would expect to attend the party, but they don't. It's a liminal space, and they're creepy. Wait, so if withered animatronics are the ones with the bodies in them, how are the FNAF 1 animatronics haunted? I think most people know, or most people headcanon or believe that the FNAF 1 animatronics do not have the bodies in them by the time of FNAF 1. Obviously, you see that there are these casings all throughout parts and services. That's what I'm thinking of, the parts and services room. Like, there are multiple Freddy heads, there are multiple Bonnie heads. Obviously, they swap these out fairly often to, like, maintain the animatronics. No one thinks that the bodies are still in there at the time of FNAF 1. Just that at one point, the bodies were still in there. You know, like you're in a horror movie, and, like, oh my god, there's a creepy doll, and then it starts crying blood. Like, the fact that there's blood and stuff coming out of the animatronics, even to this day, does not necessarily mean that the bodies are still in there. So the withered animatronics having the bodies in them, because William stuffed them, and then they were withered, and then they were moved to the FNAF 2 location, and then William took the bodies out, that doesn't change the fact that the animatronics would still be haunted. If you say people were meant to question if the brother was the previous security guards before Sister Location spelled it out, what hints or evidence existed in the FNAF 4 games to lead people to the idea, the FNAF one's It's Me fits, but I can't think of anything else, or how they really connect all the games by itself. I think this is more of just a narrative thing. I do think it was a retcon. I do not think that when Scott made FNAF 1, 2, and 3 that he was intending Mike Schmidt to have this, like, tragic backstory. I think that in FNAF 1 especially, Golden Freddy was just supposed to be spooky. The same way that the posters changing were just spooky, and It's Me could mean anything. I also have a kind of another side theory I'm going to get into later about what I think the DCI in FNAF 2 is, but we'll get to that. I think that when FNAF 4 was being made, Scott decided to retroactively make Mike Schmidt also into the FNAF 3 guard, and then also make him Foxy Bro. And I don't think there's evidence in those games to point to them being the same character. I think it is just what is clearly narratively established within FNAF 4. FNAF 4 is the origin story for the three main characters of the games. It is the origin story of Golden Freddy. I think we were very obviously supposed to figure out that CC's Golden Freddy because he gets bitten by Fredbear. The origin story of the security guard being Mike and his motivation for coming back each night. And we see Purple Guy in the game, and so it's also his origin. So it's more of just understanding the patterns of how narratives work as opposed to there being evidence within the games, which is something that I specifically try to do in my theories, where I try to point out, hey guys, I think we might be missing the forest for the trees here. First and foremost, this is a story, not a puzzle, and we gotta look at what the story is saying and trying to tell us, or where the story is going or should have gone, or how these two things link thematically. So evidence-wise, there isn't any. The evidence is that that's just it's just what's happening in the story. What do you think about the shadow animatronics? I have no idea, like not even a little bit. After I talk about the Fazbear Frights books, which are what they discuss agony, I might have more of an idea, because that's what people kind of think they are. They think there's some sort of agony manifestation. When I talk about the AR game, where Shadow Bonnie makes his next appearance, I might have more ideas. But as of right now, I'm just like, I don't know, they're spooky Easter eggs. My issue, why would Scott make the car in Later That Night purple just like William's car? If Orange Guy is not William, then Scott had to have known that making the car purple would make us connected to William's car. I think that any amount of color theory, especially in the minigames in FNAF, are overly simplistic. In older video games, there's a very limited color palette that can be used. I think it's something like 32 colors on the NES.
It's actually 56.
And obviously the NES is newer than the Atari 2600 that is, like, used in the FNAF. Like, that's the style that the FNAF minigames take. William's car, Orange Guy's, the car in Later That Night being purple doesn't necessarily mean anything for multiple reasons. One, in Midnight Motorist, all the cars are purple. They're not all William. Two, purple is generally just the way that mediums like video games, older video games, depict something being black, because the road is black, the night is black. If the car was black, you couldn't see it, so purple just means it's black. Purple is also a villainous color. Purple and green are typically the color of bad guys, like think Maleficent or the Green Goblin, right? Like their colors are green and purple. Those are the bad colors. So even though Orange Guy isn't William, his car, he is still a bad guy. His car is still symbolic of his treachery, his evil, that being that he is literally a child abuser. In my theory, he beats up his son. So it's purple because he's a bad guy. I think if he was meant to be William, the sprite would be purple. But in general, just looking when you're doing the 8-bit minigames, the colors are all representative of real things and aren't necessarily supposed to be like one-to-one, because there's a limited color palette on the old video game that the style is mocking. Not mocking. Mimicking. The mimic. I've always wondered, since FNAF World there's a picture of the box being opened, would it mean the box is having the contents changed by FNAF World? That's just a leftover file in the game. It's possible that Scott intended to open the box in FNAF World and decided against it, or maybe he was going to open it in a FNAF World update, but there's just so many things that get left in video games during development, I do not think it means literally anything. Do you think Frights and Tales are canon? I'm going to skip that one. The Afton staff bot voice lines were actually meant for a different pair of staff bots in the kitchen, so it's not relevant information to the Aftons, it's just a gag. This is in reference to the video I made about Mrs. Afton, where I played this audio about these two characters talking and said, oh, this is Mrs. Afton and William Afton, and it's related to the staff bot family in the basement. I got my information from the cutting room floor. One of the issues with any amount of FNAF theorizing about things you cannot just see in-game, right, because this is cut content, is that your knowledge of it only comes from the experts who are retrieving the data, right? If the only source I can find for this information existing comes from people who got it wrong, then I'm going to get it wrong. I got multiple comments of people saying that basically this article that I was getting my information from was wrong. It doesn't necessarily change most of the things in my video, especially that portion of the video, because all that portion does is give more evidence that the staff bot that looks like Mrs. Afton is supposed to be Mrs. Afton by pairing it with this dialogue, and that doesn't change anything if the dialogue doesn't pair with her. So yeah, thank you for informing me of this. You and everyone else who commented the same thing. I don't think there's a substantial amount of evidence present to rule out the possibility that Cece isn't a bear, but okay. I said Elizabeth isn't literally a clown. Cece isn't literally a bear. I guess Cece could be a bear. It's just a little jokey joke. The official FNAF Encyclopedia states that Cece is the main character of FNAF 4, and that makes no sense. Is that book canon and correct, or does Scott think he's funny? The FNAF Encyclopedia has a lot of errors in it. Plenty of other FNAF YouTubers have made videos going over every single inconsistency and obvious factual error in the book, so I think that using anything in it as evidence is quite silly. I also think that even if we ignore that, even if we take the book as 100% canon and factual and reliable, Cece is still the main character of FNAF 4 because of the minigames. You could say that Cece and Mike are both the main characters of FNAF 4. Where's Security Breach? I'm not even going to touch Security Breach or any of the newer Steel Wool games until after the story is concluded. I will consider the story concluded, basically, when a game does not end on a cliffhanger, right? Like, FNAF 3 could have been the end of the story. FNAF 4 could have been the end of the story. Sister Location could not have been the end of the story because it ends on a cliffhanger. FNAF 6 and UCN could as well. The fact that the last game we got, well, technically, I guess Help Wanted 2 took place between Security Breach and Ruin, but the fact that Ruin, the most recent game on the timeline, ended on a cliffhanger of Cassie falling down the elevator means the story's not over. So until we reach a point when there's a natural stopping point to, at the very least, the characters of Gregory, Vanessa, Cassie the Mimic, etc., I'm not going to bother making a video because the story's still ongoing. So that is Where's Security Breach. Is it possible that the MCI that unfolds during FNAF 2 is the same as the MCI referenced by the newspaper clippings in FNAF 1? Yes. I'm not necessarily saying I believe this, but I do think it's possible, and I do think it was actually a retcon. I think that one of the things that the community, as well as myself, look too closely at is the idea that in Foxy Go Go Go, he's leaving Pirate's Cove to go see the bodies, and that there is no Pirate's Cove in FNAF 2. I think that that is an oversight by Scott, as opposed to being a super duper obscure lore hint of Foxy finding bodies. I think it is merely supposed to be a representation of Foxy discovering that the MCI has happened. I don't think that's 5 additional kids. I don't think that's setting that in the era of the MCI in 1985 as opposed to the dead children from 1987. I think when FNAF 2 came out, that the section we play, Save Them, where you walk around as Freddy and the puppet's there and William's there and there's bodies all over the floor. I think that that is intended at the time to be the one and only MCI. This is a much bigger topic that people could discuss, and obviously it was not canon as of probably the next game in the series, but I think that for a while it was possible. I think it's possible that, like, at the time, the first FNAF location and Fredbear's Family Diner were the same thing, possibly. Or the same building was used in the first Freddy's and FNAF 2, right? Like, I think that looking back on it now, we can see that these were different events. Clearly, they cannot canonically be the same thing now, but I think at the time we were meant to be seeing the real one and only missing children's incident within FNAF 2, and that it got retconned later. Hot take, what if Happiest Day, putting the souls to rest, is done through dreams? In the movie, Mike was able to interact with his memory of Garrett's kidnapping during the dream through Cassidy, or whatever the stand-in for Golden Freddy is in the movie, and he also had the option to alter it, so he could be with his younger brother again. Is it possible that freeing the spirits is about putting their memories back together, then altering them to something good so they get their happiest day? Kinda like overwriting a memory card. Isn't that similar to what happens in the Fazbear Frights books? Yes, very possible. One of my ideas is to make a video about what happens in the movie and how it could relate to the books. Basically, what happens to Garrett and how that is important to the themes of the games. That's one of the videos I wanted to make, and will still make, but the people chose me to make the Mrs. Afton video instead. There's a very popular theory that Remnant can latch on to people. One of the ideas is that a lot of the Remnant from the children after William gets spring-trapped is, kept inside of him, so that within the Springtrap suit itself is Remnant from the little ghosty children that get him trapped in there, and so that by destroying Springtrap, you're also setting free that Remnant. That's possible, obviously. And so the idea that, like, when Mike is sleeping and he sees the children in his dream, it's because they're somehow attached to him, or they're somehow attached to the building in general. I personally think that what allows Happiest Day to happen is that there is Remnant within the arcade machines, because all of the minigames, most of the minigames in the series are physical arcade cabinets, or games that we can assume exist, right? Like Foxy Go 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 is probably a real game you can play on an arcade cabinet in FNAF. And so that by doing things in these video games, it affects things on the other side. This is generally video game theory. We know that in FNAF World, there is a video game land that the spirits live in, and that there are mini games that connect it to the real world, right? There's a line that says what happens out there has an effect in here, and so therefore by playing these mini games that have Remnant in them, you can actually affect the afterlife, and that is what I think causes Happiest Day. So could it be dreams? Could dreams play a role? Absolutely, they certainly do in the movie, but that's not the theory I go with. I go with the video game cabinets have Remnant in them theory. Hey, sorry, quick question. Charlie and her friends had a friend die at Freddy's when they were younger, and his name was Michael. What could that possibly mean? Because he's Cece, so would that mean anything, or was it an error? So this is in reference to the Silver Eyes trilogy, where the main cast have a friend named Michael, who was killed in the MCI incident. The MCI incident, wow. The ATM machine. They have a friend named Michael, who was killed in the MCI. He's one of the 5 victims. I do not think that this means anything. It's just Scott reusing a name. The same way that Vanessa in the FNAF movie is obviously not the Vanessa from the games. They're just, in that continuity, their friend Michael, who is not William's son, who is not Cece, who's not related at all to any other incarnations of Mike, his name's just Michael. I've always agreed the phone guy's not Purple Guy, but if that thing in Purple Guy's hand isn't a phone, then what's it meant to be? This is in FNAF 2, where Purple Guy's obviously holding something. I think it's supposed to be some sort of key that activates, and by key I don't mean like a door key. Think of like an Allen key. It's just something that activates or deactivates from the outside the Springlocks in a Springlock suit. Here's a thought: maybe the reason why FNAF 1 animatronics stuff you into a suit is because they witnessed William Afton die from a Springlock suit. I think that we should probably just take Phone Guy at his word that they see you walking around as a naked endoskeleton and they want to stuff you. I think that's definitely what was meant at the time of FNAF 1. I think that the retconned reason comes from FNAF 4, when the little girl says, I heard they come to life at night, and if they catch you, they stuff you in the suit. I think that a lot of the kids from FNAF 4 probably are MCI victims, and that this general notion that they had in life sort of is reflected in their ghostly actions. It's very unclear how Remnant and Possession work, and in general, I do not think that, unless you're put together the way that, Baby is Elizabeth, I don't think that the soul inhabiting the body has any sort of real control over the animatronic. I think it just sort of animates them. And even Baby isn't literally Elizabeth, right? Henry calls her Elizabeth and then says, I don't even know if you remember that name. So I don't think that they're one-to-one controlled, but I do think that there are some echoes of them as people in the animatronics, and so they might remember this childhood playground rumor they heard that the animatronics stuff people, and therefore they might then stuff people, right? Because there are naked endoskeletons as Easter eggs in FNAF 2, specifically, and it does not get stuffed the way that the player character does when he is found. So I think in FNAF 1, you're just supposed to take Phone Guy at his word, and by the time of FNAF 4, it's been retconned into being that they are sort of controlled in part by this rumor that existed. Why that rumor exists, much more up to interpretation. But in my understanding of the timeline, the spring locking incident doesn't happen until well after FNAF 2, where they try to stuff you in the suit, and obviously that, this person specifically says FNAF 1, but that happens in FNAF 2 too, so. Why do you have so many binders? Pokemon cards, maybe? Yes. How much space did this take up on your hard drive? Okay, so the actual file, the final 8+ hour video file that was uploaded to YouTube, is 136 gigabytes. With that said, I have a folder on my computer that I still have every piece of, where I'm pulling, images from, right? Here's all the images I'm using for FNAF 1. Here's all the YouTube videos that I used clips from. So that folder is 560 gigabytes. But if you remove the big video from it, the 136 gigabytes, it's 430. So the project file, 430 gigs. The video file itself, 130 gigs. Hey, what TCGs do you play? I got bored in this section and saw a deck box, and I'm now curious. I personally play Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And have somewhat dabbled in Magic the Gathering. I played Pokemon as a kid. I still kind of do. I don't go to tournaments or anything, but I like to keep up with it. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid, on the playground. Don't really care about it anymore. I've been playing Magic for over 10 years. I used to go to tournaments. I kind of stopped during COVID and then never started again. But I do very, very, very much like Magic. And then if you listen to my podcast, Slappendipity, Hobos of Happy Slappy Town, you'll know that I recently got into Lorcana, and I think it is basically just Magic but better. So the only real ones I play are Magic and Lorcana, but I do like Pokemon. Why did you make the Fredbear plushie an emo pirate? The voice that I used for the Fredbear plushie in the long video, well, the Fredbear plushie actually in FNAF 4 is supposed to be William's voice, so I made him sound like a gravelly Englishman. But the Fredbear character in FNAF World section was Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z, so I think that's why you think he sounds like an emo pirate. Because I gave him a southern accent and then just put Vegeta's voice over him. Why do you only call Mangle he, him when Mangle uses he, him, and she, her alternating with each use? So my initial intention was every time I mentioned Mangle to swap between calling him he and calling him she. I kind of do that same thing whenever I say the name of the orange soda, Fanta, because a lot of people don't like that I call it Fanta, and so I now intentionally go out of my way to flip-flop every other time I say it between Fanta and Fanta. But this video was just so long, and in my opinion it would ruin the joke if I ever missed a time, right? If I called Mangle she twice in a row instead of alternating he, she exactly 50% of the time, and so I just didn't even attempt it. I was like, there's going to be one take where I say it one way and the next take where I say it the other way, and it's just never going to work. There's no way I can make it perfect. I'm going to drive myself insane trying to make it perfect, so I didn't even try. Do you think the FNAF 2 voice in the movie at the credits is Henry or William? So at the end of the movie, it says like, come, it's spelling out like find me or come find me or something. I do not think it's William. I think that it's either Garrett or Henry. I think Garrett is the obvious answer because he is missing, and so in a sequel, theoretically, he would be who Mike goes and finds. But I do state pretty definitively my opinion in my video that the voice in the FNAF 2 games, the SAVEHIM, that voice is Henry, and so it's possible that in the movies it is also Henry. But yeah, not William, either Henry or Garrett. Why do you think Yendo is the Fredbear endoskeleton when he clearly looks like a Funtime Endo? I think it's possible that the endoskeletons and casings get upgraded over time, right? Like Fredbear and Golden Freddy are not the same suit, ? So it's possible that the endoskeleton was also changed. And that what they would do is they would, William would melt down the original endoskeleton, remove the remnant, create the new endoskeleton using his new upgraded Funtime technology. It's the same physical metal, different design. Why do you think he's such an important character as he's meant to be an Easter egg? Why do I think Yendo is important? Because there's no answer to him. Because I fall victim to the same trap that everybody does where I need to find an answer for why everything exists. So I think that he is important because his name is Yendo, which is probably short for Yellow Endo, the same way that Golden Freddy was called Yellow Bear in FNAF 1. And I think that it is just a good explanation as to what he is. That he is the missing endoskeleton from the Golden Freddy Springlock suit. What do you think of other Easter egg characters like JJ Lolbit and the random Endo in FNAF 2? So that's actually a really good question compared to what I just said, since I don't come to a conclusion about them. I think and hope that we get a lot more answers about Balloon Boy in whatever the carnival game that we're going to get in the future is, and so that would also answer JJ. Lolbit, no idea. The Endo in FNAF 2 might just be an Endo in FNAF 2 that, again, came to life because there's clearly some amount of hauntness in the building, which is why the paper plate dolls change and move. So it's not necessary that there's like another victim. I do say that I think it's possible that because there are 6 piles of blood, but only 5 bodies shown in FNAF 2, that there's a 6th body, it is hidden under the table, that JJ is from under the table, and so the 6th body is JJ. Don't necessarily believe that, but then again, it doesn't explain why I think Balloon Boy is possessed. There's just a lot of stuff we don't know, and that I don't think that Scott intended at the time to like have an answer. What about the designs of the Scrap animatronics, excluding Lefty? Where do you think the new suits of Scrap Baby and Scrap Trap came from? So Scrap Baby could have literally just gone to a junkyard and pulled scrap together, the way that, like, Eleanor is found in the Tales books. Not the Tales books, the Fazbear Frights books. People talk about how on Scrap Trap's design, there are parts of his suit that were not present in Springtrap, so therefore he must have, like, fashioned new suit parts from something. Which is very possible, because as much as I believe that Remnant can heal your body, I don't necessarily think it can heal a cloth suit. This kind of goes back to the broken glass outside of the Midnight Motorist kid's house. You could explain it as it was a design change that Scott made, and it's not meant to imply literally anything. Or you could come out of it and say that he went and he found another Springlock Bonnie suit and then just fixed himself up with it. It could be either one of those. The mask on Molten Freddy is just Funtime Freddy's mask. I think that after Baby split from them, they then just went back into the bunker and got that mask and then left. I don't think they were made from trash bits. I do think that Scrap Baby was made from trash. The other ones, I don't think so. I think Molten Freddy got his bits from going back into the bunker. Where was the puppet during Follow Me? Since the puppet was not at the FNAF 1, like the in FNAF 1 location, I think it's possible that it was just not present. Like when they packed up FNAF 2, the puppet went somewhere, the toys got dismantled, and that the original animatronics went to the FNAF 1 location. So just physically somewhere else. How couldn't they find the bodies? If the animatronics reeked, it seemed improbable they would never bother to take them apart. Again, I think this is a kind of a misconception where people think that the bodies are still in the animatronics as of FNAF 1. In the movie, I think it's pretty clear that the bodies are not in the animatronics. I personally think that William took them out at some point, and that the animatronics are simply possessed because that's where the bodies were put. Just how big was Freddy's? Was it like Chuck E. Cheese's, where there was almost one in every city, or is it just a couple restaurants around southern Utah? That's a big question, and your answer to that question will completely change your view of the franchise and the timeline. There's an implication that there's even multiple pizzaplexes, and I do not have an answer to that. My current timeline understanding is that the Freddy's that we know about are the only ones, as opposed to it being a national chain or a regional chain. And so therefore the only ones that exist are the Fredbears, the Unseen, First Freddy's Location, FNAF 2, FNAF 1, Fazbear, Frights, etc. So yeah, I don't have an answer because if I had to pick one, because what you pick will change everything, and I picked that it was a one-of-a-kind family business thing. How many official FNAF animatronics are there? Oh, I wouldn't count the ones in special delivery, but besides that, they're all official. And when were the Fun Times and Toy Animatronics made /Y? I love your videos. Hope you have a great day. I think the toys were not made by William. I think the Fun Times were made by William. I think the Fun Times were sometime. I think it went cloth suits, Springlock suits, original withered suits, but before they were withered, Fun Times. And then you have the mediocre melodies like somewhere in there. And I think they were made because technology just kept improving. I do not think the toys were made by William, and so they would have just been a different manufacturer, and that they were made to distance themselves from the fuzzy suits that were used when the murders happened. Why do you think the games are out of order storyline-wise? That's just how storytelling works. Like, Scott made a game, and then wanted to explore the game and made the backstory, so then the next one was in the past, and then the next one was in the future, and then the next one was the furthest in the past. It's just how games work, right? Like, I look at, like, The Legend of Zelda, where, if you look just at the 3D games, and I know that the story is continued in the other games, but looking just at the 3D games, you have Ocarina of Time, and then Majora's Mask, and then Wind Waker, and then Skyward Sword is a prequel, and then you have, like, Breath of the Wild, like, 10,000 years later. It's just like, and Wind Waker and Twilight Princess happen at the same time, but it's a split timeline, time travel thing, doesn't matter. It's just how stories are told sometimes. Same thing with Star Wars. Or even like the Avengers, right? Like the third Marvel movie is Captain America, which takes place back in the fourth Marvel movie, which takes place back in World War II. Why is it like that? It just do be like that sometime. Who is your second least favorite FNAF character? I think everyone knows that my least favorite are the Biddy Babs. I might put like Lolbit as my second least favorite. If you're counting book characters, then the list just expands too much. If we're talking like game, Aftons, Emily's, and animatronics, that could be a band name, just saying. Probably Lolbit is my second least favorite after the Biddy Babs. The combination of what is seen in the shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child, and the line, "Don't you remember what you saw?" is genuinely frustrating to me. They both feel important, but also unanswered. So the first one of those is something Scott said during the GT livestream, and I think it's just pointing out the Easter egg that people may have missed about the fact that you can see William helping someone get into their suit. Don't you remember what you saw? Oh, the bad guy's in there. Don't you remember what you saw? Go the other way. The exit's the other way. I am going to make a video explicitly, especially, simply about that line, so you're going to have to wait for my video on that topic to get my answer on that. Do you think the stuff about the rogue indie dev means that almost everything we know about FNAF is a myth, rumor, or complete nonsense? No. So in FNAF VR, you learn that the company of Fazbear Entertainment has hired somebody to make video games about the rumors and legends of FNAF. And it was a theory, and it is still something that some people believe now, that means that all the FNAF games before VR are the games that the indie dev made. And no, I do not believe that's the case. But my answer to that question is going to tie in with my opinion on Fazbear's Frights, the book series, which is what I'm going to be ending this video on. I've already skipped a couple questions about it, so I will get into that later. What real evidence is there for the Cassie's dad thing? And could it point to other characters as well? So this is the theory that Cassie from Ruin is the daughter of the Bonnie Bully from FNAF 4. Having not explored that area of the timeline very well, I don't really have an opinion other than what I've been told by other theorists, but I think it is very compelling that Bonnie Bully is Cassie's father. If you're trying to figure out who Cassie's father is, and you're looking at characters who already exist, the reason I think that Bonnie Bully is the only candidate is because he is the Bonnie Bully, and we know like three things about Cassie's dad. He likes Bonnie, he works at Fazbear's, he is the general age of somebody who could be Cassie's father. Bonnie Bully fits those, and if it ends up being like Chica Bully, then like why? Why would it not be Bonnie Bully? And even like Matt Batt's interpretation about like they have the same skin color, and it just makes too much sense to me. I don't see why that wouldn't be the case. How can we find out about FNAF post UCN? There's plenty. If you mean from me, it's going to be a while to wait. If you mean from anyone, from any source, all the YouTubers I've linked in the description of that video are amazing. Obviously, Game Theorist, not Matt Pat anymore, but Game Theory. John FNAF, IG's Fantasy, Rytos, Cyrus Squawks, Impulse 7, Hyperdroid. There's just so many great FNAF videos, FNAF YouTubers. What is the crying child's name in your opinion? I don't think he has a name. I'm just going to keep calling him CC. Do you actually believe that the fan interpretation of Cassidy is actually canonical? So there is no fan interpretation of Cassidy, right? Everyone has their own headcanon. There's no agreed upon theory about Cassidy. Some people think that she's the one you should not have killed. Some people think that she's some people think that she's a he. Some people think that she's, X, Y, or Z. I think Cassidy is just the name of the character that we think is in Golden Freddy. There is no one fan interpretation. I've laid out my theory pretty clearly, I think. 3, what do you think of the solution to the Foxy grid? A couple months ago, there was this whole, hullabaloo about, the Foxy grid has been solved. Someone solved it on Reddit. And I was like, that's awesome. I'm really glad that someone figured it out. It said something about, my name is Michael or something. And then that was also very swiftly disproven as, not being a reasonable way to solve it. And I'm not super caught up on that whole event, just that it happened, and then it was disproven. I have no idea what the solution to the Foxy grid is. I've never done it myself. I hope that one day we figure it out, but I do not know. Have you seen the Dual Princess Theories 2-hour video about FNAF? Yes, I had people send this to me on Twitter. I had people email this to me. I've had multiple comments about this video. I watched that video the day after it came out. It was in my recommended. I watch a lot of FNAF videos, and so I get recommended them even from small channels, and I love that video. I do not agree with that video. The video is put together very well. It is argued very well. That does not mean I have to believe in the conclusion. Great video, but I do have a lot of people who want me to respond to it or react to it or something like that. And the reason I don't want to do that is because they are such a small channel that for me to go in and be like, I'm going to break down all their theories and why their evidence is wrong. That's just mean. I feel like I can make fun of Matt Pat. I made one joke about John FNAF, and I even regret that just because as much as he is a channel with almost 1 million subscribers and he's been doing this for longer than me, it's still just rude. And I'm writing a video. I've been writing a video for months actually, going through one of his videos and explaining why he is so good at what he does. And I still feel bad about making jokes at his expense. As much as I very much respect him, as much as he is a significantly larger channel than me, I still don't want to do that to him. And so the idea of doing that to a channel that's significantly smaller than me, that's been doing it for less time than me, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to break down their theory and disprove them. Likewise, I'm not going to do a reaction to it because the video is an hour long. So in general, I love the video. I think they're doing a great job. If they're watching this, keep it up. You guys are phenomenal. If you haven't seen the video yet, go and watch it. But in general, if you're asking for my opinion on it, I don't believe it. Opinions on Balloon Boy. He's my favorite character, but everyone seems to hate him. I like Balloon Boy. I think we're going to get a lot more about him during whatever the Carnival Festival game is that we're very obviously going to be getting sometime in the future. I like Balloon Boy. When he was first introduced, I'm like, why is he here? He doesn't thematically fit with literally anything. But I do think he's just a silly little guy. What do you think about the theory that the fun times were made using Remnant from the FNAF 2 murders and not the original MCI kids? I think it explains a lot of things, especially Happiest Day and what happened to the toys after FNAF 2. I also think it fits the timeline better. My issue with any theory that involves the FNAF 2 murders is that the hillside in FNAF 6 only has the 5 graves of the MCI victims. And so to me, that implies that bodies of the FNAF 2 murderers were found. That they were found and they were buried. I think William obviously cleaned up after himself or something, but I do not think they wanted to possess any animatronics, and I think that the bodies were found, which is why it's not a missing children incident. So that's kind of why I don't believe this. Again, that's more of a narrative thing as opposed to oh, I have solid evidence. It's just that it doesn't really make any sense for that grave scene, what was theoretically one of the finales of the game, of the series, to not include all of the murder victims unless there's something that specifically separated these 5 from all the others. And I think what separated those 5 from all the others is that the bodies were never found and that they went on to be trapped in the torment of possessing animatronics for years, for decades. Do you think we'll ever find out what was inside the FNAF 4 box? Find out as in Scott's going to make a Reddit post? No. Find out as in someone's going to figure it out? Yes. I think that if you stop and you only look at things released before FNAF 4, obviously Scott intended for it to be figured out, and I think it can be figured out. I think he used Sister Location to answer some of the questions that we had, like that Mike Schmidt is Mike Afton and that he is Foxy Bro. So I think with that piece of knowledge, which I do not think was a retcon. I think that him being an Afton may have been a retcon, but I do not think that Foxy Bro being Mike Schmidt was a retcon. With that knowledge, I think you can probably figure it out, and that if everybody guessed what the answer was, somebody's going to be right. So yes, I think we can figure it out. I do not think Scott's ever going to tell us. What's the story behind Balloon Boy? I don't know. Let's wait for that festival game. What size pants do you think Phone Guy wore? I always kind of pictured Phone Guy as being really skinny. I guess you could picture him as being like a big, round, fat security guard man. I always pictured him as being very scrawny. I kind of pictured him looking like Shaggy, which is weird because of how that went down with Matthew Lillard playing William Afton. But yeah, definitely very skinny, scrawny man. Not a question, but an idea. What if Ballora is a representation of Henry's wife? Mocking him, how he went deeper into the work like in the books, etc. I guess the best way to say it is that I think that the lore implications of any Easter egg is equal in size to the Easter egg itself. So I think that Ballora's song being, or Ballora herself being a representation of a character who at that point in the games barely existed, that being Henry, who only was called the owner of Fredbear's Family Diner in FNAF 2, of his wife being represented by Ballora, is just like, it's too much for that to be her only existence in the game, right? Like, I don't think Mrs. Afton exists. I guess Henry's wife exists a little more because she's in the books, but still no. I think that the thing we talked about earlier where Ballora's song is clearly just about what is going on at that exact moment in gameplay is the most logical conclusion, that she's singing to Mike because he's crawling along inside the wall. Can you please make a video stance on Didophobia? I will when I get there. What are some pieces of lore that you think are unimportant Easter eggs that other theorists claim are relevant to solve a big part of the story? The lack of broken glass outside the runaway's window. The car being purple. What's interesting is I think nobody really talks about how you have to play Security Puppet a couple times before you get the Easter egg ending of Charlie being trapped outside the window. No one ever talks about how, like, maybe there were 3 attempts on her life before William got her alone. Or maybe Fredbear's was only open for 3 days, right? Like, no one talks about that as an important piece of evidence. And I do not think it was an important piece of evidence. I just think it's always funny how some small things no one looks at. And then some small things people make the cornerstone of their huge, important, all-encompassing theories. So those are really the only ones that I can think of right now. Ballora's song will now enter that list because I am pretty sure that it was what I have said twice now, which is that it was just talking to Mike crawling along inside the walls. So that probably has too much lore significance from the community on it, and obviously I'm guilty of that because I just made a whole video delving way too deep into it. But yeah, I'm sure that most of my critics would probably say that me pointing to FNAF World's video game afterlife as like being super important is probably me putting too much emphasis on it, given that it is the cornerstone of my entire theory. The difference is that I believe that one, and that's why I believe it, because I do. Circular logic. Was that the bite of 87? No, that was the bite of 83. Get it right, Markiplier. How dare you? Why didn't the KCI kids kidnapped children's incident being the FNAF 2 murders? Most people in the community call it the dead children's incident. I'm calling it the kidnapped, because in all cases they're dead, so why would you call it dead? I'm calling it whatever. Why didn't that work in getting the kids to possess the toy animatronics? My theory basically is that the only reason the FNAF 1 animatronics got possessed is because Charlie the puppet did it on purpose. She thought she was helping. At no point in the series is William able to purposefully get somebody to possess an animatronic. Charlie possessing the puppet was a freak accident. Cece partially possessing Fredbear was an accident. The other kids possessing the animatronics was an accident because William hid them in the suits, and then Charlie got them to possess the suits. Elizabeth possessing Baby was William's intention, probably, but obviously it was not intended to be Elizabeth, so that was an accident. I think William is only able to take the already possessed remnant, remove it from the haunted animatronics, and put it into the Fun Times. At no point does he ever purposefully get a child to possess anything. Even himself, obviously, he did not intend to possess Springtrap. So I think it didn't work because he doesn't know how it works, and so when he tries to do it on purpose, it doesn't work. How did the spirits end up being able to use the logbook to communicate? The real answer is that they're ghosts and they just work the way that they work, however Scott says they work. I think a good in-universe answer is that the spirits can obviously change the appearance of posters. The posters in FNAF 1 change, Foxy's sign changes. in one of the alleyway screenshots in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, there's like a little depiction of a screaming puppet. So they can change the words on the page the same way that they can change the depictions on the posters. Why didn't Phone Guy leave after the first location got shut down, let alone the second? It's a joke about people who, like, don't care about the well-being of workers or who notice stuff going wrong around them, but it's just like, I need a paycheck, I'll work here. Like, it's just a joke. Do you think there's something we missed in the first 4 FNAF games to clarify the original intent of the story even further? Absolutely. And not only do I think that we've obviously missed things, but I think that we've misinterpreted things. And one of the reasons that I, every single time, will promote more people making videos about FNAF is because I think that we all have our biases and our own lenses that we view things through. And I think the more voices we have out there, the higher the chance of someone stumbling upon the correct answer is. So I 100% believe that the correct answer is still out there waiting to be discovered. Could the very foundations of Freddy's buildings be haunted? Is this why the paper plates move? Is this why the posters change? Something to think about. Yes, I think that there is probably something about the fact that there's been so much, like, death in this location that there's something about the building that is haunted, right? Like, that's how real ghost stories work. Oh, this item is haunted because it was their favorite doll, or this building is haunted because there was this asylum is haunted because there's so many bad things that happened there, right? Like, just lingering spiritual energy. And yes, that's probably why the paper plates move. How much trust should we put into used removed content, i.e. Cassie's name being removed? That's in Security Breach. The file for the Princess and Princess Quest was named Cassidy. And the Fazback saying FNAF 1 is in 1993. I think that if something was removed, it was removed for a reason. The problem is that that reason could be that it's wrong, or the reason could be that they don't want us to see it. For example, the Faz facts from I think they're from FNAF AR, Special Delivery. One of them is like, the most dangerous job for a security guard in 1993. No, the most dangerous job was being a security guard in 1993. Or Freddy's had the best voted pizza in Utah from 1980 whatever to 1993. It's possible those were removed because they just didn't get to that point in development of the game before it got unceremoniously shut down and abandoned and then shut down years later. It could be because it's wrong, or it could just be because it no longer fit their vision and it was just a thing that was left in the files of the game. Because we don't know, I think we cannot use that as evidence. Obviously, I don't, because I think FNAF 1 took place in 1992. Things like Cassidy's name no longer being the princess's name could be for basically both reasons. One, we're not supposed to know that yet, or two, it's incorrect. I'm not sure how that could have been incorrect, though. Like, there's only a couple names in the FNAF franchise. I don't know why somebody would name a file one of those names and have it not be the intention. So that one I'm a little more leaning to that's how it's supposed to be, but also I do not think it should be the cornerstone or the foundation of any theory. Just, it's something to mention. Even the conversation that I used in my Mrs. Afton video, it's cut content, and in that video I said it's probably cut because it's not canon. Otherwise they could have just re-implemented it and it would have literally been like a button click, right? You're just like, when you go here, play this. If it was a mistake, if they didn't have time to implement it, they could have just done it in an update. And so I think that we can reason that the reason it was never put in is because someone decided, higher up in the chain that it shouldn't be there. And that might be because we're not supposed to read into it. So it's a case-by-case basis. Can you talk about your theories relating to FNAF Sister Location's breaker map? The only important thing I have to say about that I haven't already said is that I think that it's simply a depiction of like a zoomed out depiction, right? Like that's a phrase I use in my Mrs. Afton video a lot. It's a depiction of the important locations to William. It's made that way so that the player recognizes it as locations from FNAF 4, not necessarily as a practical thing that William would have used in the game, right? Like that was made by Scott, not by William. That's my interpretation. What it means, I don't know. I'm not confident, but it's still fun to theorize about. Jacko Chica and some of the other Halloween characters are in UCN. They were previously not canon, but now they are. Why are they all canon now? Did William just decide to get festive while torturing Mike? The FNAF 4 update is weird, because Scott said that some characters can be seen as canon, like Nightmare Yon and Nightmare Balloon Boy, and then some of them can't. I think that for gameplay reasons, they're in UCN because they exist, right? Like, Scott wanted everyone to be here, so therefore you have to have Jacko Chica, because she's a character who exists. And I think that the reason that she's not canon in FNAF 4 is because for whatever reason in the story that Scott's wanting to tell, there's no reason for there to be a Jacko Chica. The reason that she is canon in UCN is because all of the characters are sort of nightmares, right? Like, they're not real. And so, therefore, the idea of a flaming Chica could just be a thing. Like, hey, this Chica is on fire because William was burned to death, like, twice. The real answer is that Scott wanted to include her because she was a real character in a DLC, like in real life. Why she's canon now, no idea what the answer is. What does the girl's room with the mangled toy in FNAF 4 mean? It's Elizabeth's room, and that just shows us that Mangle existed in 1983, sorry. What happened to Golden Freddy after William gets spring-locked? They shove it in a closet. Does he move around the world freely? No, I think that he just kind of sits in one place and he's able to, like, project himself places. Does his spirit move on to some other object, like Spring Body or the Fun Times? I think Cece is the doll. I think the doll is in the suit. That's my conclusion. What does the mound of dirt in Midnight Motorist mean? I've been very clear that I think that the patch of dirt that is in the shape of a house foundation with a porch, it is very clearly supposed to be a shape of something, and that's what it looks like to me. I think it is to symbolize that they are breaking ground on building a house there, and that house is probably one of William's 2 homes, and that is what that means. That small detail is just telling us when Midnight Motorist, when later that night, takes place. It takes place when William is building one of his houses. That's what that means. How much of this video game is haunted? I think that they are all haunted to the degree that the animatronics are haunted, and that Remnant was used in their, like, circuit boards. Who created the FNAF 4 End of Night mini games and why? My opinion is that the FNAF 4 mini games were sort of a creation within the digital world of Henry and Cassidy communicating. In general, my biggest hope has always been that I want other people to take my theory of video game theory and then discuss it through their own lens, because I think that lenses and biases are going to bring us to different conclusions, and they might say something that I never thought of, or they might find evidence that I never thought of. So my conclusion in my big video is that Henry programmed the video game to tell Cassidy the story. I don't necessarily believe that. That's just what I think the easiest conclusion to come to is. How do we know who plays the minigames anyway? I think the minigames are very clearly being played by Cassidy because I think that she's a dual protagonist. That's my overall theory, is that the minigames are being experienced by Cassidy, which is how she's learning everything. And then you contrast this with in UCN when if every game has an A and a B story, with one of them being Mike experiencing the night gameplay and Cassidy experiencing the minigames, then UCN, you now have William experiencing the Cassidy is the antagonist who's making everything happen. And Mike is now doing the bonus end of night content, which is the TV shows, because Mike watches TV. If there's one thing we know about Michael Afton, it's that he watches TV. And so if you extrapolate that to all the older games, it's that Cassidy is playing the video games, the mini games. Does it always have to be Cassidy? It doesn't always have to be, obviously. I just think that it is. What do the paper plates mean? How do they move? Please, I need answers. Me too. Scott, what do the paper plates mean? Do you think there will ever be a FNAF attraction at Universal, like a ride or something for Halloween Horror Nights? They have the animatronics. I don't see why. I really hope so. I really hope that people get to see them, even if they don't, like, move around. Just, like, have them be in, like, a haunted building or something. Finally, we are on to the last 2 big questions. Do you think Frights and Tales are canon? I do not have a big opinion on Tales, but I do currently have an assumption on Frights. An assumption that you will learn. What's your next big project? I love the latest one about Mrs. Afton. In my next big project. That's right, at the end of this video, I'm announcing what my next big ongoing project is, which is reading through all of the Fazbear Frights books. I'm going to read through the books. I'm reading through them multiple times, actually. I'm currently reading them. Obviously, I'm going to turn each one into a video discussing what it means, how it fits into the lore of the series, or the lore of the Frights books themselves, go through the symbolism. I'm going to break them down like you would break down a serious novel in English class. I've taken so many handwritten notes about these silly little goosebump stories, and I'm going to make that into my next ongoing series. So while I will still have one-off videos every once in a while, I'm going to mainly be focusing on my interpretation of the Frights books. My theory going in, my lens that I'm going to be reading them in, is the Frights fiction theory, the fan theory, which is that the same people who made Fazbear's Frights the horror attraction, Fazbear's Fright the horror attraction, the same people who then will go on to make who will hire the indie dev to make the games along the legends of Fazbear, that group of people who's trying to discredit the legends have made these books, these Fazbear Frights books, and have released them in universe. So as I go through the series, I'm going to see, does that theory hold up? In each book, in each instance, is it possible that this could be a book written by someone who is vaguely aware of the real FNAF legends and myths, and that this book could be something that exists in universe? That's my theory going in. I'm going to develop it as I go, and then at the end I'll see, hey, does it still hold up? What is your opinion on dual process theory about Cassidy being Crying Child's name? Dual Process Theory is a channel that's exploded in the last couple of weeks. They have a very long video about how they solved FNAF. You may have seen it yourself. It has many, many views, or you may have seen Matt Pat reacting to it. I've talked about it. I've seen other people talking about it on Twitter. ID's Fantasies talked about it on Twitter. Sire Squawks talked about it in a live stream. And it very much comes down to my opinion that the more people who are putting out ideas in the community, specifically in video format on YouTube, the better. Every time someone leaves a good comment in my comment section with a theory or interpretation, I'm just like, I hope this guy makes a video about that. I want to see that in video form. I want to see their entire thing broken down step by step, their logic, their how this relates to this, how we got here, how the A to the leads to the B, leads to the C, leads to the Q, all the way around. I love that video. I love that we have two people who clearly know what they're talking about, who are good at video editing, who are good at delivering audio into a video, who just made something that the community latched onto. It's great. I love the video. It's wrong. The problem with talking about a video that's basically 2 hours long and just saying it's wrong is that that's very dismissive of all the little pieces of information that they put together in very unique and interesting ways, and also the pieces of evidence that they found themselves that other people don't talk about. When I and when other bigger FNAF YouTubers kind of dismiss it and say it's wrong, what I'm talking about, and what I'm pretty sure they're talking about, is the notion that Cassidy's the Crying Child's name, and that Mike is the one you should not have killed. Those, which are basically their biggest conclusions within the video, are just so obviously wrong if you look at the source material. If you read the logbook, there is no real way to come away and think that the name Cassidy as put in the book is supposed to be the name of the Crying Child. The name Cassidy written on a gravestone, or the name Cassidy implied to be written on a gravestone because one of the pictures says, my name, is clearly answering who the final gravestone is in the FNAF 6 Pizzeria Simulator ending, where one of the names is kind of like crossed off. It's basically like you're watching a movie or a TV show, or you're playing a video game, and it's like, hey, you like this side character? Now you gotta go read a comic book about them if you want to get the full story. It's like cross-promotion. Scott left out one of the names in the video game so that people would go out and buy this book. And the book answers the question. It's a big puzzle. It's this fun, exciting thing. And it leads to one lingering question that didn't have to be a lingering question left in the games. It answers the question of who is that last gravestone. There's a very popular fan theory. It's called BV5th, which stands for Bite Victim, so the Crying Child is the 5th MCI victim. But it's just not true. BV5th isn't true. That gravestone Cassidy being the Crying Child's name isn't true. There is really no way in which the Crying Child in any of the FNAF mediums is also one of the MCI victims. If you look at the movie, the equivalent of Cassidy, the blonde Luke Skywalker kid who's in Golden Freddy, is not the same as Garrett, who is a stand-in for the Crying Child. Although also, you could kind of argue that Garrett's also a stand-in for Charlie, whatever. In the Silver Eyes novels, there is a girl named Cassidy who is one of the missing children, and she's a girl. There's just really... and I'm not saying that the books are in the timeline or the movies in the timeline, obviously, or that we should look to these for one-to-one comparisons. But I think the biggest piece of evidence against that is a big piece of evidence that I use in my theory about who Cassidy is, which is that Scott made a Reddit post after we solved the logbook, saying that one of the movie scripts that he rejected was the Cassidy script, and that it would take place over the course of many decades, and it just got too confusing and in its own lore. If Cassidy is the Crying Child, if Cassidy is the movie equivalent of Garrett, then there's no reason that you couldn't tell basically the FNAF movie that we got, but from the perspective of Garrett. There's no reason that you couldn't tell the Crying Child's story in a movie or a trilogy of movies. There is no reason that that would be too complicated or take place over the course of too many decades. But if you're talking about a movie about the spirit of Golden Freddy, who many people also believe is the one you should not have killed, then yes, I can see why that would be complicated. by somebody who died and then goes on to possess Golden Freddy. And then in my opinion, in my take on the series, is also like communicating through via video games to Henry, and is the one playing all the mini games and is learning this lore, right? If you take the story of FNAF as the nighttime security guard, that's the movie they made, that's the Mike script. If you take the story of FNAF via all the mini games and the backstory and lore, that's an incomprehensible movie that takes place over the course of several decades that just like is more of a FNAF encyclopedia than a film, which is what Scott said about it. So I really think that the images depicted in the logbook being very clear references to the FNAF 6 Pizzeria Simulator gravestone ending, and also Scott's comments about the character whose name is Cassidy, very much exclude Cassidy from being the same character as the crying child. Similarly to Mike being the one you should not have killed, I know that they kind of argue in their video saying that Mike being sent down to the sister location bunker by William was him dying, and I'm sure that I only watched the video twice. I know that they address a lot of counterpoints, but just because you address something doesn't necessarily mean that you address it to the capacity that everybody will sort of agree with you, right? It doesn't mean that everybody who's going to watch is going to go, oh, well, they addressed that, so that means that they're right. The fact is that William did not kill Mike just because he sent him down there thinking he could or even wanted him to die. I think that calling that character the one you should not have killed would be too obfuscated of a hint by Scott. If this character is named in the game the one you should not have killed, I don't think Scott would have named Mike the one you should not have killed. Because of all the characters in the game who died, Mike is, in fact, not somebody who William killed. Of all the characters in the game who would have that kind of name, the one you should not have killed, Mike, whose name we know, and who is William's son, would not sort of refer to himself in the third person spectrally as the one you shouldn't have killed. You know, Jacko Chica says, like, greetings from the fire and the one you should not have killed. If it was Mike, she would have said, greetings from the fire and from your son, I hate you, Dad. I've seen a lot of people, and these comments are also on my videos, where people say, I've never played the games, but this is my canon timeline. And whenever I see that comment, I'm just like, that is not something to, like, as the creator of that video, it's not something to be proud of that somebody who doesn't know, who hasn't seen the evidence for themselves, is just kind of believing you, right? Like, I want pushback. I want people who know the source material better than me to comment on my theories. And so when a lot of people who don't play the games, haven't read the books, haven't looked through the security log themselves, right? Like, you can look on a PDF online of all the security log stuff. You can watch videos of people breaking down how to solve it. I bought the book, and I flipped through every individual page, and I'm like, this is the page we found this thing on. This is the page we found this thing on. And I solved it myself. Obviously, it had already been solved. But I went through and did the steps myself to see, maybe there's a weird break in the logic. And I noticed how the last coordinate that we need to solve Cassidy's name was technically written in by Mike. It's not in the book itself. It's Mike's red pen writing at 8 p.m., whatever a.m. this happened. And I always thought that was weird. But the fact that the puzzle so clearly spells out Cassidy's name, and that otherwise this Mike's pen writing has no meaning, that is clearly the intended solution, even if I don't think that that was necessarily the best puzzle design. But so many people watching the dual process video, and saying, like, I agree, when they haven't done the legwork, is not necessarily something that you would want as a theorist. And so many other theorists, again, ID's Fantasy and Tyler Squawks has specifically commented on it, basically being like, no, that's not just people who are so entrenched in their own ideas, who are like so built in, and they're like, oh my god, I can't even fathom changing my mind on this, I'm stubborn. That's just people who know what they're talking about saying, I've looked at the evidence myself, and this is just not true. So I've had a lot of people who want me to react to that video, to go through and to bust all the myths, to break down what they got wrong about. And I really don't feel like doing that. Not because, oh, it's too much work, but because I don't want to dissuade these two people from making more videos. I don't want the community I don't want the inverse of what's been happening. They're getting love bombed. People are saying this is the greatest video ever. I don't want the inverse to happen. I don't want people to go and start hating on them. I don't want anybody who would be too invested in the franchise and the story to suddenly see them as targets, right? That's the last thing I want. That's why I end all my videos saying we need to be respectful. And so I guess part of the reason that I don't want to react to the video and break down why it's wrong is because they didn't necessarily put out the video saying, this is right, I believe this 100%, even though the video is like, oh, we solved it for real, oh my god. That's just clickbait. Doesn't mean they necessarily believe it 100%. There's a lot of things in my long video that I don't believe 100%. So yeah, I don't feel like knocking them down a peg is necessarily the correct response to their video, even though I really do not believe their video and think that anybody who truly looks at the franchise and has played the games themselves and reads the books themselves would believe the video. So that is my opinion on Cassidy being the crying child's name. It's not. It is very clearly not. Why and when did the fanbase conclude Cece's death was a Springlock accident? We can't theorize if technical terms no longer have any meaning, and I'd like you to touch on that. That's kind of something that people have been claiming for a very long time, which is that the Springlock, the multiple simultaneous Springlock failure that was discussed in FNAF 3 is the bite that killed Cece. It doesn't necessarily matter if it is or not. I think that we're so long past FNAF 3 that solving, like, who that, multiple simultaneous Springlock failure was is something that is solvable just by looking at the evidence. I think that when FNAF 3 came out, that was merely a story beat to tell you, this can hurt people can die, that's why they got discontinued, right? I don't think that the person who got Springlocked is Chica Bully, right? I don't think it's going to come back and be important. This is just a outcome of the fan base taking some mystery that we don't have, who got Springlocked, and applying it to some other mystery, and being like, well, maybe these are the same thing, because every single piece of evidence needs to tie into the timeline and be super important, which is just not true, not the case. I think my camera's messed up. Give me 1 second. Something about the resolution of my camera was wrong, but I just fixed it. No, so spring lock failure is when the locks that hold the endoskeleton out of the suit loosen due to moisture or rust or age or whatever, and then they close, and then the endoskeleton gets crushed into the person, and like they get stabbed and they get crushed. Cece being placed into the opening and closing jaw of the Fazbear animatronic, who is singing, right? So his lip movements are controlled by a computer to mimic the song that's being sung or the dialogue that's being said. His head being put in there, and then the program telling him to close his mouth, and that being enough power and force to crush his skull, is not a Springlock incident. It's not a Springlock failure. There's not a Springlock holding his jaw open. His jaw's open because that's how animatronics work. So yes, you are correct. Not a Springlock accident. I think that the reason that people conflate these two things is because they want an answer as to what the Springlock failure in FNAF 3 was. Vis-a-vis your 9-hour video, how did CC imprint on Fazbear, and how did the MCI kids manifest in the Springlock scenes, if all the paranormal stuff seems to rely on high-tech, I don't know what that acronym stands for, lore. I think that the way that we understand like how an object can become haunted in the series is not well understood. Even at the time that the Silver Eyes trilogy was coming out, we were sort of told that Remnant is haunted metal. And yet the way that Charlie came to life was Henry's agony manifesting in this doll he had. Agony didn't exist as like a term that had a name until the Fazbear Frights novels. So it's unclear at what point Scott had decided how things work and at what point we were supposed to understand how things work. I think that CC printed on Fazbear, because I just think that that's a thing that can happen. I think that the kids can manifest themselves as ghosts the way that they do in the novels and the movies, where they're, ghosts walking around outside of their suits. And it's unclear if they can, like, pick up objects and, like, move them, or if they're just projecting their visage to, like, onlookers, right? So it's unclear if the ghosts could have physically harmed William, or if the ghosts that he saw in the FNAF 3 scenes where he got Springlocked were just things that he saw and that scared him. Also, maybe I'm missing something, but how TF does the puppet move? Even if it's flying on strings, how does it go outside to grab Charlie? Even when the others are possessed, they seem to be constrained by what's physically possible for the animatronics. If you look at FNAF 2 and you see the puppet, standing up like in FNAF 3 and walking through the restaurant, or in FNAF 2 flying, Phone Guy even says it can go anywhere. What is the real world technology that allows this to happen? It doesn't exist. It's nonsense, but it's nothing to do with the puppet being possessed. Clearly, if you look at the security puppet minigame, it can just fly. And that doesn't mean that it's a drone, it doesn't mean that there's like little propellers. It doesn't mean that it's made of helium. The puppet can just fly before it's possessed. It just can. That's just a technology that exists in this world that we have to, like, get over. Question, why does everyone think FNAF 4's story is so complicated? Like, yeah, in Sister Location and some of the books that came afterwards, it became this whole testing chamber thing. But even when it came out, people were saying it doesn't make any sense. But I always thought it was really simple, actually. Am I missing something? Was it just dream theory? I just wanted your opinion on it. FNAF 4 was confusing when it came out because the story being told didn't fit any other events that we had previously been told about in the first 3 games. The first 3 games are centered on this nighttime gameplay. You're the security guard, stuff's going on. Oh my god, there's animatronics coming after me in the first one. Oh my god. In the second one, at the end of the game, you find out that it's the prelude to the Bite of 87. And then the third game is the final boss battle against the main enemy, who is Purple Guy. When FNAF 4 comes out, and we learn about something that is not the MCI incident, is not the Bite of 87, is not, like, the origin story for Purple Guy, because he's just kind of in it for 1 second, you're sort of looking at these characters, and you know that it's important. You know, Scott said 4 games, 1 story. You're supposed to note what's going on. You're like, it's supposed to make sense. But in FNAF 4, it's not telling the story of something that had been hinted in the past. We're not seeing the MCI happen. We're not seeing the Bite of 87 happen. So who are these characters? What's going on? My belief is that we were supposed to figure out that Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt. That is what's going on. This is the origin story of Mike Schmidt. This is what caused him to go back to Freddy's over and over. This now is, like, confirming that the night security guard of FNAF 3 is Mike Schmidt, who's doing his final battle with Springtrap. I don't know if it was intended at the time that Purple Guy was their father, but I 100% think the solution to FNAF 4 is that Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt. Nobody thought of that until Sister Location just blatantly told you that that was the case. And I've said before that I think that it's not that it was a retcon in Sister Location, it's that Sister Location made it so obvious that people thought it was a retcon. I think Scott saw what happened with FNAF 4 and was like, they missed the story I was trying to tell. I better just, like, tell them point blank, Father, it's me, Michael, right? That's literally just the most direct thing you can do. This is Mike Schmidt, Purple Guy's his father. It just, you know, he is watching Cece, therefore, you know, Cece at the time we thought, now we think it's Mike, who's a bedroom we're seeing in FNAF 4. So Sister Location just spells out the secret, and so I think that people thought that was a retcon. But yeah, when FNAF 4 came out, the story was that Foxy Bro was Mike Schmidt, but nobody solved it. You know, as uncool as it is to focus on Scott being Christian, we are discussing tons of different interpretations, what is literal versus figurative, using different books to make one narrative, with our biggest concern being zealots who only believe one interpretation. FNAF is very much like Bible studies. So this means that we need to come up with different denominations and different names. People who think that Cassidy is the crying child, people who think that it's all a video game, people who believe in dream theory. These all gotta be different denominations. People who believe the crying child's name is Evan can be evangelicals. I'm laughing because this is so stupid. I'm not funny. How do you decide which information in the games isn't relevant to the overall story? Like how the details of driving on the left side of the road or there not being glass on the ground didn't say anything about Midnight Motorist, or how there are plenty of jokes in the early games that probably don't have deep lore implications, reasons for termination in FNAF 1 and 2, Fazbear, Frights, and knowingly discovering the corpse, etc. So that's references to things that I've specifically said, where I was overall making the point in Midnight Motorist that when you're looking through the games for evidence, there are going to be some things that are just there for gameplay. There are going to be some things that are just there for jokes or for Easter eggs and self-referential humor. There's going to be some things that are just a limitation of the medium, right? Like in Midnight Motorist, there's no glass on the outside of the house, so people use that to think that that means that the window was broken into, because the glass is on the inside. And my opinion is that it doesn't actually tell us either way, whether the glass is on the inside or the outside, because Scott might just have not wanted to display the glass in 8-bit in the minigame. Like, he may have just literally not thought about it. He might have just said, oh, the window's broken, that indicates the window's broken. He might not have thought to put glass on the outside, even if the window was intentionally broken out of. In Midnight Motorist, not in Later That Night, but in Midnight Motorist, when you're driving down the road, you're driving on the left side of the road. Is that supposed to indicate that you're in the United Kingdom? Or is that just how video games work, where you go from the left side of the... I don't know which way is left. Or you go from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen. That's just how video games work. So maybe that's just how Midnight Motorist works. And when you're looking at theories, there are some things you have to ignore, because not everything is a lore drop. What you personally determine to be an Easter egg, a gameplay necessary element, a piece of lore, is entirely up to your own interpretation and your own threshold for what you think is reasonable, right? People ask me, how is it that the people who found the Springlock animatronic suit didn't notice the body inside of it? You know, is that a lore drop? Does that mean that the people who were in charge of Fazbear Frights are, like, in on it? You know, what do they know? And I said that I think it's just a joke about how unattentive these corporate people are. And this guy's now asking, how do you come to that conclusion? And the fact is that I just think that it makes more sense that way. So there is no hard and fast reason. There's no equation. There's no, like, this is right, this is wrong. It's just down to your personal interpretation, what makes most sense to you. In the FNAF 6 speech, Henry implies Mike was not intended to be the owner of the pizza place. Are there any other important characters he could be alluding to? I don't think so. I think that when Henry says, you know, you found a job listing, somehow, not meant for you, I think he just meant that when he was putting together the FNAF 6 pizzeria simulator place, he did not intend Mike to be the one to become the manager of the building. He just needed a volunteer. He just needed somebody to take the job. That wasn't him. That wasn't Henry. And that's basically saying from Scott, from the writer's perspective, like, Henry's master plan was not to get Mike there. Mike's desire to follow anything Freddy's related is what led him there. So no, I do not think that Henry was trying to grab someone else specifically. I think it's overtly saying this was not meant for anyone in particular. That's why I had a way out planned for you. But you are here, this is kind of serendipitous. Wow, that's great. I know you've said you're not going to touch the modern era of FNAF until it's over and you can make a cohesive story out of them, but I'm just curious what you think about the games. Do you like them? Do you think Steel Wool has done a good job with the series so far? So the only game that I've played that is in the Steel Wool era is the beginning of Security Breach. I got to a little past the daycare segment, and it's not that I didn't like it, it was just so different from typical FNAF gameplay, and it played, as most people say, like a real and normal video game, a normal, like, adventure video game. And if you judge it by that standard, if you compare it to other real video games, it is subpar, just from, like, a gameplay perspective, and it's hard to judge it against the other older Click Team FNAF games because it's so different. I've been told that the Help Wanted games are phenomenal. I do not have a VR headset, and I don't want to play them in flat mode. I want to play them in VR, so I will be playing those when I get a VR headset. But I will be tearing those games apart, looking for lore, especially in Security Breach. So I think that the fact that the community likes their games indicates that they are doing a good job. What's up with the locations in the FNAF 3 secrets, the tree, the giant puppet, etc.? I think that those are abstract representations of things that, like, the either the spirits who are messing with the games or the Scott wants us to see, right? Why is there a giant puppet? Maybe it's because the puppet's shadow is still being cast long over the events that have happened since then. Why is there this weird, like, giant crying child? Maybe it's because that segment of the games is being impacted by the death of that child, right? Maybe that's indicating that the reason that this game that we're playing, this Balloon Boys Air Adventure, this Mangle's Quest, is different than the real arcade machine, is because there is a dead child spear, right? Maybe that's the abstract representation of the fact that there is remnant in the games. Because it's weird, that's the answer. Was Scott specifically trying to say something we're supposed to discover, or is it just there to be creepy? It's both. It's all of the above. It's whatever you want it to be. This might be stupid and or unoriginal, but is it possible that Midnight Motorist is about Jeremy? Okay, I'm immediately interested. Jeremy, the FNAF 2 security guard. Something that's always bothered me is that we have an answer to why Mike keeps coming back, but we don't have one for Jeremy. That is true. That's something I skimmed over in my timeline because I'm like, oh, Mike coming back is a story beat that we're going to learn about later. And then I just don't address the fact that Jeremy comes back because it's confusing and there is no answer. Although, one thing I will say, I was going to make a video about this and then decided against it. The stupid, the Talbert files, whatever they were called, the fake, like, FNAF leak of an earlier copy of one of the Encyclopedia books that ended up just being a complete fan creation that was not true. It stated that the characters of Fritz and Jeremy, the MCI victims who have those names, are the children of the guards, Fritz and Jeremy, which would explain why they're in FNAF 2. It would argue that Fritz, the security guard in Night 7 of FNAF 2, is not Mike, but that he is the father of an MCI victim, which is why he's a security guard, which is also why Jeremy, the FNAF 2 night security guard, is there, because his child was in the MCI. Obviously not canon, not true, that entire leak was fake, but that's not a fan theory I'd heard before, so I do like that, and that is something I'd like to investigate further. What if Jeremy is Mustard Man, and his son is an MCI kid, specifically Jeremy? That could explain the Juniors thing. The bar is called Juniors. Maybe that's supposed to be a hint from Scott that his son is Jeremy Jr. Huh, I really like that. Okay. I might have to think about this when I'm not on camera. He would start, so Jeremy again, would start his arc as an alcoholic deadbeat father, and once he's discovered his kid is missing, he would take the job at Freddy's to try to figure out what happened. Once he does figure it out, William programs one of the animatronics to kill him, which leads to the bite of 87, or that could just be a thing that happens, right? I don't have a ton of evidence for this, but FNAF 2 seems to have an emphasis on Bonnie, Toy Bonnie specifically, and Shadow Bonnie, who's based on Toy Bonnie. At the time, I think Scott was trying to hint at Springtrap, but it could have changed. Jeremy, the MCI victim, probably possesses Bonnie because of the gravestone and the heads in FNAF 3 alignments. That is, yeah. If you align the heads of the animatronics in FNAF 3 in the ending with the gravestones in FNAF 6, then Chica lines up. The other ones, because Chica's the only girl, so we're just kind of assuming that Susie is Chica. The other heads, obviously, it doesn't really matter which one's Jeremy, which one's Gabriel. But yes, that does mean that Bonnie would line up with Jeremy Jr. in this case. Shadow Bonnie and Toy Bonnie could be Jeremy's It's Me. I don't know if Toy Bonnie would be. One of the mini games in FNAF 2 shows William with an orange badge that is really similar to Mustard Man's color. It's a security guard badge. What if Scott made him mustard to show that Jeremy is William in reverse through colors? William is purple with hints of orange in FNAF 2. Also, William's associated with orange because Springtrap is like an orangey color, right? Like he has text in FNAF 6 that is orange, and my argument is that orange is his Bonnie voice, his hey, follow me, Susie voice, whereas purple is his normal speaking voice. William is purple with hints of orange in FNAF 2. Mustard Man is mustard with hints of purple, his car. William started out as a grieving father with good intentions but turned evil, and Jeremy was a horrible father but tried to redeem himself with FNAF 2. In this way, he's kind of similar to Michael. I'm not sure if any game after UCN has conflicting evidence, as I'm not as familiar with those games, but I think it would be cool for Jeremy to have a deep story like Mike, William, and Henry. Love your videos and all the work you put in. Wow! Wow, I love that! I love that so much! I think that the community currently thinks that Jeremy is Bonnie Bully, and that he's Cassie's father from Ruin. But if we're assuming that the runaway is an MCI victim, that means that Midnight Motorist takes place in 1985. So if Cassie is, let's say, absolute oldest 14 in Ruin, which takes place in the mid-2020s, then she would have been born in, like, 2010. And for Jeremy to already be a father of, let's say, a 10-year-old in, like, 1985, he would be really, really old to be having a kid. So I'm not sure that this would mean that Jeremy is allowed to be the same Jeremy as in the theory that he's Cassie's father. But it's possible, and I do like this, right? This is one of those examples where, like, Addy Day 1361, please make a YouTube video about this. I would love to see this more thought out. I would love to see the evidence. I would love to see depictions of Midnight Motorist with, like, a voiceover saying, this is what's happening in this scene. This is great. I'm going to be thinking about this all day now. What are your thoughts on the Shatter victim theory, or the idea that Crying Child's soul got split up across the 5 FNAF 1 animatronics plus the puppet in some versions? Shatter victim is a very interesting theory. I think that it gets very close to what Scott's intention was, especially with FNAF World. It's basically what this person says, which is that when Cece was bitten, his essence, his remnant, his soul, his hauntness, his whatever, is split among the animatronics, and so only when they're, like, all combined at the end, which would happen either in FNAF 6 with the fire, right? That must make sense. Or maybe in Happiest Day, if you think Happiest Day takes place in FNAF 3. That's why he's allowed to move on, because now all of his pieces are together. The problem with it as a theory is that there are so many different variations of it that to say, do you believe in Shatter victim theory? What version? right? You know, is a puppet involved? It's literally like there's 7 different versions of what Shatter Victim is, that for me to say, yes, I believe it, or no, I don't believe it, doesn't really get at the real question. Let's see what they say. I think it perfectly explains why the MCI spirits seem to be trapped inside their own individual memories of Crying Child in FNAF 3, with Golden Freddy / Cassidy being trapped inside Bite Victim's worst memory, the day of the bite. If we're saying that Stage 01, which is the FNAF 3 minigame that happens when you're playing as Fredbear, if we're saying that that's Cassidy's, like, memory, that, like, that minigame is something that Cassidy is stuck in, are we also saying that, like, Toy Chica, that, you know, her video game, are we saying that Susie is in that? Because then we'd have to answer, who's in Mangle? And some people think that Mangle is, like, Susie's dog, right? So, is Susie in the Toy Chica game and Mangle's Quest? Who is Balloon Boy? So I'm not sure if that really lines up one-to-one with what I think this person's getting at. It also explains a number of things, such as what your broken means. So that's kind of going back to what I've said a couple times about how, like, oh, FNAF theorists will be like, we need to put all the pieces together in a way that is satisfying. I think that your broken is just an indication of the fact that William sees people as machines. So, like, there are other explanations about what your broken means, right? Also, what's up with the Fredbear plush? William noticed something was up with the Crying Child, something was paranormal about him, so he spied on him using the plush. It's worth noting that Crying Child was still alive when William called him broken. Parts of Cece's soul could have been shedding for weeks from excessive emotion, specifically fear. That's how, like, agony works, right? Like how a piece of Henry's soul broke off of Henry and possessed the Ella doll in the novels. Yeah, that's how, again, that agony is how Charlie was born in the novels. Okay, so Cece, who's, like, in the hospital dying but not dead yet, his agony of dying is what possesses the Fredbear plush. What's really interesting about that is that Henry's agony allows the Ella doll to become Charlie, but in this theory, in most people's theories, Cece's agony allows the Fredbear plush to become Cece. Could Cece's agony make the Fredbear plush into William? Is that a thing that could happen? Okay, that's another thing I'm gonna have to think about, right? Like, can an agony manifestation be about someone who's alive? Would Cece's agony have manifested himself as his father? I think that's very possible. And so therefore, is the Fredbear plush possessed by agony that makes it like a twin of William? I came up with that on the spot. I'm gonna have to think about that. That's not what this person's saying, but that is, that's an interesting thing, right? Like, that's something where what happens in the games and what happens in the book is not a one-to-one on how things work, right? Like when people say, oh, illusion discs don't exist in the games, but there's an equivalent to them. That's kind of the same concept. Wow, okay. I think it also connects back to your discussion in the Mrs. Afton video of what put back together really means. I think that put back together means that you sort of gain control over your animatronic. According to Mike, the creation of Ennard put Elizabeth back together. Yes, because at the end of the game, he says, you know, I put her back together just like you asked me to. Baby experienced the scooper, so it is extremely likely that some of her remnant was removed and ended up inside the Fun Times. So remember, the scooper gives remnant to the animatronics. It's unclear if it harvests from them. Elizabeth's spirit was shattered across the Fun Times and needed brought together. That's true. If Ennard is her put back together, that's true. This works with Molten MCI as well, which also means that Ennard is not only the MCI and put together Elizabeth, but also Crying Child, meaning that every important Afton family member had an animatronic in Pizzeria Simulator. Unless, if Cece is Golden Freddy, there's no evidence that Golden Freddy is in Pizzeria Simulator. There is a theory that the Rockstar animatronics were somehow like a manifestation of Cece or Cassidy or something like that, right? Like Henry had the Golden Freddy suit and he put it into the Rockstars. But you know, great, love this. Again, love to see a video on this. I don't think there's any true evidence in the game that confirms 100% that like Golden Freddy is somewhere in the FNAF 6 location. WTF, are the sister locations animatronics, are they possessed? Yes, it's Molten MCI. There's a lot of people who don't believe in Molten MCI. I've seen them in the comments on my videos. Squawks does not believe it, but I actually didn't believe it at first. There's a whole section of my video where I sort of try to describe Henry's closing monologue in FNAF 6 in a certain way, because at the time I wrote that section, I didn't believe in Molten MCI. And then when I actually read The Fourth Closet, which was one of the last things I did when I was writing my script, I was like, oh, Molten MCI isn't a theory. Molten MCI is one of the clearest confirmations of something happening in the series that we have. In The Fourth Closet, Molten MCI happened. It just does. Like that, it just says the Funtime animatronics are William removing Remnant from the original animatronics and possessing them, and allowing them to be animated. The Biddy Babs, the mini arenas, those have like a little bit of Remnant in them, and then Ballora, Funtime Foxy, etc., those have more Remnant in them. That is just what the book says. That is just true. And the books were planned out, at least by the time of Sister Location. Of all the theories I believe, Molten MCI is not one I think that can be questioned. It is 99% canon. It is the closest thing there is to something being confirmed in the series. So the answer is Molten MCI. If you don't know Molten MCI, I'm sure there's multiple videos explaining it, or you can just read The Fourth Closet. I really want to know what you think Candy Cadet is. What is his deal? Why is he like that? Is he haunted? I think he is very clearly haunted. Whether he is haunted in the same way that, Elizabeth is, whether he's put together, or whether he is just sort of guided by some amount of remnant, which allows him to, like, see into, the ghost dimension. I definitely think he's haunted, and I think that he is potentially haunted by either Charlie or Cassidy. I think it's almost more likely that it's Cassidy, because one of the stories he told was about Charlie's failure in bringing all the animatronics, like, to safety, to life. So as a storyteller, right, it sort of fits the role that Cassidy was in those early games. Cassidy was able to view these memories and these true events through the lens of these mini games, these these zoomed out representations, these abstract representations. So for her to then be able to sort of pass on this knowledge in the real world through this robot, I think is thematically appropriate. With that said, I don't think that Cassidy controls Candy Cadet, right? Like, I don't think that he's a put-together animatronic. Definitely possessed. There's really no other way that he makes sense. How do the animatronics scream? Like, I get there's probably voice boxes, but their screaming doesn't seem like it comes from a speaker, or maybe it does. I think it comes from a speaker. I think they have speakers in them so that they can sing. With that said, I think that the reason that their screams sound like a child screaming, which is what the actual audio sound is because it's the children inside screaming, right? So I think that in the real world, the sound's coming from the speaker, but I do think it's influenced or affected by the fact that they're haunted by children. My guy, are you using the Cicada 3301 theme in your video? I've never seen the Cicada 3301. I know it's an ARG from back in the day. I just use songs from either video game soundtracks or from the YouTube audio library, and if I am using the same one as Cicada whatever, complete coincidence. My go-to example of this is just that there are so many YouTube videos that use what I'm going to call the Summoning Salt theme song. I think it has become the Summoning Salt theme, but just because other people use it in their videos does not mean they're referencing Summoning Salt. It's just a popular sound on YouTube. So if I am using the same YouTube audio library music as them, complete coincidence. I've never, literally the only thing I know about that ARG is from YouTube videos going over it. Why does Toy Chica have childbearing hips? Why does Chica have jiggle physics in one of Scott's side games? He just wanted that. That's just how Scott is, I guess. One tidbit I've been adamant about ever since FNAF 6 is that Shadow Freddy from FNAF 3's End of Night minigames could be Lefty. Why would Scott choose to redesign the puppet as a Dark Freddy? Lefty is the animatronic that Henry built. It's very clearly related to the Rockstars that is meant to trap the puppet so that Charlie can be in the pizzeria when it burns down. I think an issue with that is that you see Shadow Freddy in both FNAF 2 and FNAF 3. In FNAF 3, he's sort of in the corner of your office, and in FNAF 2, he's like a void of light, right? Like, he's not a physical animatronic. I think that the fact that they're both bears who are black does not necessarily mean that they're the same entity. Just because Shadow Freddy, the way that he appears in FNAF 2 and FNAF 3, is very different from the appearance of a physical animatronic. So that's just sort of why I would doubt this conclusion. The FNAF 3 End of Night minigame would therefore depict the puppet seeking vengeance by trying to bring the kids to Afton, who's hiding in his secret room. But the animatronic's programming prevents them from accessing the room, correct? Since Lefty was made by Henry after the restaurants were closed, it is the only animatronic able to enter it. And yet, Lefty does not appear in, like, the final night. No, he's saying, follow me, right? And you could say that that is something that Henry or even the puppet would want, but then where does he go? Where does Lefty, the physical animatronic, go once all the ghost kids are in the room? Unclear. I think that, you know, the piece of evidence that links these thoughts together is that it's a black animatronic bear, but I think that there's just so much difference in the characters of what Lefty is to the story and what Shadow Freddy is to the story than I'll think about it, but I'm not totally convinced by this. I love your profile picture, though. Tingle is great. Since you seem to think the books are canon, I don't think the books are canon. They're not. Please explain how In the Flesh is canon and where it fits in the timeline. I don't think the books are canon. I think there's a complicated answer, because personally I'm operating off of the assumption that the Fazbear Frights books are in-universe books, the way that Help Wanted explains that that there are games based on the real events of FNAF, and the way that Mangel's Quest is a real game in the universe. I think the Fazbear Frights books are in-universe books, but I don't think I've ever said that the books are canon, like that they really happened. Spoiler warning for the FNAF, this is such a long comment, the FNAF movie and Annihilation 2018. Hey GiBi, recently my mom and I were talking about the FNAF movie. I showed her gameplay of FNAF 2 to give her an idea of what the original horror was like. In the movie, the animatronics act like they are fully sapient. Mentioning, I'm just so annoying. Between correcting people when they say sentient or correcting people when they use begs the question wrong, I'm just annoying. You can just ignore me. I don't even know why you're watching this video. Maintaining the personalities of the MCI victims. This caught my attention because I feel this conflicts with the limited way that the animatronics act in the games. I will say that in the books, the way that the children have, like, control over their animatronics is very vague. Part of it is because their souls are, splintered, I'll say. Which is a result of Afton taking away the remnant and putting it into all the other animatronics. But, like, they have control insofar as their will. They're like, that it's fun over there, I want to go over there, can control the animatronics, but it's not like they're piloting them like a mech suit. It doesn't, so, like, in the movie, when they get angry at William and they want to kill him, that's sort of just like the emotion of, I don't like that guy, taking over, as opposed to the animatronics being, like, possessed by a child, right? The scene where, like, they lower their eyebrows in anger. I don't think that the child is, like, lowering their eyebrow in anger. It doesn't make sense to me that the animatronics are capable of human-level communication and reasoning. They aren't. It makes less sense that they fully understand the concept of revenge and can plan murders. Compared to the games, the only animatronics that likely have this level of consciousness are Golden Freddy the Puppet and Springtrap. I would also say probably Baby. The MCI animatronics seem to only display basic cognition, acting on survival instincts while limited by the programming of the endoskeletons. 100% agree. The only time they properly demonstrate free will is when the MCI ghosts manifest, scaring William into the Springlock suit. Also agree. Later that day, my mom and I watched Annihilation. There was a scene where a character described exactly what I believe to be how possession works in the FNAF games. Loving this. I want to see where this is going. It was so strange hearing Shepard's voice. This is probably Natalie Portman speaking. I've not seen this movie. It might be Oscar Isaacs, though. It was so strange hearing Shepard's voice in the mouth of that creature last night. I think she was dying. Part of her mind became part of the creature that was killing her. Imagine dying frightened and in pain, and having that as the only part of you which survives. I wouldn't like that at all. What scares me about the FNAF games isn't that the animatronics act human, but that they act incredibly inhuman. Almost like wild animals. It's a primal fear, like if you were standing in front of a wild bear. I think the aggression of the animatronics is fueled by trauma and instinct, not the desire or choice to murder. That is, that's my belief of how the game works. Unclear if that's how it works in the book or the movie, just because they do seem to have slightly more control. The premise is that they would stuff you into a suit because they think you're a naked endoskeleton. In the second game, Mangle didn't bite William. She bit Jeremy. If the intention was revenge, why would she bite the wrong target? Even in Sister Location, when Michael is scooped, he didn't die. At the end of FNAF 6, Baby is motivated to help her dad, not by the inherent desire to kill. How much agency do the spirits have over the animatronics, and what causes certain animatronics to display more or less sentience than others? It makes sense that characters with less remnant would have less cognition, but what does that mean about the original MCI animatronics? So yeah, I do think that the less remnant you have, the less animated you are, and also the books definitely depict that as having sort of less cognition, because you're sort of like split. your brain split among all these different bodies, right? So you're like, again, you're split. So that would mean that the FNAF 1 animatronics have the most cognition. I do think that in the games they're very limited by their programming. And I think that this is great. I'd love to see a video about this. I think that the explanation in the books is pretty much the best way to look at it, where the animatronics are capable of reacting in accordance to the emotions of the children, but that they're not piloted like mech suits. I think that the scenes in the fourth closet really explain what's going on. Great comment, though. Great comment. Question 1. What does into madness refer to specifically? Is it a phrase that comes up in the games? It is a phrase that comes up in the games and the media surrounding the IP, but we've never been told exactly who going mad or what falling to madness is. So into madness is something that Foxy says in FNAF World. Be still your heart into the madness, or whatever it is. I've been told by other FNAF theorists, other YouTube videos, that Into Madness was sort of the project name of the next era of FNAF, and so Into Madness is just sort of like what the Steel Wool era was called internally, and so it doesn't really mean anything. Are the grounds that Fredbear's family diner built on haunted? Is it a Pet Sematary poltergeist situation? And then, much like Pet Sematary, we are watching the horrific tale of someone trying to harness the supernatural phenomenon they stumbled upon at random. I don't necessarily think that Fredbear's Family Diner was built on haunted ground. I do think it became haunted afterwards. There's sort of no indication that land can be haunted like the way it is in Poltergeist, right? Like in Poltergeist, the house is built on an Indian burial ground, and so that's why it's haunted. I do think it's very likely that the building became haunted, which is why the paper plates move. But there's just no indication of this in the games themselves. Doesn't mean it's wrong. There's just no evidence to think this. Question 3. What are the chances that the logbook is just a children's activity book sold at Fazbear Frights? That's exactly what I believe. And or what are the chances that the in-game location and real-world book series share a name vary on purpose for similar reasons? That's my theory. That's 100% my theory. That the logbook was made for Fazbear Frights, and that Mike just kind of picked up one and scribbled in it, and that the Fazbear Frights books are in-universe books made by the same company that Fazbear's Fright, the horror location, was owned by. That's my theory. And that's not just my theory. That is a very common popular community theory. I just can't officially come to that conclusion until after I finish reading all the books and making my series about them. I don't think Mexis, this is the computer system at the end of Ruin, that is the big scary rabbit hologram projection that ends up being a good guy meant to contain the mimic. It's called Mexis. I don't think Mexis stands for anything. The way Mexis is pronounced sounds like Mixie, which is a shorthand way of saying myxomatosis, whatever. Myxomatosis is a viral disease that only affects rabbits, but is harmless to humans, which is kind of like how Mexis is. Probably a bit of a stretch, but that's my hypothesis anyway. I love that. I like that. I hearted this message, because that's exactly the kind of out-of-the-box thinking that the community needs on every single theory. My argument against that is that in other languages, it's not called Mixis. I forget what it is, but I looked at a Reddit thread where they're talking about the Russian and the Spanish translations, both the Latin American Spanish and also the Spain Spanish, and they use different letters for the acronym. So I think it's very clear that it is supposed to be an acronym. Being scared of Chuck E. Cheese as a kid. I had a birthday party there once when I was a little kid, and the guy in the mascot suit got a little too close and I punched him in the nose. Did it make a Freddy boop sound when you clicked his nose? For the love of God, I hope you hear me out. Why do the Funtime animatronics have brains? They all show them in blueprints, but they go away after they turn into Molten Freddy. Also, Shadow Freddy is the agony of Henry at the time of death, and Shadow Bonnie is the agony of William as he is dying. I can go into more details if you want. I'd love you to go into more details. Why do the Funtimes have brains? Why does Ballora have boobs? I don't know. Although I guess that is more aesthetic, whereas having brains is like an internal thing, right? Like, computers, robots don't have brains. They have motherboards and processing chips. And then where do the brains go when they turn to Molten Freddy? I don't know. I would say, and if you watch my too long FNAF video, you can see that I have this diagram of like a human, and you sort of like impose the chips over the brain. It's very possible that it's easier to get remnant to haunt an animatronic that is more humanoid. And so if you want the brain patterns of the actual human to successfully haunt the animatronic, then the animatronic has to have a human-like brain. Obviously, that's not entirely true because the older animatronics do not have that, but in my interpretation, the Funtime animatronics were the only time William was specifically, intentionally trying to get something haunted. Charlie is what led the spirits to haunt the original animatronics. William is trying to get the Funtimes haunted. So he probably tried to make it easier for himself to do this ability, to do this thing, by having them have human-ish looking shaped brains. That would be my interpretation. Obviously, there's nothing directly in the games to back that up, and so there's probably lots of different interpretations. But yeah, go into more detail on your other theory. I'd love to hear that. Do you still stand on your possible theory that Midnight Motorist is about young William since all the cars are dropping on the left? That was such a mind-blowing revelation for me, I'm surprised it didn't get much attention. No, I never believed that. And in that very video, I said, like, this is not a theory I believe. This is me pointing out how no matter what theory you believe, you have to ignore certain evidence. No matter what your theory on Midnight Motorist / Later That Night is, if it's any of the common theories, which that's an MCI victim, it's Henry, it's William, it's whatever, you have to ignore that the cars are on the wrong side of the road. Which means you have to say that some things are just there for gameplay purposes. Which means you have to acknowledge that other things might just be there for gameplay purposes. So no, I never actually believed that. I was just making a point that you can't take everything as a lore hint. Some things are just there for gameplay purposes, which I already talked about earlier. In FNAF universe, shouldn't there be a ton of haunted armors and weapons, also tanks? Yeah, no, there totally should be. Maybe not like suits of armor that have nothing like holding them up. But yeah, I don't know, dude, if you die in a tank, you know, maybe, no, because William does possess someone, right? William possesses an animatronic, so it's not like it's just children. Huh. Yeah, why would haunting be limited to animatronics when other sort of robots exist, right? Like, I don't know, a self-driving car is a robot, like 100%, you know, the same kind of, if not more sophisticated technology. So are there haunted Teslas out there? I love that. I really do. Obviously, that's just not something the story's going to cover, but based on how we understand the story, it should be. Maybe all the cars in Midnight Motorist are haunted self-driving cars. Huh. No, that's just great. That's just not something I ever thought of myself. Wow. Okay, final one I'm going to read, just because it's so long. I just want to posit an extension of video game theory. UCN is in-universe video game 2, is an in-universe video game 2. So just to quickly summarize video game theory, it is very clear that the arcade cabinets in FNAF 3 are haunted, that the Mangle's Quest physical arcade cabinet is haunted. It's also clear in the newer games that the Princess Quest arcade cabinets are haunted, so that raises the question of whether or not other video games are haunted. The games use these 8-bit minigames as the method for telling backstory, but given that we're supposed to be in an arcade that is based on Chuck E. Cheese, and that in real life, Chuck E. Cheese was founded by the same guy who worked at Atari, it really raises the question of whether or not the physical arcade cabinets that you see in the FNAF 3 location, and also the mini-games that you play in FNAF 2 and FNAF 3, like Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, like, you know, Foxy Go Go Go, if those are physical arcade cabinets. And if they are, can those physical arcade cabinets be haunted the same way that the animatronics are haunted? Because I don't see why not. Physical arcade cabinets have metal in them, and if a video game cabinet became haunted, it's very likely that the game would, like, corrupt in a way, the same way that the animatronics are corrupted in a way. And so the theory is basically that Cassidy is inside all of these arcade cabinets, and that therefore she's able to communicate with the outside world by altering the game, and by games being written and programmed in a way to communicate with Cassidy. So as this person is now saying, Cassidy has spent 30 years playing games made by Henry, learning the truth, trying to fix what was wrong, and being angry. She has decided that William, and so everyone else burning, for where they go once they burn into one giant metal mass, they all go. She's decided that William, and also everyone else, should not be allowed to die and be brought to justice by whatever afterlife exists in FNAF, but to suffer by her hands. The only way she can think to do this is by trapping him within a game of her creation, where she can communicate to him the torture he put them through, using the experience she'd witnessed Mike have as a template for the prison, and the computer in the office as the hardware. I mean, I like this so far. I just don't think that it needs to be, like, the computer in FNAF 6 is the hardware that this is running on. I think like, there's other ways of doing it, right? Like, that's a little bit of a stretch to me, but I do like it's creative. However, the transfer of everybody to her new video game torture chamber wasn't perfect. Like Henry's game, the video game world is not actually self-contained. By its nature as a computer tainted by remnant, it's a prison with at least one hole. Right? Like, in normal computers, that would be the internet, right? In arcade cabinets, it could be any other, switching and swapping of pieces and parts, which is also how the animatronics work. There's the game, then the flip, and then something below the flip. The game, flip is a reference to FNAF World, where the flip side is where all of the, like, animatronics, the spirit... It's so confusing. In FNAF World, it is confirmed there is another dimension where spirits exist that can both be affected by the real world and also affect the real world in turn. So if UCN is a video game, then there is a flip that can affect it and can also be affected by it. The game is dense, but we know it's also connected to the flip because Old Man Consequences is there. That is true. The border of the flip and the place below, I wonder what she means. I wonder if this person means the place below is, where I think spirits come from and go, is watched over by Old Man Consequences, which is why you can't go any deeper without the game breaking. You cross from game reality to somewhere else when you see the angel or the three children watching TV. So in Old Man Consequences, like, little lake thing in FNAF World, if you glitch into the lake, you see the happiest day image of three kids watching a television, and then you can't get out of there, like, the game ends. Cassidy, who views herself as an avenger and the one you should not have killed, holds on to an anger so intense it cannot be burned away or removed from the metal she haunts. Love that. I love that imagery. Only the heaviest, most concentrated, and determined malice in William is left to be tortured by Cassidy in the game. That is also possible. Like, there might be parts of William that have moved on, right? This is the part of him that was influencing the flip subconsciously. Maybe Shadow Bonnie. She is alone in holding his evil up and giving it life by herself refusing to move on. And the rest of him has sunken into true, which you can hear peeking into the game world through the pond and Old Man Consequences. That is, I love this. Like when I say I love this, I don't always mean I agree with the theory. I just mean that the conclusions that are being drawn are very logical conclusions from the evidence being given. This is why Old Man Consequences tells her to rest her own spirit. William will get the retribution that he earned without her interference. To add in, I think only shades of other characters' personalities still exist in this realm, like NPCs in FNAF World. When the UCN realm disappears, the rest of their souls/memories will cease to be able to influence reality, either directly through animatronic bodies or through using the flip. Right, so different pieces of the souls of the MCI children are being used in UCN, so once UCN ends, they get to actually move on. The NPCs with no personalities simply relay Cassidy's will to Afton, like Jacko Chica, because Jacko Chica's not canon. Okay, I like that, because Jacko Chica, Scott specifically said, was not canon. So, like, she's not possessed, and similar to the mediocre melodies, right? Like, if they're not possessed, then they might just be doing the will of Cassidy, right? Like, I love this. I love this so much. I will torture you forever. I will punish you. You shouldn't have killed me, etc. The others are trying to convince Cassidy to stop. They are the Puppet and Henry stand-ins, or they are ambivalent, the Hippo Toy Freddy. Only William's malice and Cassidy's anger are left with enough remnant to interface with reality. This explains why Cassidy's name is left unreadable in Pizzeria Simulator's true ending, because she is the only child that has not found rest. Okay, so saying that in Pizzeria Simulator's ending, but UCN definitely takes place after Pizzeria Simulator. So if let's say that the kid who possesses Bonnie is possessing Bonnie in UCN and says something like, oh, what is this new prison? Are you trapped here? Are we trapped here? What is this new prison? Then how could they have been at rest during FNAF 6? This is also how I believe Cassidy lives on as the Silent Princess, and how William is able to transfer himself into the Rabbit AI that branches into the new games, into Glitch Trap and Princess Quest. Definitely they have retained some identities of themselves. It's unclear if Glitch Trap is William or is the Mimic or whatever, but if the Silent Princess is Cassidy, then obviously she still lives on. If the Nightmare Staff Bots are Charlie, then she somehow lives on. If the... what do they call it? The stupid tangle of wires that uses Molten Freddy's mask, right? If that conglomeration is somehow the MCI kids, then they live on. It's just unclear what all those things are. And I think we have to wait for future Steel Wool games to get that answer. Also, I think CC gets his happiest day, but does not free the spirits. That's why it's complicated. Okay, so Scott said that the ending of FNAF 3 is complicated. So this person's theory is that CC does move on, but the other spirits don't. It was necessary to put them back together and give CC identity again, but that doesn't mean that he or any of the other children were able to move on. I think that Fredbear in UCN is very clearly CC, right? He repeats back to William things that were said to him, like, we know who are... I use this hand to try to talk his toy Freddy, but this is not the hand he's on. I'm so sorry. We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them. Right? Like, that's clearly something that CC is saying in UCN. The only way to free them is to let them be cleansed. Physically, this is by fire, which is supposed to cleanse the metal of impurity. I've never heard it stated that way either. That's great. Yeah, if the metal is haunted, then the remnant... Wow. I love the idea. Cleansed of impurity. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Even if I don't, believe every conclusion in this theory... believe it as a theory, as a headcanon, is something I'll go forward with. Just the way that Toad Walker, just the way that you're explaining yourself, phenomenal, right? This is sort of the same attitude I have about the process theory video, where I'm like, I don't necessarily agree with the conclusion, but the way you explain yourself is so good. Wow. It's about letting the trauma go. So spiritually, it's about letting the trauma go. Cassidy will not let go, and so she remains affixed to the metal, no matter how hot the inferno. That's so poetic. Wow, okay. It's a lot to think about. Everything in this video is a lot to think about. I'm recording this in one sitting. This is definitely going to end up being 2 videos, meaning that you're currently watching part 4. Wow, no, seriously, your guys' comments are so good, and this is the last one, but I cannot wait to see other comments left under, these videos, and anything else that people think of when they're watching, the way too long FNAF video. Yeah, wow. No, I'm just so impressed. I'm just so impressed by the ideas that are being left in my comment sections. And again, I implore you guys, maybe you don't like speaking on camera, right? Maybe you don't know how to edit videos. This is the only thing you're ever going to do is make comments like this. But if you have any inclination that you yourself want to spread your theories, even if it's just one video, even if it's just something you have a mild interest in, YouTube videos are a much better way of communication than text posts, because you're able to show visuals along with what you're saying, because the inflection of your voice gets across a lot more of your intention. Because it's just easier to consume. People can listen to it in the background. A lot of people listen to this in the background, and so it's harder, they've said, for them to tell when I'm reading something versus when I'm talking for my own opinion. But yeah, no, I just love so many of these ideas and theories and concepts. All right, so we have this question right here. An interesting theory on why we hear grandfather clocks in the first 3 games and not in FNAF 4. As you pointed out, as you pointed out time and time again in your long video, Scott likes to use the feedback from his previous games when making his next. After FNAF 4, the biggest piece of feedback was MatPat's Dream Theory video, and the livestream that originated said theory. So, in the next game, FNAF World, Scott answered why the grandfather clock was present in FNAF 1 through 3, but not 4. In the FNAF World, we're tasked to find clocks, which are ways to leave the clues used by the player in FNAF 3's End of Night minigames. The clues on those minigames are left in the West Hallway, which is the same hallway in which Golden Freddy can be summoned. So in FNAF World, you have to find the grandfather clocks, and you set them up for the Happiest Day minigames in FNAF 3. That is accurate. I think this was Scott telling us that Golden Freddy causes the sound of the grandfather clock, using it to make his presence known. This would explain why we hear the clocks, even when Mike is not our character, like in the first 6 nights of FNAF 2. Jeremy. If that's the case then, why is it that we don't hear the grandfather clock in FNAF 4? Because we aren't with Golden Freddy anymore. We're at our home after being fired from Freddy's in the first game, hence the phone guy phone call being an Easter egg. So noticing stuff like that is incredible, and is why I always ask you guys, leave your theories in the comments, make your own theory videos, do whatever, because noticing little patterns and stuff like that is incredible. So yes, FNAF World came after FNAF 4. A big part of Dream Theory, which we all know that Scott did not like, given the many jokes that he told about it afterwards, was about the grandfather clock, and its association both with the grandfather clock that's shown in the FNAF 4 house, both the Dream house and the minigame house, and the sounds you hear at the end of FNAF 1 through 3, being a grandfather clock, but then 4 it's a digital clock. So by using that grandfather clock sound as some sort of symbolic way of explaining how Golden Freddy or Fredbear or whoever is controlling FNAF World is leaving behind the hints to the Happiest Day minigames, it does make sense that there is an association between the hauntedness of the buildings of the animatronics with that grandfather clock sound. The grandfather clock, which we all know is really only used to signify the end of night because it's a clock sound, but being retconned to be a signal of the fact that you're in a haunted building that has a connection to the flip side. Whereas when you're just in your bedroom sleeping, it's not. It's just your alarm clock. I think that makes perfect sense. I really like the fitting together of those different observations. I don't know if it's like, oh, that's because Golden Freddy's doing it, right? Like, that is a conclusion to come to. I think that, if more people think about it more, they might be able to come to different conclusions. But just noticing those pieces of evidence and putting them together in that way is great. It is so true that after Matt Pat's live stream, which Scott didn't like, he made FNAF World. And in FNAF World, he made something about the grandfather clocks. And so I do think that looking at them in that context is great. Him choosing to recontextualize the grandfather clock sound to mean something to steer us away from dream theory is something more to look into. So this is a fantastic theory. I tried to say fantastic, not meant to be a pun. This is a fantastic theory. In regards to Jeremy Jr. theory, so this is based on the idea that one of the MCI victims is named Jeremy, one of the MCI victims is named Fritz as well, and the guard in FNAF 2 is Jeremy, and the other guard in FNAF 2 is named Fritz. So the theory is that the Jeremy from FNAF 2, the Bite of 87 victim, is the father of one of the MCI kids. So in regards to the Jeremy Jr. theory, FNAF 2 was also the game that introduced JJ the animatronic, the female version of Balloon Boy. Likely that I'm looking too deep, but food for thought all the same. I like it. I like that that's, again, something that's noticeable. It's a pattern. We get the identity of Jeremy, the security guard. Scott would not name Jeremy the MCI victim until much later. But the idea that that security guard was always meant to be the father of one of the MCI victims could have been something that Scott planned at that point. So yeah, JJ, Jeremy Jr., interesting. Definitely a possibility, something to look into. I've always had a question about the GT livestream hints I've been meaning to ask. The fact that the Toy Chica Beak hint and the 4 games 1 story hint were seemingly of equal importance is odd to me. If Scott revealed the latter earlier, I think it might have been easier to figure out that Foxy Bro was Mike and the Fright Guard. But I'm struggling to figure out what the first hint could have meant, the Toy Chica missing her beak hint. I get that you explained video game theory in the FNAF World section, and it honestly makes complete sense as minigames, but I don't see how anyone could have come to this conclusion before FNAF World. Was it a hint to video game theory? Was it a hint to something else we couldn't figure out? Was it Scott just pointing out a neat little Easter egg? I doubt it's this one, considering he said he doesn't fill the game with random Easter eggs. I'm unsure myself and would like to hear your take on it. So, this is going to be controversial, and that is that I don't necessarily believe video game theory. My current theory, understanding, is that Scott made video game theory around the time he was developing FNAF World as a retcon. I think, based on Scott's interviews and posts, he said that after FNAF 4, he felt like he owed it to the community to make the story of FNAF better, to just make it a better story. He has said this before. And so I think that video game theory really came into existence in the way that I understand it during the development of FNAF World and then going forward. I do think that it was always intended that, like, the video game machines were haunted, and that they were showing real events through the diegetic video games and things like that. But this idea of the flip side video game dimension, right? Even the idea of Remnant, I don't think existed back then. This was all stuff that Scott, like, figured out and added on to the series in development of FNAF World and the Silver Eyes and Sister Location. So my actual theory, my true actual theory of how you're supposed to solve FNAF 4 and what was really going on is that Golden Freddy was leading or in charge or somehow powerful enough to effect all of the hauntings that we see in the series. The same way that in the movie, the Golden Freddy child is like the boss, the leader of the other children. I think that Golden Freddy had more control over the hauntings from the first couple games. We see that the buildings are haunted. We see posters change. We hear creepy music that's played that shouldn't be being played. The paper plate dolls move, all that fun stuff. I think that before Scott came up with Remnant and all these ideas that explain his lore from his series, I think he was taking a lot more just normal haunting lore that you might find in other movies, or just people's general beliefs about ghosts. Like, oh, this is a haunted, cursed place. That's why things move just out of your vision. That's why the animatronics get a little quirky at night. But I do think that he always intended the Golden Freddy spirit to be the angry one, right? Like, you're watching a movie, and there can be little harmless ghosts that are just like wandering around a house because they're wandering spirits who don't know that they're dead, and they just go to where their house is. Or you see little prankster spirits, but then there's the angry spirits, and the angry spirits are the ones who possess people and try to kill them and throw chairs at them. So I think that Golden Freddy, Cassidy, being the vengeful spirit, was something that Scott intended from the beginning. And I think that the same way that when there's a ghost possessing someone in a movie, that the chairs lift up and they all fly around, that was what was happening in the first couple FNAF locations. That this one spirit was the angry one possessing the entire building, and thus controlling the other animatronics, and thus controlling the paper plate dolls, and the posters, and the this, and the that. And so I think it's very possible that the entity that was in Golden Freddy is using things it saw and understood, so Chica missing her beak, etc., to, in its confused, scared, and angry state, create the spooky things we see in the earlier games. So it's the same theory, sort of. I think that Toy Chica takes off her beak in FNAF 2 because the Golden Freddy spirit saw Toy Chica without her beak in FNAF 4. Whether that spirit is supposed to be Cece, the younger brother character who gets his head chomped, or if it's supposed to be the spirit that's inside psychic friend Fredbear, who also sees all this stuff happen in the minigame, doesn't really matter. It's more that I think that it was just supposed to be the story of one angry spirit who is keeping all the other ghost children there as its like playthings. It's keeping them in the dark. It's keeping them from understanding what's going on. Like, they don't know they're dead. And there's a lot of that you can read into the first FNAF games with that understanding to get what is just a basic horror story out of it. Once Scott introduced Remnant, it became a lot more sci-fi. It became a lot more fantasy as opposed to horror, as opposed to having the normal conventions of a horror story or a horror movie. And I think that Scott kind of went back to that feeling in UCN and the logbook, where yes, we now meet this Cassidy person as a character, and yes, they are preventing the other spirits from moving on, and yes, they are the vengeful spirit. They're the angry one. So basically, before video game theory was correct, which I do not believe happened until later, I think that Toy Chica was missing her beak as a way of showing that one of the spirits, the Golden Freddy spirit, again, it could be Cece or it could be Cassidy, influenced Toy Chica from FNAF 2 to remove her beak because they saw this broken toy with its beak missing. And I later think that this was retconned to show that the game that we played in FNAF 4, the minigame, was actually taking place after FNAF 2. That's another almost conflicting theory. Maybe they work together. I'm going to talk about this later, actually. But I think it's possible, either way, that it was just sort of going through a typical haunting. I like the idea of calling the Freddy puppet either Fred, Frebby, or Fredrickson. So a lot of people have suggested names for this little guy. A lot of them are something like Fifi or Fibby or Fred. Using this as inspiration, I've decided to name him Toto, the T-O being the first two letters of Toy Freddy. So he's Toto, because that's a normal name for a pet, like the doggy in The Wizard of Oz, so his name is Toto. I get why we don't call Cece Evan, but after the movie, why aren't we calling him Garrett? Isn't Garrett supposed to be that timeline Cece? So yes, the reason I don't do this, and I advocate that we don't do this, is because the more times the same name is used to refer to similar characters across chronologies, the more confusing it gets. It's already the case that when somebody says Charlie, they need to specify if they're talking about the Charlie from the Silver Eyes, or if they're talking about the Charlie from the games, or Mike is Mike from the games, or Mike from the movie. So if we start calling Cece Garrett, now we're going to have to be like, the Garrett from the games, the Garrett from the movie. So I think that having another name for him is actually more useful than just calling him Garrett. So that's why I'm going to keep calling him Cece. Hello, I was thinking about the possession cases for a while. Now, what if the puppet and circus baby were possessed because they had AI? And then they go on to explain that the other animatronics needed help from the puppet to be possessed, but that specifically baby and the puppet had an AI built into them to understand and do normal things, which might have let possession be easier for them. And I totally agree. Again, this is one of those things where different people with different experiences and different, biases and different ways that their brain work notices a pattern, which is that Baby and the Puppet, and also Golden Freddy, I guess, and Springtrap were able to be possessed without any sort of outside help. It's implied that the Puppet helped the other animatronics become possessed. So what's the difference between Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and then Springtrap, Baby, the Puppet, and Golden Freddy? The difference is that those four had AI built into them, whereas the original animatronics didn't, which is why they needed the Puppet. So, great theory. Who cares if it's canon or not? It's just a great thing that you noticed, and I like it. I'm pretty sure Mike technically died. He's possessing his corpse thanks to the remnant from the fun times. So this is something I specifically want to address. A lot of people, especially at the time, thought that Mike was possessing his own corpse at the end of Sister Location. A lot of people, based on the Dual Process Theories video, who were like, oh, Mike is the one you should not have killed because he died, and then he, revived because of Remnant, or relived, or whatever. It is very, very important that Mike did not die. Because Mike did not die. It is specifically stated over and over and over, you won't die.
You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die.
That is stated just countless times over the image of Mike's body falling to the floor and then him waking up. It's not that he died and was revived. He did not die. And I think that for the lore of how this fantasy horror series works, it is important that Mike did not die. So, no, I do not think Mike technically died. I think that we should listen to Baby, and Baby said, you won't die. So, I do not think that Mike died. The theory for Mike being the Night Guard in FNAF 3 stemming from the apparitions makes sense for a few things. While the animatronics shown are based on the characters of Fazbear, some of these aren't advertised for the public. So this is based on something I said in my long video. A lot of people think that the guard from FNAF 3 is Mike because he sees apparitions of or hallucinations of the animatronics in FNAF 1 and 2. And the only person who could have seen those would be people who worked in those locations. And I said this is silly. Those are characters that exist in multiple Freddy's locations and have existed for decades, and so of course it's possible that other people have seen them. It would be very silly to say that you have to be a nighttime guard of Chuck E. Cheese to be able to imagine, hallucinate, dream, whatever, about Chucky. But this guy's countering that, and he's saying, only employees at FNAF 2 would have seen Withered Foxy and Withered Golden Freddy. And that is something I didn't think of. That's a very good point. I still personally feel like the hallucinations in FNAF 3 were probably actual phantoms, in that they were ghosts, they were spirit energy, they were, magical, the same way that the posters moving are magical and the paper dolls are. And so, it's not necessarily them having a hallucination due to the ventilation and low oxygen, it is a magical thing. But yes, I got that wrong, and that's a good thing that you pointed out. So congrats. You beat me. You win 1 point. Why do he just say someone get murdered before recording? I think this person's asking why I always look like I saw someone got murdered before recording, and that's just based on how my camera setup is. Like, I have dark bags under my eyes because of how the white balance works, because this area of my face is slightly darker than this, and there's deeper shadows, and my camera is an upward angle, and my lights are lit from above, so I always look like I'm, super tired or angry or whatever right before I record, just because of my very poor, low-quality setup. Can you explain your remnant logic? In another video, I have a FNAF 4 theory I've been sitting on for a while. What if the mini-game we play isn't a reliable retelling of the week leading up to the crying child's bite? Rather, the story is being told from Mike's perspective. This would explain why there's so many callbacks to older games, as Mike is misremembering details / backfilling them with things he experienced in the first 3 games. This would also alleviate the headache from a lot of tiny details that don't line up with the narrative, because it's reasonable to say that Mike is an unreliable narrator, and is making a lot of assumptions for events he didn't personally witness. The reason Cece's always crying is because that was Mike's perception of his brother. 4 games, 1 story. The story of the 4th game is Mike confronting his demons and processing through the bite of 83. As far as the night gameplay, I don't know, but I'm certain it was never intended to be from Cece's perspective. Whether it's a nightmare or it really happened, I think it's poetic to interpret it as a metaphor for Mike's guilt. yeah, based on the fact that there's the FNAF 1 phone call Easter egg, I think it was always intended that the nighttime gameplay of FNAF 4 was from Mike's perspective. Also the fact that it's simply a different house. The nighttime gameplay house and the minigame house are separate, so I do think we were always supposed to figure out that we're not playing as Cece. I'm not a professional FNAF theorist. That's not a real thing. If you're posting this, you are a professional FNAF theorist. I agree with you, you're valid. IDK how, or if the implications impact the greater story, but that's how I've always interpreted FNAF 4, and honestly I feel like this interpretation requires the least suspension of disbelief than most FNAF 4 theories can be used to solve the first 4 games. Yes. So, again, this is what I was kind of alluding to earlier. This does conflict with both video game theory and also my theory that, Golden Freddy is taking things that it saw and then inflicting them on other spirits. But the relationship between the minigames in the first 4 FNAF games and dreams is very, very, very interesting. The idea that the FNAF 4 nighttime gameplay is a dream, which most people do believe, although it could be based on real events or it could have actually literally happened, whatever, but a lot of people believe it was a dream, leads to these minigames being some form of dream logic. And the idea that Mike, around the time of the FNAF 4 nightmares, which would have been right before FNAF 3, dreamt either Cece's real memories, but through the lens of them being a dream, and so they're a little different, or dreamt his own memories, whether he dreamt he was playing as Cece, or he dreamt he was some sort of, omniscient third-person viewer, in which case you could have something like Second Friend Fredbear being a manifestation of his father. It's possible that the reason that these are the details, like the spring finger trap doll, and the balloon boy, and the Chica Beak, whatever, that those are dream logic telling you, what's going on. And it's also possible then that these dreams are impacted by his brush-ins with the spirits and all that stuff. So yes, I think that the opposite of MatPat's dream theory would basically be that the entire franchise really happened except for the FNAF 4 minigames. The FNAF 4 minigames are the only thing that are dreams. And that is, I think, a very good theory, and I'm going to talk about that even more later because someone else brings it up. But yeah, no, that's another, what I think is a perfectly valid theory. Whether it's that Golden Freddy saw all this stuff happen, and thus is able to make it manifest later, or it's a video game, or it's a dream, I think that all those are perfectly valid, and I believe to be more reasonable than taking the minigames literally, and much more reasonable than the OG MatPat dream theory. This next comment changed my life. What's your opinion on the DCI? That's the killings in FNAF 2. Because personally, I think that people are reading FNAF 2 too literally. I've always found the idea of William killing 5 more kids only for them to have zero relevance later is kind of weird, but no one seems to bring it up. He is about to change FNAF forever. I have a theory that Cassidy was killed in the FNAF 2 location separate from the initial MCI. In FNAF 1, the newspaper says that the MCI involved 5 kids who went missing. We have always interpreted this as the MCI children, your Gabriels, your Fritzes, your Jeremys, your Susies, and your Cassidy, who are possessing Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, Freddy, and Golden Freddy. And that for whatever reason, Charlie's murder is not lumped into this. That's possibly because it happened at Fredbear's Diner, not Fazbear's Pizza. That's possible because it happened 2 years earlier. But I think that if 5 kids total went missing at a restaurant location, whether it's the same one or not, they'd still be sort of called, the Freddy's murders. I don't know if the newspaper would necessarily differentiate between Fredbear's Family Diner and Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So the idea that the 5 deaths mentioned in FNAF 1's newspaper, which in that newspaper was theoretically, written in 1985, even if the game takes place in 1992, are Charlie and the 4 main animatronics. And that the 6th murder happened in 87 in the FNAF 2 location with Cassidy is such an incredible possible thing. This observation and the idea that the facts could fall that way is so incredible because it, in my opinion, makes so many things make more sense. And it literally just fits. You see the bodies lying around. William would have still had access to those bodies, right? He hid them in the animatronics. And then, the location closed, and then it reopens for FNAF 2. So those bodies are still in there. They're decomposed from 2 years, but they're still in there. Then he kidnaps and kills Cassidy in the FNAF 2 location. Yeah. Like, we know that the FNAF 1 location closed down after the MCI. It's unclear if the animatronics were haunted before the location closed. All we know is that William was, like, caught in late June, and the location closed. For all we know, the bodies were in the animatronics. The FNAF 2 location opens. The puppet puts them all together. Is there anything that prevents Cassidy from being killed in the FNAF 2 location? From that being the thing that was the murder in FNAF 2, that the other bodies are just the original bodies from the first killing. Yeah, like, it works. It actually works. Now, that would mean you'd have to take Foxy Go 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 a lot more symbolically, because he runs down the hallway and sees 5 bodies. I don't think anybody thinks that there were actually 5 bodies sitting there in the FNAF original location, but that would have to be a lot more metaphorical. There's the fact that the newspaper from FNAF 1 says that the location's gonna close because of the catastrophe that happened, the tragedy that happened there many years ago. So that means that some of the newspapers in FNAF 1 are actually from FNAF 1, some of the newspapers from FNAF 1 are from, years previously in the original FNAF location, which is theoretically the same location. The nightmares in FNAF 2 show the puppet theoretically bringing the children's lives, the animatronics into consciousness, because you're seeing out of Freddy's mask and you see the puppet in front of you. So is that symbolically when they're given life? Possibly. It could mean other things, though. And even if they do gain life right when not FNAF 1, the first FNAF location's closing, it's possible that Golden Freddy didn't join them until FNAF 2. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look deeper into this, but having the headcanon that the 5 children mentioned in the missing children incident are 4 plus Charlie, and that the next victim didn't happen until FNAF 2, and that is Cassidy, and that was the Springlock suit, and that's what got that location closed, and that the bodies lying around are those bodies, it's good. It's good and it works, and even if it's not what Scott intended, it is definitely something that you could have retconned into being what was being shown there. So, this person comes to their own theories, talking about, after conversing with Cassidy, Charlie begins to give gifts and lives. I don't necessarily agree with those conclusions, but just the idea. Cassidy was killed in the FNAF 2 location the week before FNAF 2. It works. It does. It works. And I like it. This is less of a theory and more of a fact that I feel like a lot of people are ignoring, or at least downplaying the importance of. In the Scott Cawthon interview, he said that he only retconned one thing, and I feel like that's pretty universally agreed upon to be the Save Him minigame depicting Charlie, who is a girl. So I think you can't really say, oh, something else was retconned to explain a hole in the theory, but I feel like I still see a lot of people doing this. So they're saying that using the one retcon bullet, which is how MatPat refers to it as, on anything besides Charlie's gender changing isn't legit, because it's pretty obvious that that's what happened. This person is incorrect. Scott did not say in an interview that there was one retcon. Scott said in a Reddit post before FNAF 6 came out that there was a retcon that nobody had noticed. Charlie being a girl, Charlie being the name of the FNAF 2 outside, Save Him victim thing, was not a thing, was not retconned until FNAF 6. Scott would not have said he's only ever retconned one thing and nobody noticed, in reference to Charlie's gender changing, because Charlie's gender did not change until after he made that Reddit post. So if there's one thing we know about the retcon, it is not referring to Charlie's gender changing. ID's Fantasy has a video about this. I'm going to link it in the description. But no, Scott did not say this in the original doco interview. He said this before FNAF 6 came out. So, it's pretty universally agreed upon that the Save Him minigame depicting Charlie, who was a girl, is the retcon. It is universally misunderstood and incorrectly thought by people that that's the retcon, because Scott said that the retcon happened before that game came out. So, just to, address this, no, that is not the case. That is not the retcon. That happened later. Dumb question. When did Scott joke about the summer job mistake after FNAF 2? So in FNAF 2, it says hey, welcome to your summer job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and then at the end of the game, you get a paycheck for November. I believe Scott joked about this in UCN, one of the Mr. Hippo stories. He's an old man telling a story, and he's like, this happened in, was it the summer or the fall? Yes, it was the fall, because the leaves had changed. And so I think that this was Scott making fun of himself for making this mistake back when he was doing FNAF 2. He's like, was it the summer or was it the fall? Yes, it was the fall. I think that was Scott joking about that. I felt like they used the Dream Theory dreams in the movie Mike was having in the movie, sort of as a stand-in for the video games in the games. IDK. Yes, so much yes. The dreams that Mike has in the movie are the lore dump drops that are equivalent in the movie universe to the 8-bit minigames in the games. So Mike sitting there dreaming is the same as the minigame. So him like looking at the guys in the park and him talking to the ghosts. Yes. And so for that reason, I think that it's a great theory that the minigames in the actual games are somehow a dream. Whether they happen on a dreamscape when you're dreaming or something like that. I talked about this earlier, but yes, this is a phenomenal thing to have pointed out. I love it, and I think that when the next movie comes out, it's something we need to look for. Imagine being so obsessed with FNAF you get dreams about it. This is reference to my Too Long FNAF video where I said that 2 of the things in the video came to me in dreams, including what's in the FNAF 4 box, and my conclusion on Midnight Motorist. Since this person left this comment, and I know it says 2 days ago, but this was actually a while ago I screenshotted this, I've had more dreams about FNAF. One of the dreams was that Shadow Freddy in the Follow Me minigames is actually the Mimic, and I woke up and I wrote this down, and then I was like, never mind, that makes absolutely no sense. Shadow Freddy being the Mimic, like, it's one of those things that I was dreaming, and I'm like, this solves everything, and I woke up, I'm like, no, it doesn't. Yeah, dream, Shadow Freddy, I wrote down, like on my notes app on my phone, woke up in 3 a.m. after my dream and wrote down, Shadow Freddy is the Mimic, Cece's name is Adam. I don't know. Alright, I think the symbolism of Foxy's head missing in Chica's high school years is symbolism of how William's first victim was actually Mike. So in Chica's high school years in UCN, when you start the game, she already has Foxy's claw sticking out of her bag. And so this is like, ooh, did he have a murder victim before the other victims? And so this person's saying that that could be symbolism that his first victim was actually Mike. Interesting. I like it. You know, it's a good way of looking at the at this question that we still have. Do you consider the game Into the Pit canon? No. Now, the last 2 videos I released were what I'm going to call small theories, basically just little details I found and the interesting conclusions I came to, like what are the little posters in the security puppet minigame alleyway? What are those? Or why is Candy Cadet British? I don't know, so I asked you guys, so I'm going to be reading some of your responses to those theories and videos, and then just some random questions that we're going to be going over. This video shouldn't be too long. He said, with doubt and dread. What I imagine happened is Scott designed the minigame, realized the alley looked too bare with a blank wall, and threw together a vague poster that could be for anything, and then slapped it on the wall a few times just to give the background some texture. So this idea from Unwithered Truth, which that's a great username, is that like a conspiracy theory? Like that there's truth behind the Unwithered? Never mind, we're not going to go over that. If Unwithered Truth, if you have a channel, if you have a conspiracy theory about the Withereds, let me know, because that's kind of something I'm going to be talking about later. But this is basically the most bare bones response to this question ever, which is, it's meaningless, it's just decoration. It's a perfectly valid and logical response that probably is what I'm going to end up believing at the end of this, but this is also something other comments have decided that that's what they're going to interpret the posters as. So, Unwithered Truth, I'm giving you an A+, for a question. A can stand for answer, can also stand for the grade you're getting. You get an A. My theory to this is that they are just movie posters ads. They're just decorations and irrelevant to the lore. Same kind of thing where they're just decorations and irrelevant. The figure reminds me of Deskman from FNAF World. Yeah, in the fact that we get very few pixelated humans in this game, so if we're looking at it as sort of like a non-purple guy pixelated person, say that 3 times fast, then yeah, it is interesting and cool to relate it to Deskman and see maybe where some theories could flow out of that observation. The Freddy's or Old Man's Consequences sprite from FNAF World actually came to mind. Again, the idea of linking Deskman to Old Man Consequences I think is a really cool theory that has a lot of implications and not a lot of evidence. They're just kind of floating little balls of who is that? Maybe they're the same. And that is sometimes accurate, but I do think it's a bit of a stretch for me to claim that, like, oh, Deskman is Henry, is Old Man Consequences, even though that is something that I do claim. But yeah, so now equating this, like, weird poster man, the Hat Man, the gray Hat Man that you see inside the video game, it's haunted, I swear, guys. Yeah, it's a good comparison to make. We'll see where maybe that theory could go. I see it as a poster with an animatronic arm holding a plate in the air with a cake or a pizza on it. Yeah, one of the things I wished I'd been more clear about when I was making my own little design for that video was that he could be holding a cupcake, and the thing that kind of looks like it's on the end of his arm could be a cupcake on a platter, which is how the bear looks like in the Save Him minigame. It's Mario. Golden Mario says, "It's a me." Isn't there a Five Nights at Wario's? Is there an apparition in that game that says "It's a me"? Because if there's not, that is a waste. It's probably nothing. Yeah. Sometimes a poster is just a poster. Mr. Hippo, probably. Yeah. Like I said earlier, it's possible that it's an image of Freddy holding a cupcake on a platter, like in the Save Him minigame, but the YouTuber Candy Bunny has another theory. She actually sent me this on my official email, puffandevin@gmail.com, which is where you can send questions and stuff if it's related to, like, my channel overall, not necessarily FNAF Q&A questions, that's better for the comment section, but she sent me some pictures from her own sketches, so she drew out, like, a one-to-one of what the actual image looks like in-game, and then just filled in some details until it became roughly what she was imagining it would look like, and we end up with this. You see Fredbear with the hat, with the bow tie, holding a microphone, and then the text would say something like Fredbear's Family Diner with a logo, and then the established thing. The top left corner little pin thing that I'm like, maybe it's a tack holding it up, being the circular Freddy's logo, genius. Like, I didn't think of that. Having, you know, text that's vertical is weird, but it's not unheard of. I've seen that on posters all over the place. And then the thing he's holding being a microphone instead of a cake is also a totally valid response. This is, to me, the most likely outcome of what the poster is supposed to be representing. It's kind of what I drew on my little thing, and I'm like, I don't know which one of these it is. And just seeing this, I'm like, yep, that's it. So shout out to Candy for that. I'm actually going to be talking about her a little later in the video as well. What if somehow the indie developer games are exactly the same we play, but they only get the lore right because they have access to the flip side? So this is in reference to the first Help Wanted game, where we learned that the original FNAF games were paid for by Fazbear Entertainment to be fictional games that people in universe are allowed to play to discredit the rumors and the myths that happened in the game. And it's this whole thing that really confused people for a while. It's still very confusing. That's why I had to kind of stumble over my words and think very carefully there about how I was going to explain it. But this person's theory is that the way that those games were able to be so accurate is because the developer didn't have to make them a one-to-one to reality, because as they are video games, and video games can be haunted and contact heaven or something in this game, they could just kind of pull additional details from the flip side. My sort of reason for why that wouldn't necessarily work would be that I think that video games can touch the flip side, can touch animatronica, can talk to the ghosts, if the physical arcade cabinet that houses the wires and the circuit boards and the motherboards and the IM boards has Remnant attached to it, the way that Remnant can attach itself to an animatronic, and then the animatronic's programming takes over, but it's sort of like powering the animatronic, like making it come to life. If it makes an arcade cabinet come to life, then the arcade cabinet can now touch the spirit world. If these are just games that were released on Steam, or the FNAF version of Steam, then I don't think that necessarily they can be haunted the same way that the arcade cabinets in the Freddy's locations are haunted, but it is a good idea. And obviously, just because I may have noticed something, I might be 99% of the way there with my theory. That doesn't mean I'm right. It doesn't mean that what you're saying can't be correct, it's just not how I choose to interpret it. In my video about Candy Cadet being British, I laid out the theory that it's possible that he is some version of the Mimic. This is not a theory that I believe, it's just something that is possible given the evidence that we have. The Mimic is, first and foremost, a program, and that program then goes and it takes hold of different aspects of the Freddy's franchise. So there's a Glitch Trap, which is the Mimic. There's the actual Mimic Endo that tears people's arms off in the epilogues of the books. He's possibly the very important pig from that story. He's possibly, like, this just amorphous AI that is running all over the Pizzaplex and is controlling every single screen that you look at and is coming up with the routines for the animatronics and controls the staff bots. Like, we don't know exactly how far his influence goes, but that is very much a possibility. And so I said that it's possible that if the Mimic has been around for decades and decades, that Candy Cadet could be running the Mimic's AI programming. He's programmed to tell stories, and so he's going to tell stories. He's going to do his programming, which is tell the little kiddies some parables and fables, but he's going to be taking from real things that actually happened, which is why he tells stories that are relevant or sort of weird retellings of true events. He's telling how Henry built the animatronics and then how Molten MCI happened. He's talking about how Charlie brought some of the kids back to life as their animatronics. He's talking about how Mike put Baby back together. He's talking about the Mimic existing underneath the Pizzaplex when he comes back in Bruin. So that's kind of what I said in my video, and now this person's going to be responding to that. They say, this is definitely a stretch, but what if it goes just beyond mechanical infection? I can't seem to stop thinking that maybe the Paper Pals, and by extension other Trash Gang affiliated objects perhaps, hold a bigger role than popularly speculated. It started when I watched John's FNAF Secret of the Mimic demo, where he found blueprints for cardboard cutouts on the floor. Why would there be a necessity for blueprints for cardboard cutouts, especially when previous blueprints found within the franchise are always animatronic related? Then I saw someone get an Xbox achievement for taking a picture of 4 animatronics at the same time during security breach by taking a picture of a cardboard cutout. I also remember an interview with Scott mentioning not to undermine the Paper Pals, but of course I can't remember the source. Now that the popular discourse surrounding the Mimic and the Paper Pals is that the third Paper Pal seems to be in early games as the Mimic, that comes from game theory, I feel there is more going on. What were the Paper Pals created for? Created by? I could be totally wrong, but just something to think about. So I do like that. I love that Paper Pal discourse is coming up. That's something that I really advocated for when I was making my too long FNAF video, and I'm glad that there's like an entire episode of game theory now about the Paper Pals, even if I don't necessarily agree with their conclusion. But yeah, this idea that there is an mechanical infection, or like a haunting, which is kind of the same thing, right? Like an object is haunted, something that's technological could be infected by like the Mimic virus or by the Remnant virus. It's possible that that could lead to the Paper Pals in the building being haunted, or, right, like why in FNAF 1 do you hear weird carousel music in the background? Is that just like actually a music that the building is capable of producing, or is that some weird haunted hallucination that you're hearing because there's ghosts? I think that it's all of the above. I think that we need to take the trope of like the building is haunted from movies and other horror stories and apply it to FNAF. I think people take things way too literally when they're like, this one kid, Gabriel, is inside Freddy, and he is piloting Freddy like a mech suit, and Freddy is haunted. It's like, well, no, like, we don't necessarily need, like, Chica's, or Susie's dog to be in Chica's cupcake, or something like that, for the cupcake to also be haunted. I think that everything about the franchise is haunted. I think that if you were to log into the Freddy's website, it's possible that it's haunted. There is an evil curse, and it's bad. Okay, let's consider this. Candy Cadet has a connection to the flip side. He knows a lot about what is happening and wants to help whoever the player character is understand, but he gives information in the least helpful way possible. Riddles. They can be super obvious riddles or incredibly cryptic riddles. Conclusion, Candy Cadet is Old Man Consequences. Again, I don't have any sort of problem, and I think that this kind of connection between two different dots is what allows the best theories to come forth. Like, you know, Candy Cadet and Old Man Consequences and Deskman and the guy in the poster in the alleyway are like all the same character. I've seen very compelling arguments for Old Man Consequences being anybody from Charlie to Mike to Henry to its own original character. Not Real Name Not At All put out a great video talking about how Old Man Consequences could literally just be like a force for good, like a representation of the god character within the FNAF universe, right? Like he could be like, you know, the Archangel Michael, right? Like that's like a thing that was talked about. And I think that any of those are valid interpretations until we learn more later. And so the idea that like Candy Cadet sort of holds this archetypal position of being the person who tells the riddles to the main character, and thus isn't necessarily a character with a name in the story, but is more a trope or an archetype for this kind of story, is something that is just as valid and I think just as satisfying as a conclusion. I think there's lots of things that people in the FNAF fandom don't think about because they really only know FNAF lore. This is something you see, unfortunately, a lot of the times in Star Wars as well. People talk about the movies, but the only thing they know about film is Star Wars, and so they miss a lot of things that you would know if you knew about film in general. And so with FNAF, there's a lot of people who know every inch and every pixel of the franchise, but they don't know a lot about storytelling, or horror movies, or even video game development. Right? Like, I always go back to the interview that John FNAF did with the guys who work at Steelwool, where he asked a question where the answer was very obviously, it's a Legend of Zelda reference. And he didn't know that because he doesn't know the history of one of the most popular game franchises in the world. He only knows FNAF. And I don't mean he only knows FNAF. I mean he's an expert in FNAF, but not an expert in Zelda, right? So if you're sitting there and you're thinking like, no, Candy Cadet must be possessed by a named character in the franchise, it's like, well, no, he could just be the trope of the storyteller in this kind of fiction, and he is generally haunted by the hauntedness of the restaurant, right? That is a completely possible answer that Scott intended, and that would be satisfying as long as you accept it that way. But would the community accept it that way? Probably not, but I'll do my best, Scott, I promise. Honestly, I think the Mimic Theory actually has legs for one major reason. You said yourself, Candy Cadet is a storyteller, and what do we have in the books? The storyteller is a part of the Mimic program. It could be a coincidence, but it's worth keeping in mind, IMO. So yes, in the Tales from the Pizzaplex books, we learn that there is what I'm going to call a character called the Storyteller who comes up with the stories and the plot lines for things that happen within the Pizzaplex for the animatronic characters. I specifically used the phrase storyteller in my video when describing Candy Cadet to link it to this book. I specifically called the Candy Cadet a storyteller so that you'd think about the mimic who has previously been called a storyteller. So I'm glad that that was appealing to this commenter, but I think that me trying to twist things to make them seem more reasonable shouldn't necessarily be counted as evidence. Obviously, Candy Cadet does tell stories, but the only time he's ever been called a storyteller was by me trying to retroactively make it seem more likely that he is the mimic. What does DCI stand for? DCI stands for Dead Children's Incident. It is an entirely community made-up term to refer to the incident that happened in FNAF 2 with the Save Them minigame, where you walk around as Withered Freddy throughout the FNAF 2 location, and you see dead bodies and puddles of blood on the floor, and the puppet's out and trying to get you, and Mangle's walking around, and then Purple Guy comes up. That's called the DCI. I personally think that's a terrible name, because in both instances of the kids getting dead, they are dead. So they're both dead kids. But yes, if anybody, myself included, says DCI, we're talking about the murders depicted in the Save Them minigame in FNAF 2, which is very separate from the MCI, which is the Missing Children incident. Is it just me, or is the mic quality bad? This is in reference to a YouTube short I put out the other day, because YouTube has been pushing me, and I'm guessing everybody else, to start making shorts on our phones. And so I made a short on my phone, and so the mic quality is from my phone. So yeah, it's bad. You said you don't think the toy animatronics are haunted, but it's implied that the withers are used for parts for the toys. So isn't it possible that there's MCI remnant in the toys? Yes, that is in fact exactly what I believe. I think that they are haunted by the MCI kids. I do not think that the DCI murders led to any sort of possession of the toy animatronics. I 100% believe that they are haunted. They are brought to life, powered by remnant taken from the literal screws and nuts and bolts of the original withered animatronics that were put into the toys for repairs. So if I ever said I don't think that they're haunted, that was either something that I was trying to say specifically in relation to the DCI, or in my too long FNAF video, I sort of laid out the theory in the order which the community came up with them. So at one point I said they're not haunted, they're just governed by the AI that makes them go after killers. But later I do come in with the evidence that I believe that they're simply merely haunted by the MCI kids remnant. Aren't finger traps those games where you have to press one of the teeth and hope it's not the one that will snap down on you, like the Crocodile game one? So this is in reference to the line in FNAF 4 when you talk to the kid outside Fredbear's and he says, you know, this is my Spring Bonnie plushie. He's a finger trap, my dad says. I have personally always interpreted that as him being this thing, which is, I call this a Chinese finger trap. I'm not entirely sure what the correct term is, but the Chinese finger trap. This is what I have always imagined. I've always imagined that for whatever reason, his Spring Bonnie toy plush is something that you can put your hand into, like Toto. Cursed Toto images. So like if you're trying to take your hand out of him, like, oh no, it won't let go. My hand is stuck, like a Chinese finger trap. He's a spring trap. He's a hand trap. He's a hand puppet trap. But this actually probably makes more sense, because what we've seen from the plush trap from FNAF 4 itself, it's this little walking doll, not a puppet, a doll, that has sharp teeth. So equating it to, I don't know what it's called, but the crocodile toy that I'm going to put up here, I'm probably going to use the video of the dog who puts his paw in it. It's really, I don't know, I just like that video. I see it on Instagram Reels all the time. It's just the same dog video because I like dogs. So yeah, the idea that the plush is more like the crocodile game makes more sense than the Chinese finger trap thing. It makes more sense that his dad's like, hey, don't put your finger in your doll's mouth because it might bite you, which is something that a haunted plush would do, as opposed to like, don't shove your hand in the back of your toy because it might not come out like a Chinese finger trap. So yeah, like, this guy's right. My own interpretation of that scene, I now no longer agree with. I completely agree with this person saying that that's probably what it is, and it's just not something I'd ever thought of before. I just made my assumption that it was a Chinese finger trap and moved on. But I do think it is more likely that it is like one of those alligator toys. So very, very cool. You did it. I'll be adjusting my headcanon just because of this comment. Thank you very much. So this question is about the idea of Frights fiction, which is that the Fazbear Frights book novel series is an in-universe book series akin to Goosebumps that is made for children to actually read. So the idea is that an in-universe character, someone like Gregory, could be sitting in his 4th grade English class reading through a Fazbear Frights story. So this person says, do you think that this series in-universe is intended for children? They seem quite violent, and if we use Goosebumps as an equivalent from our world, there's never actually had any death in them, just hints at it. And, yeah, because in the real world, the Fazbear Frights books are intended for children. Clearly a little older than Goosebumps book, where this person's right, there are very few deaths in Goosebumps. I think the original one, Welcome to Dead House, ends with, spoilers for a book that none of you are going to read if you haven't already, it ends with like, they're like these kids like move into a new house, and then it turns out that everyone in town has been dead the whole time, and so there are technically dead children in that book, but you don't really see any of the characters die. Whereas in the Fazbear Frights stories, the kids die all the time. Like, yeah, but it's the difference between a book being written for 3rd graders and a book being written for 5th graders. So I think that in universe they would be targeted at the same age of kids who read them in the real world, which is kids who will buy things at a Scholastic book fair. And we're going to end off on this question for today. Am I the only one who did not know about the nightmare sequences in FNAF 2 because I never played the games, and no one else on YouTube ever mentioned them? So he's talking about the between-night cutscenes you get in FNAF 2, where you're looking out on the stage that we believe is from the first FNAF location. They're looking out from the stage in the first FNAF location, and you see, like, Chica come to life and Bonnie come to life, and then the puppet comes over, and sometimes at the end of the night it'll say, "It's me." And they say that they've never seen anyone talk about this in a lore-relevant way, and they've never played the games themselves. And that is why I think you should play the games yourself if you're going to be a lore hunter or a theorist. There's multiple things I had to rewrite from my script after playing through the actual games. There are some assumptions I made, like in FNAF 2, I kind of assumed that you could see Golden Freddy on any night, because that's how it works in FNAF 1, I think. But that's not true. We can actually only appear partway through the night, so I had to rewrite a part of my script. The lights back there are not supposed to be blinking. There we go. So I had to rewrite part of my script because I thought that something was true that wasn't. Similarly, this is like probably my second biggest embarrassment in that video, besides just things that I think are important, like I said the wrong word in one place, or I used the wrong picture in one place, or I didn't bother to get a high definition image and I used a low, pixely one instead. Those things really bug me every time I watch that video. But to me, the worst mistake I made in that video is that I wrote the entire ending section before I played FNAF World. And I tried to link Mr. Hippo's speech to Old Man Consequences, because at one point Mr. Hippo says, "Oh, I was sitting next to my friend. Was he on the left or was he on the right?" And I thought that in the Old Man Consequences little secret area in FNAF World, that you could go above the lake or below the lake to talk to Old Man Consequences. And so I'm like, that's it. I got it 100%. Mr. Hippo is Old Man Consequences because you have the option of talking to him from the left or the right. And thankfully, I decided before I finished the video to go in and actually play FNAF World, which of all the FNAF games to skip over, that's probably one of the ones that people would skip over. And I got to that cutscene specifically so that I could test if I was right. And I'm not. You cannot go and talk to Old Man Consequences from the other side under the lake, even though it kind of looks like you can. So I had to rewrite that whole section, and I lost what I thought was my biggest piece of evidence. But it was wrong, because I made a wrong assumption because I hadn't played the game. And so I think this is a great piece of, a great example, a great piece of writing, a great comment to just drive home the point that if you're gonna theorize about FNAF, you have to actually play the games. Watching Let's Plays, looking at YouTube fact videos, even watching like a non-commentated Let's Play that you see someone, which we used to call, back in the day, those were just called walkthroughs, that you see someone play online, is not the same as playing it yourself. Because if you have an idea and you're like, I wonder if it works this way, and you assume one way or the other, if it works or it doesn't work, that's going to lead you to some wrong places. You got to play the games. So at the beginning of this episode, I said this is going to be the last in the series of Q&A videos, and that is technically accurate, and that's because I'm going to be pivoting and transitioning these to not just be Q&As where you guys ask me questions and I answer with my own biases and thoughts and my own ideas about what's going on in the franchise. I'm going to turn the series into more of a community update, where I will still be answering questions left in my comments, but I'm going to be talking more about what's going on in the greater theorist community. Specifically, I've been trying to find a way of how to highlight smaller theory videos from people ever since the Dave Afton debacle happened, where I made a video a couple weeks ago talking about how the answer that Hyperdroid came to had been out in the open for a while, that smaller creators had covered it, but it didn't really gain traction. And so I wanted to find a way to give traction to smaller theory videos. So I've decided to watch smaller theory videos, and so in these community update videos, I'm going to be going through and pointing out other channels you guys should watch, other videos they've made, trying to highlight smaller theories, also whatever else I can find, like on Twitter or Reddit or things people send me, as well as these comments. So these videos going forward are going to be split into me answering questions and me highlighting other people's videos. Doesn't necessarily mean the videos I highlight are things I agree with, and I'm not going to limit myself to people whose like channels are smaller than mine, right? Like if the next episode of Rye Toast's podcast has a sentence where he talks about like the greatest thing I've ever heard before in the entire FNAF lore, I'm going to highlight it and be like, they solved it, they didn't even realize it, and they solved it. So now getting back to Candy Bunny, I'm going to be talking about her latest video, overanalyzing every single voice line in UCN FNAF Theory. First of all, Candy Bunny, phenomenal channel. Definitely my favorite of the, I'm going to say, newer theory channels to come up. I'm going to put newer in quotes because it's completely relative. I'm just going to call something newer if it's newer than my channel, so less than a year old. But production value, editing, and performance, voice assuredness while talking. She does the talking good in a way that really makes it seem like she's more of a, like, professional type YouTuber. I don't really know. I always have it in my head that I'm like, I just kind of ramble, and I sit here and I don't say any of the good things well. But her videos are incredibly well edited, and it is a shame that she only has a couple thousand subs. But in her video, she solves two of the most important lingering questions in the entire FNAF community. The first is she solves, finally, after all these years, what JJ stands for. JJ, the secret character from FNAF 2, the female equivalent of Balloon Boy. Candy figures, using facts and logic, that if Balloon Boy can have his name shortened to BB, then maybe JJ is a shortening of Jaloon Joy.
We call Balloon Boy BB sometimes, so I always think of JJ and DD as Jaloon Joy and Daloon Doy.
Slightly less importantly, I think that she's actually solved where the sister location game takes place in the timeline. She takes all the Bear of Vengeance cutscenes from UCN and realized that the things that the bear talks about... I'm just going to play the clip.
Freddy's reasons for attacking seem to me to line up with a potential chronological order of the FNAF games through sister location. The first attack is on the bear's birthday, which could easily represent the FNAF 4 crying child's birthday tragedy, so that's FNAF 4. The second one takes place during the Fox's favorite show. With the fox often representing Mike, the TV show is then The Immortal and the Restless of sister location. But here it starts to get more tricky, because the third cutscene he wants to put the fox to sleep with a flute. But putting someone to sleep with a tune is the main mechanic of FNAF 2 with the puppet. Then next up, Freddy has snuck a smelly fish into Foxy's robe. In both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, the player is fired for odor, but we've already used FNAF 2, so this one would map onto FNAF 1. And lastly, Freddy will sneak down Foxy's chimney, which would be FNAF 3, because chimneys, fire, the FNAF 3 fire. So this would make the potential chronological order of the FNAF games FNAF 4, sister location, FNAF 2, FNAF 1, and FNAF 3. This is a pretty likely order for the games. I think the only one that might be controversial is sister location, because people put that in different places in their timelines.
Candy, I hope you don't mind that I just played a lot of that without any commentary, but that's really just the best way of explaining it. Now, it doesn't hurt that that's the exact timeline I personally believed in, which is that sister location happened before FNAF 2, but yeah, I'm just biased. So yeah, this is just a really cool way of looking at the lore and looking at the evidence as shown to us in the one game to kind of create something and really back up something that I already believed happened, which is that sister location happens before FNAF 2. Because if we take the Bear of Vengeance scenes and you put them in order, then that could line up and it could be good. Between that and between my theory video from a couple weeks ago talking about how the Toy Chica scenes might show the actual order of the murders, starting with Cece, I can't believe I just called him Cece, starting with Dave, and then going Charlie, Susie, the boys, and then finally Cassidy. I am very confident that now, at least I understand UCN's little bonus end of night TV shows. It's not just random little nonsense anymore, it's things that actually tell us something about the series. Now it's actually like a mystery that we could have solved that is now solved. I totally understand if none of that evidence is very convincing, because it's something that is completely subjective. Personally, I don't think any Midnight Motorist theory where Orange Guy is William makes any amount of sense because he's orange and not purple, but other people are able to look past that. Personally, I think that the character who is Phone Guy's next door neighbor in the week before having the last name Andrews, saying that she had a daughter who died years ago, is almost 100% confirmation that Andrew in the Fazbear Frights book is an analog, a parallel to Cassidy, and that Cassidy's name in the games is Cassidy Andrews. But there's plenty of people for whom they don't believe that that's actually that all convincing. Almost all of the words in that sentence were in the right order. And so I totally get it if you don't find this convincing in any way, but I find it very convincing, which is why I'm highlighting it in this first episode of Community Update, where I found a video that I liked, and now I'm making you like it too. That's the rules. So what you're saying is, Dave, Charlie, Elizabeth, and William's possessions were all accidental coincidence. I feel like that's more of a pattern than a big coinky-dink. So that's in reference to my video where I talked about the DCI and how I think that that's when Cassidy died, and how I didn't think that William had successfully gotten anybody to possess an animatronic until Cassidy. And this is just sort of a way of framing the problem that makes it sound a little more contrived than I think it really is. So do I think that Dave, Charlie, Elizabeth, and William's possessions were all accidental/coincidences? No, I think that when William put on the spring Bonnie suit, he knew that if he died, he would come back in the suit because that's what had happened multiple times before to other characters. I think that he fully intended someone to possess Baby. He just didn't want it to be Elizabeth. So that, the coincidence was who it was, not that it happened. I fully think that Dave's was a coincidence. I think that was the first possession in the series, and I think that it would be weird to think that anybody, William especially, had intended on Golden Freddy chomping down and Fredbear killing Cece, or Dave. And I also think that Charlie's was a coincidence, or unknown. I don't think William would have left her body out in the rain, thinking the puppet was at least inside, maybe not locked inside, maybe he didn't know the boxes were there, but definitely inside if he intended on the puppet becoming possessed by Charlie. I think Dave and Charlie's were accidents. This then made William realize that it could be done. He built Baby specifically to do it. The fact that it chose Elizabeth was a coincidence, although maybe not. Also, there's a little bit of the monkey's paw thing there, right, where William didn't want his kids to die, and then they did, and that's irony. And then William, I believe, knew it would happen. If you watch the movie, William definitely knows it's going to happen when he says, "I always come back." I think the alternative, and I don't know if necessarily if this is what the commenter is suggesting, but the alternative that it's intentional, that Dave was supposed to be a possession, that Charlie was supposed to be a possession, that Elizabeth and William were supposed to be possessions, that all four of them were, is less believable because it means that Fredbear's jaw was created to kill a child if a child ever happened to be bitten by him, which I think is unlikely. Just a question, if Charlie dies first as an MCI victim, how does Chica's "I was the first" line in UCN fit into everything? So I have two answers to that. The first is what I actually do believe, which is that Susie is not the one who says, "I was the first and I have seen everything." One of the lines the puppet has in UCN is her saying, "The others are like animals, but I am very aware." Which to me tells me that every character besides the puppet in UCN is sort of a spirit world version of the animatronic character and is not being piloted by the spirit who's in that animatronic. The puppet is Charlie, but Happy Frog is not a child. But Rockstar Bonnie is not a child. But Withered Chica is not a child. When Chica says, "I was the first, I've seen everything," that's not Susie talking, that's Chica talking. If you don't buy that, an alternative explanation would be one that I found when I was looking through the FNAF 4 minigames recently. I have a video about that as well, which is that I think that the neighbor girl who's playing with the toys in the FNAF 4 minigames might be Susie. She looks just like Susie. She's got a red bow in her hair and blonde hair and hair. So first might not mean that she died first, because even if she did die first, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's seen everything. Even people who might think that Susie died before Charlie typically don't think that she died before Dave did. But if she was there in the neighborhood, if "I have seen everything" means that she was next door neighbors to the Aftons and saw everything that was happening because she's in this minigame, that could be what that line means. I personally am much more convinced by the idea that it's Chica talking, not Susie, that Chica was made before Spring Bonnie and Fredbear even existed. But either way, there are multiple answers to this question that allow someone besides Susie to be the first person who died. If the nightmare animatronics in the FNAF 4 nighttime gameplay are illusions, how does Cece die when he gets caught? So that's actually really interesting, because in all of the other FNAF games, most of the other FNAF games, when you die, the screen goes to static. In FNAF 4, when you die, the screen goes red, like blood. So if the only game where your death leads to not a real death because it's a dream, it gets red from blood, but all the other games where you do die, it's static, which is obviously not really just static. Does it mean something? Probably. Basically, I think it's more like a game over state rather than Cece actually dying. Obviously, Mike does not actually die in FNAF 1 if he gets caught. That's not the canon ending of the game. The game doesn't end when you die. So in FNAF 4, if Dave or Mike or whoever's dreaming, whoever's going through this illusion thing gets caught, he doesn't actually die. You just lost the level and you have to start over. It's a non-diegetic death. It's non-diegetic.
I want to jump in here from the future. After this video was recorded, Squawks put out a great video about FNAF 4, and he said a couple things that blew my mind. The one that's relevant to this is that when you die in FNAF 4, the animatronics pick you up and then the screen goes red. Being picked up and then dying is of course what happens to Dave in the minigames. It's community consensus that the FNAF 4 nighttime gameplay is being experienced by Mike, but that it's some sort of dream or vision into the afterlife. Basically, he's being tormented by the animatronics because he tormented Dave. His dreams are being affected by Dave, or it's the spirits or something like that. And so for him to be killed in the same way that Dave was killed is irony. In FNAF 1, it's directly shown that when the animatronics catch you, they drag you to the parts and services room and stuff you in a suit, and that's how you actually die. Whereas in FNAF 4, how you would quote-unquote actually die is by being picked up and then immediately bitten. So in FNAF 1, the game over state is static because you don't die the moment the jump scare happens. But in FNAF 4, it goes to red because you do die the moment the jump scare happens.
Whose father? Why is he in the bottom right of the screen? So whenever I use footage from someone else's YouTube channel, typically for the minigames or for the nighttime gameplay in the background of my videos, I will always put the name of that channel in the corner of the screen while I'm displaying it. So for this video, when I'm showing the Security Puppet 8-bit minigame and I'm showing you footage, that is actually footage that was played through by the YouTuber father. I did this all throughout my entire too long FNAF video. There's always names in the corner when I'm showing someone else's gameplay. So father is the name of someone who has a lot of B-roll of FNAF on their YouTube channel. This is one of my favorite comments ever. So when talking about the weird alleyway outside of Fredbear's or Freddy's, whatever it ends up being in truth, in the Security Puppet 8-bit minigame, I talk about how it's really weird that there's a bunch of garbage cans and garbage bags out there, when realistically a restaurant or arcade would have a dumpster. This also led me to think that the posters on the wall might not be entirely representative of what's there in reality, it's just what's there in the game. And so Tilo Droid writes these two paragraphs that I think are phenomenal. Similar to how the number of trash cans is unrealistic, the number of posters can be unrealistic too. I also thought about it being a man, it being the posters on the wall, since it's natural for us humans to recognize human faces. The hat makes me more convinced that it's Freddy though. Why is it on the wall of a Freddy's? Perhaps it's advertising another Freddy's location. Freddy's 2 from '87? By the time of Charlie's death, it's probably too early to advertise the new restaurant, although 2 years wouldn't seem like too much time with IDK. It could also advertise any other cool event that takes place at a Freddy's, perhaps a super cool birthday party, which William uses as a target for the MCI. If it's a wanted poster, and if the number is significant, I would advocate for non-diegetic haunting. The MCI doesn't happen before Charlie, but the 7, that's the number of posters there are in the minigame, shows the 7 core victims of William. This info reinforces that they have all been killed by the same man, directly or indirectly. Indirectly if we're talking about Dave, right? They appear in Charlie's minigame because she's connected to all of their spirits, see Happiest Day. The overlapping posters could refer to the FNAF 1 newspaper clipping grouping 2 missing children together. Yet we know that 2 children, Susie and one other one, were actually lured to the back of Freddy's while it was in operation, and we don't exactly know how the other 3 died, just that they were later tied to the disappearances at Freddy's. This is just a very, very well-written comment, and it's basically saying that the posters in the background aren't something that were really there. If you, as an observer, were to watch Charlie die and then watch the puppet come out of the restaurant and float over to her body and then land on top of it and then have it eat her soul, or whatever happens when they possess an animatronic, you wouldn't have seen those posters. Those posters are non-diegetic. They're just there for you, the player, or perhaps, if you believe in arcade theory, they were just placed there in the arcade so that the person who's playing the game will understand their significance. There's 7 because there's 7 victims. Some of them are overlapped because some of the killings are overlapped. So this is a great way of looking at it. It's also, in my opinion, the second most likely option for what it actually is. I think the first most likely option is that Scott just put something random in the background. I do think that the random thing it is has a meaning. I talked about this in my last video. Candy Bunny actually drew an amazing diagram of what the poster probably looks like in real life, or I think it's a poster of Freddy's. But I don't think it has any lore meaning, I think it's just decoration. I think Candy Cadet is possessed by old man consequences. Do you have a source for that? My source is that I made it the FNAF up. 10 out of 10 comment. In my video about the DCI, I talked about how it's very likely, in my opinion, that Charlie is actually an MCI victim, and if that makes you go like, wait, no way, that can't be possibly real, go watch my video, I'm not going to rehash all the evidence here, but it is something that I do currently believe. Charlie was an MCI victim, one of the original 5. Cassidy came later in FNAF 2. The problem is that that would mean that Charlie isn't missing, because her body was left out in the open. So what happened to the miraculous missing Charlie body? This person might have an idea. Maybe the puppet, in a last attempt to protect Charlie from the rain, stuffed her inside its casing, and thus her body was never found. That's obviously possible. I've always said it's kind of weird to think about the realism of there being a body inside of Foxy when he is literally just covered in holes and you can see all the way through him. So if we can excuse that, we could also potentially excuse how silly it would be for there to be a child, a human child, inside of the puppet. The next thing this user says is also incredibly important. They say, maybe the Golden Freddy victim being separate from the MCI is the retcon that Scott Cawthon mentioned that he did a while back and no one noticed. Scott mentioned a long time ago that there was only one retcon that he made. This was after Sister Location and before Pizzeria Simulator. So if you think the one retcon is Charlie's gender changing, that ain't it. Scott talked about the retcon before that happened. He said most people didn't notice because it was pretty seamless. I don't know what his exact definition of seamless is. I also don't know what his exact definition of a retcon is. Most people would say that retcon, which is short for retroactive continuity, is anything that changes the story after the fact. So for example, the very existence of the FNAF 2 location is a retcon, because we never had any reason to believe that the FNAF 1 location wasn't the only restaurant that was ever called Freddy's. We had no reason to assume that it had been opened after the murders happened. So that is, in reality, in every other community on the internet, would call that a retcon. But in FNAF, Scott doesn't think of it that way. Scott also has a really weird definition of the word canon and continuity, so we're not going to get into that. But him saying that it's seamless could be interpreted as no one could notice because it seemed so, it seemed like it was planned like that from the start. The other definition of seamless, so in that case, it would not be seamless to change that Charlie was an MCI murderer. So in that instance, it would not be seamless to say that Golden Freddy was not one of the MCI murders, because that obviously goes against the thing that we assumed in FNAF 1. But if Scott's using a different meaning of seamless, if he means that it's technically not contradicting anything, then yes, that would be pretty seamless. Whenever I think of retcons and that kind of thing, my mind typically goes to Star Wars because it's something that is so popular that most people understand it and realize and recognize the references, and also something that's been retconned, both from in-universe, out-of-universe, different mediums, different authors telling the story, and mainly the fact that the creator started the story in the middle and later went back. In the very first Star Wars movie to be released, which is Episode 4, they talk about an event called the Clone Wars. We would not learn what that event is for 5 more movies. The 5th movie released the second chronologically, a movie that came out in 2002 when the first movie to mention the Clone Wars came out in 1977. Is it a retcon? Technically, by definition, yes. When George Lucas wrote the line that Obi-Wan fought in the Clone Wars, he did not have in the back of his head the exact events of the Clone Wars television series that are now canon. Thus, it's a retcon, even though it doesn't actually contradict what was said in Episode 4. It's a seamless retcon. It's adding continuity retroactively. It's adding continuity after the fact. It's a retcon. Typically, when people talk about retcons, they use them to bulldozer over any sort of mistake that was made. In the first Thor movie, while walking through Odin's vault, we see the Infinity Gauntlet as one of his trophies. Years and years and multiple movies later, when the Infinity Gauntlet was actually introduced and we found out that its history was not compatible with it being in Odin's vault, we get a retcon where we learn that it's fake. There's a specific scene in Thor 3 where this is called out. That is definitely not a seamless retcon, and that's something that's only put in there because the story changed. So you have to go back and explain why you said something wrong the first time. Now it's not wrong. In universe, it was never wrong. It was always fake. It's only now in the real world that we're actually learning that the thing the first movie told us was incorrect. I could have also used Star Wars for this because originally Luke's father was not Vader and then it was retcon that he was. It doesn't matter. The point is that there's multiple kinds of retcons. Just because something's a retcon does not mean it was fixing a mistake. Just because something's a retcon does not mean it was patching over a hole that used to exist. Just because something's a retcon does not mean it's super noticeable, or it also doesn't mean the other direction where it's super not noticeable. So, changing the MCI from being about Chica, Bonnie, Foxy, Freddy, and Golden Freddy to instead being about Chica, Bonnie, Foxy, Freddy, and the puppet is a retcon and is seamless. So I really do actually like this idea that that's the retcon that Scott was talking about. That being said, I have to ask, how is there blood from those corpses 2 years later, or is it just a visual for the minigame? So this is talking about how there's puddles of blood in the Save Them minigame in FNAF 2, where I'm saying that the bodies on the floor in that minigame are actually bodies being removed from the suits, the ones that were killed multiple years ago. Yes, I would say that that's just done visually to show how many deaths there are. That's actually why there's only 5 bodies and 6 puddles of blood, because it's symbolizing that there's 6 murders. It's also why the puddles of blood aren't anywhere near the bodies, because they're symbolic of death. One of the things I said in my video about the DCI is that Charlie's an MCI victim, and therefore she was probably killed around 1985. This would contradict the community who generally think her death happened in 83. This is because it could either be right before or right after Dave's death, and that's also the date given in the Silver Eyes novels. I personally don't think that using the date in the Silver Eyes novels is super helpful because a lot of things change between those novels and the games. For example, there is no Mike character, there is no Dave. Charlie is both, like, the puppet, but also baby. Basically, it's such a different continuity that it's weird to take the two one-to-one and use dates like that. But the community does go with 83 as being Charlie's death. So this person's rightly mentioning how you unlock the Puppet plush in Help Wanted 2 by typing in the code 1983. So this further connects that date, which we already think is the date Charlie died, to the Puppet. And my sort of response to that, the way that this could still be a thing in the game that's intentional, but have Charlie still die in 85, is simply that the other place in the series where we had to type in a code to get something, which is the number pad in Sister Location, the code was also 1983. Because 1983 is, in most people's and the community consensus's theory, when William decided he wanted to be a murderer. That's when Dave died, that's when William went crazy. So the date 1983 as being the date his son died, thus the date that he puts on his secret lock door, could still work, even if it has nothing to do with the puppet. You type in that code to get to the next part of the game to progress to get a secret, and that secret happened to be the puppet. If that secret had been Freddy, regular Freddy, would people be saying, oh, maybe Freddy was killed in 83? I don't know. And the last question I'm going to answer for today, if one were to start lore hunting like you, where logically should they start from a timeline perspective? I have like 10 years worth of content to go through, and some of which I missed and I'm not sure where to start. If you want to start doing FNAF lore stuff, you should definitely watch the major channels that I typically list in my videos. You got your Game Theories, you got your Impulse Evans, you got your Rightos, you got your IDs Fantasies, your Hyperdroids, your even like Daco and the Markiplier, like watching a lot of their videos and just the content that's been made around the series. I'm gonna get in such trouble since I didn't name like Cyrus Clocks and not real name, not at all, but a lot of people like that, especially some of the more smaller channels or the dissenting voices in the community, like Dual Process Theory, Candy Bunny, Ozone. Watch those channels, learn the terminology, see what people say. But the number one thing you should actually do is play the games. Play 1, 2, 3, 4, World, 5, read the Silver Eyes trilogy, play all the games in order, read all the books. That's how you're going to learn things. Watching YouTube videos will give you the context in which ideas came about. For example, after the first Silver Eyes novel came out but before Sister Location, MatPat made a theory saying that the purple guy's real name was William Afton. And he was right, but that was a big thing at the time. That was a big, crazy reveal. Oh my god. I think the My Too Long video does a good job of going through the community beliefs as they were, things that people believed at the time, and then how that ended up changing. So that's obviously a good resource. And soon, maybe already, I'm not sure, I'm recording this a little ahead of time, but soon, Hyperdroid's, like, actually too long video is going to come out and talk a lot about the community and theories at the time and the history of the entire franchise. So maybe watching his way too long video will be a good start. Although actually, his video probably isn't too long. His video is probably the actual length it should be. My video is too long. Now I'm going to talk about some videos I watched over the last week. The channel The Unwithered Truth, who I actually answered a question from last time, I had no idea that was someone who had made a big video that I should be watching, talked about what year they think that FNAF 1 takes place in. By reading the week before, which gave us a lot of insight into the timeline, they concluded that it likely takes place in 1989. I'm going to link their video below, you should watch the entire thing, it's 25 minutes long, I'm not going to do all of their research justice or get across all of their points, but it basically comes down to the age of Phone Guy's daughter. Basically, there's a page in the book that gives us a lot of details about Phone Guy's daughter's age and how that relates to his own employment at Fazbear Entertainment. When I was reading through the book and making my videos about it, I noted how that page made absolutely no sense. There are multiple contradictions in it, and it's actually impossible to legitimately get to that page without cheating. I just kind of wrote this off as a mistake. The Unwithered Truth also thinks it's a mistake, but he goes further as to say that it's probably from a much earlier draft of the story and was entirely not supposed to be there. I thought that maybe a sentence was wrong. He thinks that that whole page is just like, we should ignore it. And if you ignore it, then the dates you can get from other parts of the book make a lot more sense with the book taking place in 1989. Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail about it. You can watch the video. It is a great video. The only thing that makes me want to disagree with it is simply that if it takes place in 1989, then the calendar doesn't line up. To me, the calendars lining up in the first two FNAF games is a really, really big deal. Because in FNAF 1, we know that you get paid on November 12th, but we don't know the year. In FNAF 2, we know you get paid on November 12th in 1987. And November 12th, 1987 was a Thursday, meaning that in my opinion, you have to say that FNAF 1 takes place in a year where November 12th is a Thursday. That to me is more compelling than any other evidence about the timeline, and November 12th is not a Thursday in 1989. You could have a different opinion on evidence and what you think is important and what you think is just silly and nonsense. I've talked about a lot of things in this video that I'm like, oh, that's nothing, we can just toss that away, oh, that's just a poster on the wall, versus things that you really need to dig deep your eyeballs into and be like, that one's important. And to me, that date thing is important. Recently, Rytoast also put out a video trying to figure out FNAF 1's year just by using the week before's new evidence, and he came to what I think is a much better conclusion, which is the year 1998. 1998 lines up with the calendar because Thursday, November 12th, exists. It allows Phone Guy's daughter Capella to be 11 years old and have been there when he was at Freddy's. That would be 1987, so it fits with the bite of 87. Although that math is kind of weird because she's not actually 11, she's actually 12. It's a whole thing, it's whatever. And for me, the most important and convincing part about the 1998 argument is that in the book, Phone Guy says that the name The Happiest Place on Earth is copyrighted by Disney, but that name was actually not copyrighted by Disney until 1996. So if you're like me and you think FNAF 1 takes place in 92, this is a mistake. If you're like Rytoast and you think it takes place in 98, this is no longer a mistake, and the 98 date actually fixes basically everything, except for the single contradiction in the week before, where it says that Capella had never been to Freddy's, and yet had her 7th birthday there. That mistake, that error, that contradiction takes place on the page that the Unwithered Truth says isn't canon. So you can kind of like combine these two together, and you get some really solid evidence. It's just how you put it together that's going to get to your headcanon. The Unwithered Truth's main issue with this taking place long after FNAF 2 is that the book talks about a recent opening at Freddy's. As in, they recently opened the FNAF 1 location, and thinks that that's probably after the Bite of 87. So Bite of 87 happens, FNAF 2 closes, FNAF 1 opens, the week before happens very shortly after. That, to him, makes a lot of sense, and that's extremely compelling and kind of rules out the idea that FNAF 1 or the week before takes place over a decade after FNAF 2. That's a big stretch. To me, that's not a big stretch. I know restaurants and other sort of service locations that close down just because of normal things. Maybe at the FNAF 1 location, there was a small bite. Phone Guy refers to things like, hey, if you're on the job and you die, we're gonna have to clean the carpets to get rid of all your blood, which to me implies that people other than the victim of the Bite of 87 and Dave have gotten hurt or died at a Freddy's location. It's very possible to me that in mid-1998, someone got hurt or died, the restaurant closed, and then a few weeks later, it reopened, and now people are coming back again, which is why the CEO was all excited for the media to come to show that they're all safe and happy now. To the Unwithered Truth, that's not compelling. To me, it is, and that's just a bias, and that's something that, as I always say in these videos, we each have our own biases, our own perceptions, things that we think are compelling and things that we think aren't compelling. Someone's not wrong for coming to a different conclusion. I don't think he's wrong because he thinks that's good evidence and I don't. Just like I hope that you don't think I'm wrong because I think that Orange Guy and Midnight Motorist being orange excludes him from being William. We can all have our conclusions, but I think that unless Scott says something, nothing is confirmed. I don't even know if Rytoast believes that it takes place in 98, that's just kind of what his video concluded on. This also has to take into consideration the fact that we don't know if the week before is game canon. It literally just might not be. The same way that a lot of people don't think that like Fazbear Frights is canon. Like the week before, it could just not be canon. It could not matter at all. I'm going to be sticking with the 92 date for now, but I might change to 98 for future headcanons and timelines and things like that. I'm just going to have to look more into the evidence and other people's arguments and then into media that's released further down the line. But I am glad that I stumbled upon the Unwithered Truth's channel. His editing is insane. I don't know how to do 99% of the things he did in that video, and I've been on YouTube for like 6 years. So like I said in my last video, I'm going to be using these community updates to talk about other small theories on other channels. This is how I'm going to be reacting to the community. So if you have videos you want me to watch, leave those in the comments below. If you link directly to a video, the spam filter on YouTube will delete the comment. Do not just link to a video. You gotta say it's by this person, here's the title of the video. First question relates to the fact that the FNAF 1 newspaper say that William was convicted. I'm confused because the newspaper headline says he was convicted. Are you suggesting that they exonerated him or something? Or did the in-story newspaper get the title wrong by accident? I know the real answer is that Scott probably didn't know the difference between arrested, indicted, and convicted and or retconned it, but was he convicted in-universe? So the only real evidence we have about this is that in Help Wanted, in the Game Over screen, there's a TV that can display different messages, and one of the messages is, nothing was ever proven in a court of law. Some people in the community have taken this to be Scott finally addressing whether or not William was convicted or not, whether or not the person captured was actually William at all. It's very, very possible, given that this game is literally being made by Fazbear Entertainment, that what they're saying is nothing bad about Fazbear, nothing bad about Freddy's, was ever proven in a court of law. So if you interpret this message to be about William, there's your answer. If not, there is no answer. We have nothing. We have no idea if they got the wrong guy. We have no idea why he said charged and convicted in the same paper, whether or not Scott knows the difference between the two, if it's a typo, whatever. So it could have been retconned. It could have never happened to begin with and be a miscommunication. Or maybe he was convicted. Maybe he spent time in jail. We just don't know. I think that the conclusion the community most often comes to is that because there were no bodies, William was not actually convicted, and that it's a mistake in the headline of the newspaper. What is the evidence that requires Freddy's Pizza open in 1983? There are multiple instances throughout the series of Freddy's being labeled as, like, since 1983, including the Faz tokens that we see in Security Breach. Susie doesn't have a red bow. In fact, she doesn't have a bow at all. Not really a question, just a statement, and, like, that's really the only response I have to it, is that she does. Susie has a red bow. This is because I mentioned that the girl in FNAF 4 with the toy animatronics kind of looks like Susie. It's got the same hair color, got the same red bow. So, yes, Susie does have a red bow. It's there. Are you vegan? This is because in my video about Count the Ways, which is part of my ongoing series delving into the Fazbear Frights novels, which you should absolutely watch, that's going to be my flagship series going forward, I make references to the fact that the main character in that story, Millie, says that meat is murder and is a vegetarian, and yet has a leather notebook that she writes in and thinks that this boy who's wearing a black leather jacket's cool, and I call her a fake vegan. I call her a traitor. No, I'm not a vegan, but I am a very strict vegetarian. I do not eat gelatin. I do not eat cheese that's derived from animal rennet. I do not use leather products, etc. So not a vegan, just a strict vegetarian. Hey, I know this comment likely won't reach you. I read all my comments, usually. Sometimes, I talk about this occasionally, I have my YouTube comment filter set to the maximum strictness level. So if there's any amount of foul language or whatever the YouTube AI considers to be like something that would probably be offensive or insulting, it gets blocked, and anything with a link in it gets blocked. So if you want me to watch a video and you link to it, it's literally going to get blocked by YouTube, and I'm not going to see it. So besides that, I usually read most of my comments, 99% of my comments, I'd say. Okay, so I know my comment likely won't reach you. Do you think you can make a video on why Michael is the Fright Guard? I think the community needs to see it. So I do believe Michael is the Fright Guard. I know that there are other competing theories. Typically, again, I always use the phrase community consensus. Community consensus means if you were to just sort of state it in a video, no one's going to call you stupid. Whereas there's plenty of things you can say in videos that everyone in the community calls you stupid for, right? Like, if I say that orange guy in Midnight Motorist isn't William, that goes against community consensus, people get mad about that. If I say something wild, like Frights Guard is probably Carlton from the books, then that's obviously not community consensus, but it's also not usually going to be something that people get mad at you over because it's so out there. I know that FNAF made a video about who the Fright Guard might be if it's not Mike. I think that there's an important space in the YouTube FNAF theorizing community to just sort of throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. I'm not saying that John threw stuff at the wall to see what sticks. I'm saying that when you make that kind of video, when you make a video that goes completely against community consensus and looks at evidence in a different way, it opens people's minds. It is very important to have videos like that, even if you don't necessarily believe it yourself. John has said before that he puts out fun videos theorizing about FNAF, trying to look at evidence in a different way that people don't usually look at it, and that he doesn't necessarily believe it. I think a lot of theorists default to the community consensus because evidence on the face of it is compelling, right? Why do most people believe that Golden Freddy has two souls? Because it's community consensus. Is there evidence backing it up? Yes. Is it something that I think most people should look deeper into to see if they actually agree with that evidence? Also, yes. So a deep dive into whether Mike is a Fright Guard, I think, would be a very cool video that I might make in the near future. In various videos talking about the FNAF timeline, I state that FNAF 1 probably takes place in 1992. My main evidence for this is that it lines up with the calendar paycheck date from FNAF 2, where you get paid on a Thursday, and thus you need to find a date that has a Thursday, November 12th. Some people think that Scott didn't choose an actual date when he was making FNAF 1, didn't choose an actual year, when he was making FNAF 1, he just chose November 12th as the date that you get your paycheck, and that based on minimum wage, it's probably sometime in the early 90s, if not late 80s. So this person's question is, I'm a little confused on this, the Friday the 13th part. Is there a reason I'm missing for why that be locked in? So I say that I think that Scott from the beginning did choose 1992 specifically, so that the Friday that the week that you play FNAF has a Friday the 13th. If we're getting paid on Thursday the 12th, that means that Friday is Friday the 13th. And I just think that that's spooky. So, is there a reason for this? Yeah, Friday the 13th is spooky. If you get to the end of FNAF, the first game, and you find out that you've been playing on that, the 6th night, the special 6th night is Friday the 13th, ooh, spooky, isn't that right, Toto? Aren't you scared of Friday the 13th? So basically, it's just another piece of evidence. I don't think it's good enough on its own to be like, it must be a year that has a Friday the 13th. But the date November 12th is so specific, and as I've said this before as well, why wouldn't FNAF just take place in October? That's the spooky month. But the date November 12th is so specific, it makes me think that Scott was in fact intending Friday to be Friday the 13th. Part of MatPat's original theory about when FNAF 1 came out relied on you getting your paycheck on Friday, because that's normal. This is one of those things that's just completely biased based on the person, but I have always gotten my paychecks from my day job on Thursdays. So to me, getting paid on Thursday is actually more normal than getting paid on Friday. So when I see this theory revolved around getting paid on Thursdays, I'm like, that makes sense. That's when I get paid. That seems even more realistic. But again, that's biased to me. To MatPat, it was more, it was a bigger bias that you typically get paid on Fridays. Maybe he got paid on Fridays on some of his other jobs. Okay, this person's generally asking why it's important to know the exact years and dates of events in the franchise. I can't think of a single element of this narrative where the exact date of any event really matters. And that is technically true, I'd say, for the first 6 games, basically up until Security Breach. And that's because a lot of theories rely on specific passages of time. So, we don't know what year Security Breach takes place, but we have it narrowed down a little bit. And that's based on a calendar that you can see in-game which narrows down the year it can take place, and also the fact that there's a magazine in-game that comes out quarterly that's been out for a certain number of issues, so we know the Pizzaplex has been open for roughly 4 years before Security Breach takes place. And thus, we sort of know that it takes place in the late 2020s or the early 2030s. If FNAF 3 and FNAF 6 take place in 2023, which is the community consensus, then Security Breach probably does not take place in the late 2020s. Basically, that would imply that the Pizzaplex was built and completely operational within a year of FNAF 6, which many people think is unlikely. Therefore, the next time it could take place is like half a decade later. This is important because some people think that Vanessa from Security Breach and from Help Wanted is literally William's daughter. So Vanessa's age, the year that William gets spring-locked, and the year Security Breach takes place and Help Wanted takes place are important because they can either prove or disprove the possibility that Vanessa is literally William's daughter. So, why is the year these games take place important? Because it would be physically impossible for someone who's dead, or for someone who's trapped, or for someone who's an animatronic, etc., to have a child if the dates don't line up. We also don't know exactly how old Vanessa is. Some people think that her email address being Nessie97 indicates that she was born in 1997. Some people think that her email address being 97 indicates that she was born on September 7th, or possibly on July 9th, because the Aftons are British. So if it's an indication of her birthday, and if she was born on July 9th, so the first time her heart beat or she felt the arms of other people around her was on July 9th, that's very different than her birthday being in 1997. So the timeline is very important for determining whether or not she's an Afton. Obviously, if she's not an Afton, it's not important, but if she is an Afton, it is important. So to theorists, learning this kind of stuff matters. There's also stuff in the books that have more specific dates, like, oh, this happened 50 years ago, so it matters what 50 years ago is. If we're off by decades about when these games are taking place, it matters. What does FNAF mean? It means Freddy never abandons friends. That's right. Not only does Freddy stands for friendly, respectful engagement, discussion, and discourse yield success, but FNAF means Freddy never abandons friends. What state do you live in? I'm just curious. I live in the state of denial over 5 laps at Freddy's. In your too long video, you said that Scott probably regrets killing off Phone Guy so early because it limits storytelling. Can you explain what you meant by that? Are you implying that if he hadn't killed Phone Guy, he could have done direct sequels that still had Phone Guy alive? Does that opinion change since the week before it came out? Yes, so what I mean is that because Phone Guy died in FNAF 1, it limited the use of him as a character going forward. Let's say that Scott originally wanted to make a FNAF 2 that took place after FNAF 1. He couldn't use Phone Guy as the narrative tool to deliver exposition and instructions. So if he wanted to use Phone Guy again, he would have to make FNAF 2 a prequel. So that sort of necessitized, that's less of a word. That made it necessary for FNAF 2 to be a prequel. Obviously, I'm wrong, because Phone Dude exists. So if Scott wanted to make a game that took place slightly in the future, right? He wanted to make a sequel to FNAF 1 that took place after FNAF 1 and still have himself voice a character on the phone who gives exposition, he could just do a slightly different voice like he did for Phone Dude. Scott voices Phone Dude. I do not actually think that Scott cares about this issue. I think that FNAF 2 would always have been the origin of the Bite of 87, and thus would always have been a flashback. It's not that the week before changes my opinion. I was just wrong the entire time. I just think that what I said was based on the faulty assumption that FNAF 2 had to be a prequel because Scott wanted to include Phone Guy, which is obviously just silly. Also, it seems like the way Remnant works is that it's possible or even likely that many other metal objects would be haunted. Knives or swords used to kill someone, cars from car crashes, guns of fallen soldiers. Do these have Remnant in them? I've actually talked about this before, talking about haunted suits of armor and haunted tanks. Is it possible? Yeah, because we see objects that aren't exactly humanoid being possessed, right? Like the battery that's in Fetch in the books, obviously we don't know if the books are even canon, but like if a battery can be possessed, then a car battery could be possessed. The werecar from Futurama could be real. The car from the Stephen King book that's based on could be real. I don't remember what it's called. I'm starting a boycott on all these videos that have solved anything in FNAF. It's gotten ridiculous. I agree. I've made multiple comments in the past about how I hate any video that has the word solved in the title or thumbnail, because nothing is truly solved in FNAF until Scott confirms it. With that said, since becoming a FNAF YouTuber, if a video has solved in the title or thumbnail, it will get significantly more views. And I don't mean, oh, we're going to use clickbait to get people to click on the video. I mean, probably based on the algorithm. If thumbnails or titles have words that are similar to other thumbnails or titles that people have clicked on, right, if a title has Five Nights at Freddy's or FNAF, and also contains the word solved, the YouTube algorithm will see that it's similar to other videos. So if you watch a bunch of videos by Rytoast or ID's Fantasy that have solved in the title, and then Joe Schmo FNAF Theorist has a video that has solved in the title, YouTube is going to connect those videos for SEO, for search engine optimization reasons, and recommend them to you more often. So the reason that solved is in all these titles is because solved is in all of these titles. This is in reference to me saying that I solved Count the Ways, and so this guy's like, this is ridiculous. You solved a short story, really? And that's because the first couple videos I did in my Fazbear Frights series, I called it like an analysis of Into the Pit, and no one watched it. And then I call a video, I solved Count the Ways, and significantly more people watch it. It's just an evil you gotta do. There's also the fact that solved is just a more flashy headline, probably for younger, less discerning and critical people, children, to want to click on. I, as well, before starting doing this, hated when solved was in the title or thumbnail. But I now recognize it as a necessary evil. I actually apologized about this on Twitter before this person left this comment. So I feel ya. I get it. It's just an evil we have to live with. Oh, you're only doing it for the money. Yeah, this is a job, bro. I'm kind of confused. Are the events of Phone Guy happening at the same time before Michael started working, thus making the phone calls recordings, or are they working simultaneous night guard shifts and the calls are live? So even in FNAF 1, this is not a retcon from the week before, even in FNAF 1, the calls were always recordings. He recorded them the week before and then Mike listens to them later. This is confirmed in the week before, but even in FNAF 1 you would get this idea. These next few messages basically say the same thing. In one of the FNAF AR emails, it said that the FNAF 1 location lasted from 1988 to 1993, and that in 1993, being a night guard was the most dangerous job position. Scott said these emails are canon. FNAF AR confirms it takes place in 1993, though. Neither of these are true. There are unreleased emails data mined from FNAF AR mentioning the 1993 date, saying that, as the first comment said, the most dangerous job was a night guard position until 1993, and another one was about the quality of pizza. These are not canon. Saying it confirmed this happened, or saying Scott said these emails are canon, could not be further from the truth. Scott has never made a comment on these, and again, they are non-released, so specifically not canon doesn't mean wrong, just means not canon. Not canon, unreleased emails from the FNAF AR game. So, do these emails exist? Yes. Are they canon? No. Does that mean they're not true? No, it just means that they should not be used as evidence. In Sister Location, there's a part where Angsty Teen Hand Unit says, argumentative, standards, elevation, passive, heights. You seem to just brush it off as saying ASEP is not a phase mom because I'm an angsty teenager. Is there a reason you brushed it off? It seems to me to be exactly how someone might add lore by using anagrams. Does it really mean nothing? Are there theories about what it could mean? So I am hurt. I feel like I didn't just brush it off. In fact, I feel like I solved what it was meant to be. So there's a point where the hand unit system uses angsty teen voice to make it more fun for Mike. So funny for the player, I guess, then too. And then he gets shocked and he reboots and he just randomly spouts out, argumentative, standards, elevation, passive, heights. And this is a technically meaningless phrase. And I said, okay, what if we take this and we make it just an acronym? ASAP. well, what does Aseph mean? And so I started Googling it, and I'm like, it kind of is the same as this angel that exists, but not really. I'm like, oh, well, what else could it mean? Well, Aseph is an anagram of the word phase, which is what Taylor points out, meaning that Aseph is explicitly not a phase, because it's an anagram. So if this is phase, this is Aseph. It's not a phase. In the context of the scene, what's happening is that the character that's an angsty teen is being rebooted and turning back into normal hand unit. Something an angsty teen might say is, it's not a phase, Mom. And if Aseph is another way of saying not a phase, then the joke is that you have an angsty teenager saying it's not a phase. I don't feel like I brushed it off. I feel like I just stated that, like, that is my interpretation of it being a joke. I guess you could say I brushed it off as a joke, but there's lots of stuff in FNAF that's just jokes. Like, I don't think there's lore relevance that he turned into an angsty teen. I just think that's something Scott thought would be funny. I know that the community has looked into other potential meanings of this, and I haven't seen really any conclusion besides the joke that I just said. So, could there be lore hidden in there? Absolutely. I looked at it, again, I went on all these tangents. For my too long FNAF video, I went on lots of tangents that didn't make it into the video because it was too long, but also because they didn't go anywhere. I had this whole section about Aseph the angel, but I'm like, no, that's just not what it is, so it's not what we're going to talk about here. We're going to talk about how it's not a phase, Mom. Yeah, there's a biblical character named Asaph, and there's a psalm of Asaph, and so I was going to go in and I was going to treat it like I do in my my analysis videos, where I break down poetry. I was going to break down this biblical section, and I was like halfway through writing it, and I'm like, it's not even spelled the same. That's just totally not what it is. This is useless, and I literally like deleted that from my script. So yeah, like I tried, like genuinely, I did look into this. I didn't just brush it off. I thought FNAF 1 took place after the restaurant already closed, just like in the movie. The location isn't in use anymore, so it doesn't necessarily matter what year the game takes place in, since it's unknown just how long it's been closed. So this is something that, at one point at the very least, Matt Pat was toying with. He may have made a timeline with that being his, like, FNAF 1 takes place after the restaurant closed. And I think his reason was that it was closed in the Silver Eyes, and it's also closed in the movie. So, like, yes, that is a thing that makes sense. My problem with using stuff across mediums literally is that you always have to take into account what the story is trying to do and what needs to be true for the story to take place. So in The Silver Eyes, the book is taking place 10 years after the MCI, and they're going back to this closed down restaurant. In the movie, it's also taking place after the place shut down from the MCI. They don't have these multiple openings. If you play through the first game, the only interpretation you can really have that the location's closed is if you assume that Phone Guy's recordings are from a long time ago. Obviously, the game implies that they're literally from last week, but if you interpret that they may be from a while ago and that you're the night guard after the place closed, you can just kind of brush that off. Now that the week before has come out, we know for a fact the location is not closed. In fact, it just reopened. During the events of the week before, there are people there every day. Ralph is cleaning stuff every day. In fact, there's one ending you can do where you don't screw Bonnie's head back on right, and so the next day while they're in operation, his head falls off mid-performance. So yes, the FNAF 1 location, certainly now that the week before is out, certainly is happening while the restaurant is in operation. There was a period of time when Matt Pat thought it might not be, and I think he experimented with theories like that, and correct, in the movie and in the Silver Eyes, it's not. But during the games, FNAF 1 is during an operation of the restaurant. The wonderful Withered Circle says, what do you think the mimic line of Endo saw that caused them to be decommissioned, as we find out in Tales? And in your opinion, could it be related to any incident we've seen before? So in the Tales from the Pizzaplex stories, we learn that the mimic program was written a very long time ago. This would have been, I think, before even FNAF 4 takes place, sometime in the 80s. This guy has a son, his wife dies, he builds robots for Freddy's, he makes a program, it's mimic, and then his son gets dead too. It's all sad, and it might not even be real. My problem with answering any questions to deal with the Tales from the Pizzaplex books is that, just like the Fazbear Frights book, there's a question about whether or not they're in the same continuity as the games. I think people are more likely to believe that Tales from the Pizzaplex is game canon and Fazbear Frights is not than they are to say that they're both not canon or they both are canon. That's just my interpretation from being in the community. I should do a poll on that. I will do a poll on that. Before this video goes up, I will do a poll on that. So 4 hours after I made that poll, I've received about 900 votes, and currently with 57% of that vote, people are saying that they don't believe either series happens in the game timeline. But a solid second place is saying that
Frights does not happen, but Tails does. Now, this is also biased with the audience of people I've cultivated on my channel. I think if I were to ask this on some very neutral forum, like Twitter or Reddit or something like that, then the option that Frights doesn't happen, but Tails does would be a little more popular. But it is definitely true that more people think that Tails happens than Frights happens. But overall, it looks like the majority, a solid majority, think that neither happens.
Anyway, my problem with answering this question is that we don't know if Tails is canon. I'm currently reading through all the Fazbear Frights books in a whole long playlist that's coming out every single Sunday. I'm going to premiere the new videos on each Fazbear Frights stories. And after that, I'm going to do the Tales from the Pizza Plex stories too. I don't think until after I finish that series and until after we get Secrets from the Mimic are we going to be able to note whether or not the books are actually games canon. And so while this is a great question, I really don't even feel like investigating a possibility when the answer might just be that it's not possible for us to answer yet with the information that we have. Secret of the Mimic might literally just completely disprove that the books are canon like the moment it comes out. So I feel like right now, where we're in this time period where we know the game's coming out, but it's not out yet, theorizing that kind of stuff is just kind of like, all the work I do is going to be disproven when the game comes out. Either the books are canon or they're not, so what am I wasting my time for? The Delightful Dual Process Theory left another comment under one of my videos, and they had a very good point about Frights fiction, the theory. The theory, of course, being that the Fazbear Fright series of novel is an in-universe book, the same way that Help Wanted was supposed to be an in-universe game, the same way that Princess Quest is an in-universe game. But in this case, it's something being developed or written and sent out by Fazbear Entertainment, and so these are books that are not literal. They're not actually happening within the story of the games, but they are something that matters because the characters could read them and they could give us insight into what is known by the public and what isn't. So I point out as I go through the stories evidence for and against this theory. Some evidence against the theory might be if the author knows something that theoretically they shouldn't know. At the moment, I do believe in Frights fiction, but again, as I go through the series, I'm going to make my ultimate decision at the end when I'm done reading through and investigating and analyzing all the stories. But Connie from Dual Process Theory says, while I do think that Frights fiction is canon, that doesn't disclude some stories from being parallels to things that happened in universe. Sure, the in-universe authors wouldn't know this stuff, but Scott Cawthon is writing both Frights and the games. The parallel/mirror characters and events are a pretty easy staple to establish stuff. So previously, Connie had commented that Spring Bonnie in Into the Pit might be a mirror parallel for William, in that they are the father of a character who is currently going through some stuff, as symbolized by Spring Bonnie. And one of my comments was like, oh, well, how would they know? How could Oz be a mic stand-in if it's being written in universe? And Dual Process's correct comment is basically like, yeah, but what if it's both? And the way that they explain it is actually better than ways I've been able to articulate this point before, but they continue and say, Luz in the Owl House, relating her situation to Azora's. Azora is fictional in universe, but when Luz narrates her stories, it's clear that she's supposed to parallel her/Enmity, etc. I don't know this reference, but it makes sense. So basically saying that a character like Edwin, the guy who made the Mimic program and whose son got dead, could be a Henry parallel, and also be a fictional story in universe, because Scott is writing both. And I agree, it's just been a difficult thing to articulate. Why do people think Afton stuffed the MCI kids into the OG4 when we literally see the puppet do it in Give Gifts, Give Life minigame? Another point to the puppet doing it is that the Give Life part of the name. The puppet is putting the bodies in the suits, giving them life. So I have two answers for that. The first is basically just the folly that because we heard first that the kids were stuffed in the suits in FNAF 1 before the puppet existed, people just assumed that the murderer did it. So in FNAF 2, we were just sort of already believing that, and so any amount of new information would have a hard hurdle to get through before it could convince us of something else. My second point is that I still believe that William stuffed the kids. I do not think that Give Gifts, Give Life is actually an indication of the puppet stuffing. This is something that's controversial, and different theorists believe different things, but Give Gifts, Give Life, the arcade game, is very symbolic. Like, I don't think that the puppet took a wrapped present and floated it in front of each of the four bodies, and then when that didn't work, put a mask of each character onto their head. In fact, in Help Wanted, we see behind the curtains in mid-MCI a representation of the three kids that have already died. We see ourselves and then two other people who are already in their animatronics, with the implication being that William, who in this situation, in this scene is Glitch Trap, is the one putting us into the suits. So in Give Gifts, Give Life, symbolically the puppet's doing it. In Help Wanted, symbolically William's doing it. In the books and the movie, William does it because the puppet doesn't exist. Although this goes back to what I was just saying about not looking into other mediums because you have to change it to fit the story. If you read into Candy Cadet's story, I think it's very clear that Charlie is the girl in the story about all the keys, so she's able to give life to all of the kids who were killed in the MCI, but I don't think that that physically means that she put them in the suits. I think that means that she gave them enough remnant to tie them to life, and that she hadn't really meant to do it. If you interpret that story a certain way, it seems like Charlie could have healed one of them with her remnant, because remnant can heal people, and instead of doing that, she divided her remnant amongst all 5 of them, which caused them to possess their suits instead of one of them actually physically healing from their injuries and being alive. Instead of carrying the key to 1 life, she had the key to 5 deaths.
I don't think I explained this very well, but in FNAF 6, one of Candy Cadet's stories is about a girl. She's in a room, there's 5 keys, she can use one of the keys to open a door and save a kid from a big fire. She ends up melting the keys together to try to open all the doors, but that doesn't work, and so instead they all burn to death. I think this is symbolic of the puppet saving the 5 kids. Because Remnant can heal people, I believe that she had the ability, she had the power to use her Remnant to physically heal all of the wounds from one of the MCI kids. William could have stabbed them, she could have healed them, and then they would have lived. But instead what she does is give part of her Remnant to all 5 kids, thus allowing them to possess their animatronic but not actually come back to life. If she didn't give her Remnant and instead just put them inside the suits, then this metaphor doesn't mean anything. There's actually no allegory for saving them either. If she puts them in the suits physically as opposed to lending them her Remnant, then how could she possibly have saved one? Unless it's implying that only putting one of them into one of the suits would have brought them back to life? Again, if you read it that this Candy Cadet story is about this instance, then it's clear that what brings them to life is her passing on her Remnant to them, not physically putting them inside the suits. I know that ID's Fantasy is going to make a video soon about Candy Cadet stories, and I think that she believes something similar to this. So if you're confused by what I just said, I'm sure that she'll explain it in her video.
So no, I do not think that the puppet physically stuffed them into suits, I think that she just gave them life, and that William hid them in the suits. Otherwise, you have to ask the question of where William thinks that the bodies went. So I guess what I'm taking issue with is the phrase, we literally see the puppet do it in the minigame, because we don't literally see the puppet do it in the minigame, we symbolically see the puppet do it in the minigame. Like, we don't literally think that all 4 bodies were sitting in a room and allowing the puppet to do this, because we know the MCI took place over the course of multiple days. And again, in all other media, there isn't a puppet-like character who puts the kids' bodies in the suits, it's always William hiding the evidence. In fact, the bodies not being there for evidence is what probably allows William to walk free, so he has a motivation to hide them in there. Their second question, if the OG4 were used to make the toys, how did they not find the MCI kids' bodies in the OG4 if they took them apart? So it's a theory that the toys are only brought to life because they have remnant from the MCI kids whose parts were used, the withered animatronics parts were used to build the toy animatronics, or to fix up the toy animatronics, so that's why they're haunted, because they have remnant in them. How is this possible if the bodies are still in the suits from the MCI? I personally believe that they are, but a lot of people don't. They think that William or someone else would have removed the bodies from the suits after the MCI, but before FNAF 2. The thing is, it doesn't actually matter. If you believe that the bodies were taken out of the suits before FNAF 2, you don't need to worry about it. My theory is that William took the bodies out of the suits during the events of Save Them. The events of Save Them happened when William was the night guard before the start of FNAF 2. So if he removed the bodies on that night, several more nights passed, the animatronics started coming after him, he requests to be moved to the day shift, he's moved to the day shift, you're hired, you start playing. It's during that time, those days, after William took the bodies out, while he was still night guard, while he was day guard, and then while you were night guard, that the toy animatronics could have had the remnant moved into them. William, as night guard, says that they just started acting up. The game actually strongly indicates that they're not attacking him until after Save Them. So if Fazbear Entertainment started using the Wizards for parts after Save Them, they wouldn't have noticed the bodies. Although, as I continually say, it's very, very silly to think that there could possibly be a body stuffed inside of Foxy due to all of the holes in him. So, 1, it's just something silly we need to deal with. 2, if you think that the bodies were taken out before FNAF 2, you don't need to worry about it. And 3, if you think the bodies were taken out before the physical nighttime gameplay of FNAF 2, but during the backstory in which Save Them happened, you also don't need to worry about it. So that's my answer. One of my favorite videos I've ever made is my analysis of Count the Ways, one of the Fazbear Frights stories. In that book, we follow Millie, who's a goth teenage girl whose parents have moved to Saudi Arabia to teach, and so she's stuck with her grandpa. And he's old, and he just doesn't get it. She hates the world, she's always miserable, she thinks that she's better than everyone else, but she also hates herself. Basically, she's a teenager. We learn that her parents are kind of weird and they keep hopping from job to job. They open a food truck even though they don't know how to cook. They open a yarn store even though they don't know how to tell a yarn. And they have a house that they bought to build and to fix up, and then they painted the front side of it and then never painted the back. And so they're like, oh, if you're looking at it from the front, it looks all nice and good. It doesn't matter that the back's not done. And Millie compares this to when you buy a bad Christmas tree and you just put the ugly part in the back. I symbolically related these two things, with the parents like never finishing anything, to them not finishing raising Millie because they ran off to Saudi Arabia. Thus, Millie became like the house that they didn't finish painting. Linkle the Historian, great name, underrated game, Hyrule Warriors, had it on the Wii U, says, also, I think Millie could be a half-painted house, in that she was raised and dressed properly, given the things she wanted materialistically, but deprived emotionally. They thought no one would notice if they dressed her up and made her look like she was well taken care of, but people noticed it through her attitude. And that's just a phenomenal interpretation. I loved that. I want to highlight it. The final comment for the day comes from my theory that Charlie was part of the MCI. I believe that the 5 original missing kids would have been Charlie, Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, and Jeremy, and that Save Them, which happens in 1987, is the death of Cassidy. I have a whole video about that. If that sounds wild to you, watch the video. I think it might be a little bit convincing. But at the end of that video, I had one problem, which is, if Charlie was killed in an alleyway, why would the newspaper say that the bodies weren't found? If her body was just left there, not stuffed in a suit, not stuffed into the puppet, obviously, because there's nowhere to stuff it. If you look at the thumbnail of that video, I had to Photoshop Charlie's body inside the puppet. It looks ridiculous, which causes the issue that I call the amazing disappearing Charlie body. Basically, my theory falls apart if I can't explain what happened to Charlie. As much as I love it and believe it and want to find this piece of evidence that solves everything, I do recognize it's a weak theory because of this point. And then Pizza Stops Time came in and solved everything. He points out that I said Charlie wasn't missing, and while this is technically true, he wants me to listen again to the Night 1 phone call from FNAF 1. Upon discovering that damage or death has occurred, a missing persons report will be filed within 90 days, or as soon as property and premises have been thoroughly cleaned and bleached and the carpets have been replaced. Charlie would have been a missing persons report if she was found by Fazbear employees, because that's what they do. They cover up deaths. They would never have said, oh, a kid was murdered outside our doors. They would have just filed a missing report. That's the piece of evidence I was looking for. That's the solution. Pizza time, you just... Pizza Stops Time, you're not Spider-Man. Pizza Stops Time, you just solved the amazing disappearing Charlie body. Thank you. I'm now even more convinced in my theory called Cassidy DCI. Genuinely, this was genius. Thank you very much. That's just chef's kiss. Dusk Sane. This is an Easter egg lore bit thing I didn't even notice in the week before. So in the week before, it mentions that Ralph gets a pizza named after him. It's called The Ralph, which is funny because Ralph is another name for throwing up, and all the toppings on it are disgusting. And so the book says that The Ralph only lasted 4 days. Just like how Ralph the phone guy only lasts until night 4 in the original FNAF. Ralph only lasts 4 days. That's amazing. I love that. And I didn't catch it. None of the other Easter egg videos I watched about the week before caught it. So, Dusksane, great comment. 10 out of 10. A few days ago, ID's Fantasy put out a video about Candy Cadet stories. I put out a video reacting to it, and we agreed 99% on what the stories mean, what they symbolize, what they're about, etc. One of the stories is about a boy who finds a box of 5 baby kittens. It specifies baby kittens. He also has a snake. The snake is red and lives in a metal cage. The snake is baby, probably. He has to feed the snake, but he doesn't want to feed it any of the kittens, so he just kind of lets it out of its cage. It picks a kitten and eats it. 5 nights go by where the boy is all sad about the fact that the snake ate one of the kittens, and so he cuts the snake open and reassembles the kitten. My interpretation is that the snake is baby. Again, it is red, it is in a metal cage, it is let out, it kills a child at random. The person who let it out is then upset that this happens, and puts the child back together. The child being Elizabeth. In my understanding of the story, the kid is Michael, because he's the one who puts Elizabeth back together. That's what he says at the end of Sister Location. There's some weird stuff about this, because obviously Mike is not the one who let the snake out of the cage. Mike is not the one who set baby on the children. Unless he is. Unless we're supposed to take from this that Mike was working with William at the time, and was part of the plan to sick baby on kids and grab them. That would be a huge departure from how we understood the story in Sister Location. And so it's kind of weird, it's kind of a leap, but also if we're taking the story at like 100% allegory, that's what it is saying. My conclusion is to not take the story at 100% allegory, but it's whatever. It's a valid interpretation is what I'm saying. One of my commenters asks, I feel dumb about asking this, but why isn't the cat and snake story about Henry as the child and William as the snake? So in this circumstance, we have the child who has the snake, the way that Henry was friends with William and could possibly have actually been his boss at one point, and he let him go. And then the killer killed one kid, and then Henry felt guilty about this, and then... So in this story, the snake only kills one kid out of 5, which is not what happens in the MCI. In this story, the boy cuts open and kills the snake in order to save the child, which is also not what happens in the MCI. Like, William is killed via himself in the Springlock suit, and then later is burned to death by Henry, which happens after the Candy Cadet story is told. There would be 5 victims, not just one kid. What's important about that story is that there's 5 kittens, but only one of them dies, so that's not really symbolic of the MCI. It also specifies that 5 nights pass, which seems to imply that the character that the boy is one of the protagonists of the games, because 5 Nights at Freddy's is a thing. And I personally find it very suspicious that the snake is red in a metal cage, and that the kittens keep being referred to as baby kittens, when kitten is just a baby cat. You don't gotta say baby kitten unless you want to use the word baby. So for me, there's just way too much evidence to think that the boy is anyone besides William or Mike, and I lean Mike. Also, in response to me and ID's Fantasies videos, we have Richard Nixon, the president, saying, "I love you guys and your theories, but you keep trying to put Sister Location super early in the timeline. This is true. I play Sister Location as the earliest game in the timeline. I think FNAF 4, the backstory, the minigames, happens in 1983. Then I think Sister Location happens the week before FNAF 2 happens, so those are kind of coinciding with each other. And then FNAF 1, and then the rest of the story that everyone agrees with. So I put Sister Location very early in the timeline. But Richard Nixon says, super early in the timeline to explain Mike's stench. I do not put it early in the timeline to explain Mike's stench. The idea is that at the end of Sister Location, Mike gets scooped and becomes a rotting flesh zombie, and so therefore he is a rotting flesh zombie throughout FNAF 2 through FNAF 1, Pizza Sim, etc. 3. And so that the reason that he gets fired for odor in FNAF 2 and FNAF 1 is because he smells bad because he's a rotting corpse. I actually do not believe this. I specifically do not believe this. I think that Remnant heals people. It is stated multiple times throughout different continuities that Remnant heals people. The scoop always has more Remnant on the scoop. That's what the blueprint says in Pizza Sim. There's always Remnant left on the scoop, and so Mike's been injected with Remnant, and so theoretically his body should heal. I do not think that Mike is a zombie man after the events of Sister Location. I think he heals from this. So me putting Sister Location early in the timeline has nothing to do with Mike being a stinky boy. Mike is just a stinky boy. He doesn't shower, he tampers with the animatronics, that's why he reeks. Sister Location comes after the first couple of minigames in FNAF 3. So that is a theory that a lot of people have. I just strongly disagree with it. I don't think there's enough time for William to have harvested the remnant from the animatronics after Follow Me in FNAF 3, to then take them back to build the fun times for them to become possessed, and then for Sister Location to happen during that time period. It also wouldn't make sense then for Mike to do FNAF 2 if he's Fritz. He points out that the FNAF 3 in-between night games don't need to take place in the span of a week, it's just how it's shown to us. So it's true, again, the mini-games are always very interpretive, they're very symbolic, they're not literal. They're very not literal. And so yes, it's obviously possible that the FNAF 3 Follow Me minigames do not take place on the same night or the span of a week as is implied in the game, and so that could be when William takes the Remnant. It's just not what I believe. But no, my belief has nothing to do with Mike being a stinky boy. 411 means information. Do you not remember the scene in Mean Girls when Regina's mom asked the girls, "What's the 411? What's everyone talking about?" This is in reference to my video about Fetch, where they're talking via text message, and Fetch always talks in, like, acronyms and gamer speak, and he says 411 at one point. I speculate whether 411 is Leet speak for the word all, whether it's a reference to the number for information, 411, or if it's maybe an angel number 411. 411 is shorthand for information. Calling 411 was called calling information. Cool TV teenagers would say, "What's the 411?" to mean what's happening or give me details, so 411 is shorthand for information. Guys, I know, I say that in the video. I looked into other possible interpretations of 411. It used to be a directory that you could call, like the local white pages. Like, I say I don't know what 411 means and give possible interpretations, and one of the possible interpretations is the number for information. I say that. I don't know why people are saying, oh, it's the number for information. I know. Meanwhile, I did lay a trap in the video. I bring up Brigadoon and say, I don't know what that is. Maybe you can leave an answer in the comments for what you think Brigadoon is. And then a couple minutes later, I'm like, haha, I fooled you. I do know what Brigadoon is. And only one person fell for it. Only Taylor Robin fell for it. Brigadoon is probably referring to the movie about a village that appears for one day before disappearing again for 100 years. Edit. If I had waited like 2 minutes, I would have realized you literally go over the entire film, GG. Only one person fell for Brigadoon, but a bunch of people are telling me information I say in the video. I don't get it. A piece of evidence I discovered recently is that in Toy Chica's high school years, when Chica is talking about how she's gonna get all the cute little boys, it's actually very likely that this is the kill order that William killed the people in. Before the show even starts, Foxy's hook is in Chica's bag, and she's talking about how her date from the previous day didn't go well. We then see her plot to get Freddy, the Wolf, Toy Bonnie, Mangled, Puppet, and Pig Patch. There's almost certainly no correlation between these characters and the murders. The way that most people explain it is that the first one is Charlie before the others, and that the other 6 are the MCI 5, and then maybe there's room in here for Andrew if he is game canon? What if this is actually showing us the order of the killings? What if the Foxy hook, the first death before any of the others, is supposed to symbolize Dave's death? It's not clumped in with these 6 because William didn't murder him. That would make the first murder we see depicted in the series Charlie. Chica says this.
I told him that I needed help with my homework, but once he's there, I'll have him.
Which has always been weird because she says that she needs help with her homework, and then once he's there, well, where is there? Her house? The library? The homework part is obviously part of the set dressing because this is Toy Chica's high school years. But if you take that part out, all William is saying is that once he's there, he can get her. And if there is Freddy's, well, that's exactly what happens. Once she's there, he can get her. The next victim is the one with the dead dog, which we know is Susie. Most people assume that Susie was the first MCI victim because she was the first and she saw everything. And if so far these characters have lined up as Dave, Charlie, and now Susie, that does fit most people's timelines for the MCI murders. And so my theory is that that order is the order that the kids were killed in. Okay, the problem is you trying to argue that the Chica's high school years order is that in that, the puppet is killed 6th in the episode order, so even then Charlie is still killed after the MCI. So I want to clarify, when I say the order of the people killed, I do not mean the animatronic within the episode that stands for that person. I don't mean that Pig Patch is the last person to die. I mean that the way that Toy Chica explains how they're going to kill the person is the order. So yes, the puppet is one of the characters in that cutscene. The puppet being there does not correlate to Charlie in any way, the same way that the Freddy in those cutscenes doesn't correlate to Freddy. The same way that the Pig Patch doesn't correlate to Pig Patch. The same way that the wolf character that isn't a real character doesn't correlate to anyone. The person depicted in those cutscenes has nothing to do with the person I'm talking about. I'm talking about the order in which she kills the people is corresponding with the order in which she kills the real children. So the fact that one of them is a puppet has nothing to do with anything. There's something uncanny about the dog in the background. I can't tell if it's a physical object or not. The creepiest part is the CGI ? Dog head in the background. I was watching this at 4 AM when I noticed the dog in the background. I freaked out, thought I was imagining it. That dog is freaking me out. What's with the red dog? This is Clifford the Big Red Dog's head. Obviously you guys aren't caught up to date on GiBi lore. You don't watch my other channel. He features very heavily in my video about collecting things. He's been a background prop in my videos literally for years, like 3 years at this point. And he has a speaking role in one of my more recent Absurds episode videos. Yes, it's a physical object. This is not CGI. It's a cardboard cutout of Clifford's head from that live-action Clifford movie from a couple years ago. And I worked at a movie theater when that movie came out, and so I took this home, and it's been in the background of my set for years and years and years. It wasn't in some of my earlier videos because it was literally like tucked against this wall, but now I keep it in the back because I had it out to film that video that went up a couple weeks ago. So yes, he's real. I did not CGI a dog behind me that like I would have to keep rotoscoping my chair moving in front of him. No, he's a real dog. He's Clifford the Big Red Dog's head. He has a Brooklyn accent. Alright, now we're going to do the community update part of the video. Today is Wednesday, which means it's after the update to Help Wanted. But when I'm filming this, it's not Wednesday yet, so I don't know what happens in that. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to have a lot of questions about it that I physically cannot answer because that's how time works. So next week's episode is going to be all about the Help Wanted 2 update and like the Tiger Rock plush and stuff like that. So we're going to keep this to the pre-Tiger Rock plush reveal era of life. So I want to shout out the Unwithered Truth video is Into the Pit canon. It's a great video going over the evidence as to whether or not the game is canon to the books, the game is canon to the games. It comes to a conclusion that I basically agree with, which is no. And it also goes over the evidence as to why they think certain things are Easter eggs, certain things aren't, what the cut content has to do with. It's a great video. It lays out stuff better than I feel like I could and came to conclusions that I agree with while using evidence that I myself didn't even discover. So 100% recommend the video Into the Pit, Is It Canon? FNAF Discussion / Theory by the Unwithered Truth. It'll be linked in the description. Second, I want to talk about FNAFology. This is a smaller channel. They only have about 500 subscribers right now. I'm the 515th subscriber. 2 great videos. The first about Ralph working at Fredbear's, going over the timeline in the week before and how it's kind of inconsistent, but it does work if he was at Fredbear's, and their evidence is basically like, oh, Ralph doesn't know what Fredbear's is in FNAF 2, but he also has memory problems, so maybe that would explain the retcon inconsistency. Good video. But the better video is what happened to the DCI. 20-minute video laying out the DCI and the timeline in FNAF 2. It's very factual. I like the way the story is laid out. I don't agree with the conclusion. You guys should know by now my conclusion on the DCI is that it didn't really happen. The only person who died there was Cassidy. I have a whole video about that, Cassidy DCI. So while I don't agree with the conclusion or the theory, the way the evidence is laid out is phenomenal, and I think that'll give people who haven't really dug into the timeline the way that YouTube FNAF theorists have a better understanding of the series of events that happened in FNAF 2, right? Because you're hearing these phone calls about stuff that happened a week ago that progress as the phone calls happen, but then stuff's also happening in real time. It's very confusing. FNAF 2 is one of the more confusing games, actually, as far as the lore goes. So I highly recommend what happened to the DCI, and also subscribing to FNAFology, because I'm sure that Sherry's going to put out even better videos in the future. But how could I end this video with anything other than the greatest FNAF video of 2024? Better than anything I put out. Better than MatPat's final video. Better, I dare say, than Hyperdroid's 24-hour FNAF video. The best FNAF video of this entire year has to be Jackie's Box FNAF Mimic Song. If you somehow haven't seen this yet, if you haven't seen the memes, it's literally, this is broken out of the FNAF community. I've seen normies reposting this and tweeting this and posting it on Instagram. This song currently has 330,000 views. When I watched it, it was like 100,000. So in the last, it's getting like 100,000 views a day, basically. And I'm linking in the description, top link. It's just the greatest, the best FNAF video there is. I think this is something that the community and YouTubers are going to be quoting probably for years to come. I know that when Secret of the Mimic comes out, if I play it as a Let's Play thing, this is probably going to be in my head the entire time. I'm probably going to be brain rotted quoting this song. I've literally listened to this every day since I've discovered it. It's the best FNAF video of the year. Jackie's Box, FNAF Mimic Song by Extra Tuna, linked in the description. I will say, there's strong foul language in the video, so if you like my channel, because I keep it clean and I don't curse, this one does have strong language in it. Attempt number 5 of getting this answered. So I read like 99% of my comments, so I do typically see them. Sometimes I'll skip over them if I don't think I have something interesting to say, but this person's been so persistent that I feel like I have to, otherwise they're just going to keep going. That does not mean if you want your question answered, you should be persistent, because again, if I have nothing to say, I'm just not going to address it. I have a question. Which parts of the game are gameplay and which is canon? Like, there was a question about the jump scare sounds in a previous Q&A, and I think that was just for gameplay, and that not everything has to be canon. So that previous question was like, how do the animatronics make sound? Because in the week before, it does explicitly say that he doesn't think that Freddy should be able to make sound, but obviously he does. And someone asked me, like, where does the scream come from the animatronics? Is it from the kids inside the suits? Is it, like, the ghosts are screaming? Or is it the animatronic making a sound? Do they have speakers in them? I think the week before has now answered that there aren't speakers in them. My take is that there were, but I was wrong, because the week before hadn't come out yet. And so this unpronounceable user-named person is saying, you know what, if I can pronounce Rick Fafaska, I think I can pronounce Nagayanzander. Nagayanzander. They're saying that they think that in real life there isn't a jump scare, at least in FNAF 1. Like, that's only there for the benefit of the player, and that when the animatronics attack Mike, he doesn't actually hear anything. Obviously, with other robots like the Fun Times, there probably is a jump scare, but, like, yeah, it does make sense that the jump scare is only for the player. Continuing. Not everything has to be canon. The same as with Mike and Sister Location. Was Mike actually that friendly of a guy that his neighbors waved to him every day, or was that just for comedic gameplay effect? Or was it representing him in public in general, not just his neighborhood? As I've said multiple times, I think that the video games, the arcade games, the cutscenes are so interpersonalistic. It's not a word, but you know what I mean. You probably know what I mean more than if I'd used the correct term. They're so interpersonalistic that to try to claim that, like, oh, this means that every single day Mike walked down the street, oh, this means that Mike has 12 neighbors. I wonder, I don't know if he has 12 neighbors, but he has a certain number of neighbors, maybe that's symbolistic of something. It's like, no, it was just a general indication, he's walking down the street, he's normal, and then each day people start getting more and more concerned about his physical appearance. Also, what parts of UCN are canon, because I don't think William could actually customize his own eternal torture. Yes, I personally also don't think that the menu is canon, but a lot of people are using the menu of Into the Pit to try to determine whether or not it's a real game in universe, because the game starts with you looking at a television screen with static. So does that show that Into the Pit is an in-universe game, or is Into the Pit game canon, or what? What's going on? I don't know how canon the menus are. And no one does. So I think it really just has to come down to, like, I would say common sense, but it's not even common sense. It's just like, what is your interpretation? And just go with that, because this is something that gets so focused on minute details that there's literally nothing that people will agree on if they disagree. Like, if you think that the menus in Into the Pit mean something and someone else doesn't, you're not going to convince each other of it. It's just like, I think it's gameplay. I think it's lore. That's all you get. I'm confused about the spring locking taking place before FNAF 1 theory. If William dismantles the FNAF 1 animatronics before the game takes place, how are we attacked by them? I doubt Fazbear Entertainment would bother to repair them. So this is a theory that I've put forth. I also know that ID's Fantasy has put it forth, where the events of Follow Me, where William dismantles the animatronics in the run-down FNAF 1 location, happens before FNAF 1. And this person's asking, how does this happen if we're then attacked by them in FNAF 1? I doubt Fazbear Entertainment would be bothered to repair them. And the answer is that they do repair them. FNAF 2, the Wizards are Wizards. We know that they are then repaired into the classics from FNAF 1. Fazbear Entertainment definitely does repair them. I think ID's Fantasy was the first person to point out that it's actually likely that William dismantling the animatronics in Follow Me is what caused them to then get repaired to the extent that they are to become the classics. Her main evidence relies on the fact that the sprites in Follow Me have buttons on them, the same number of buttons as the Wizards, but not the classics, meaning that the Follow Me animatronics are closer to the Wizards than they are the classics. So the theory would be that the original FNAF location where the MCI happened is the same as the FNAF 1 locations, the same physical building. After the MCI, the building enters into a state of disrepair, the roof is leaking, there's water coming down, etc. FNAF 2 opens. Wizards are shoved in the back, toy animatronics get made. FNAF 2 Bite of 87 murders, DCI stuff happens, toy animatronics get scrapped, they decide to rebuild the Wizards and move them back into the original building. They move the Wizards back into the original building, do some repairs on them to, like, give Bonnie his face back, but the roof is still leaking, they're not ready to be opened. William, having just committed the DCI and who is now a wanted man because they seem to know that someone who was an employee is the one who did the DCI, runs into that location, breaks in, and wants to lure the animatronics to the back to collect their remnant. He does this, dismantles them, goes in the back, gets spring locked. The next day, while they're still repairing the building, is when they come in and they board up the safe room. They then take the dismantled animatronics and they rebuild them, and that's how we get the classics, and that's why the classics are so different than the Wizards. So that's the proposed timeline based on the button evidence of Follow Me, and because it fits really well. So I hope that answers your question. Fazbear Entertainment did repair them, so why couldn't that repair come after they were dismantled? Okay, so this is a really long comment, and I only want to focus in on one little part, because again, I'm really only going to go over things that I have a good response to. So to them, this is a tangent. I apologize for not answering your much longer question. I just don't really have much of an opinion on that, but I will answer this part. Their theory is that Candy Cadet is only there to explain the deaths in the series. The only other story he has, besides The Witch in the Forest, that is strange is the one about best pizza deal ever, where everyone just randomly dies at the end. So people think that when you first give a coin to Candy Cadet, that he's like, one day there's the best pizza ever, and then everyone died at the end. And that this is just teaching you the mechanic that if you put a Faz token into him, he will tell you a story. So their theory is that the best pizza deal ever, where everyone randomly dies at the end story, could be a reference to the entire staff of the Pizzaplex being led to their deaths under the guise of a company retreat, or a glorified pizza party.
Now I will tell you a story about a family that missed the most important opportunity in their lives. It was a limited time offer that included a family-style pizza with all their favorite toppings. It also came with a side of fries, mozzarella sticks, extra large soft drinks, and a toy surprise. It was only $49.99 while supplies lasted. They did not purchase the food and they all died.
So one of the other theories about security breach is that we see all these little notes and memos about there being a staff meeting. and then you go into the staff meeting room, and there's like chairs and stuff turned over. And it's like, what happened in here? Did they kill the entire staff? Because we know at this point in the story, they've all been replaced by robots, and the only human there is Vanessa. So was the entire staff killed? Maybe that could be what Candy Cadet is talking about. And I just think that's a great point, and that's a great idea. Great theory, great notice. Great observation. This commenter is pointing out that in one of Raito's videos, he came up with the theory that the puppet could actually be named Cassidy in the game's continuity. Bringing up the example that sometimes between continuities, characters with the same name fulfill different roles. For example, Charlie in the books never becomes the puppet. A character named Mike in the books becomes Golden Freddy. So why can't Cassidy, the name we get in the FNAF games, be the character in the puppet who is also Henry's daughter? So that would make the puppet the one in the security book talking to Dave. That's really the only thing it changes. My response to that is simply that that would mean that we have the names for all of the kids except for Golden Freddy. If you think back to the gravestone ending, there's two names you can't read. There's the one under the tree on the big hill, and there's the one that's obfuscated by the grass. A lot of people, myself included, think that the gravestone that's shown in the security logbook, which came out right after that game, that shows a gravestone that says my name on it, is indicating to us, the player, the reader, that we're supposed to be solving that missing gravestone from the ending of the previous game that had just coming out. Just be coming out. I'm Jar Jar Binks. And so likely the name that we get in that book would be the name on that gravestone. An alternative theory could be that the grave on the hill is Dave, and that the one that's obfuscated is the puppet, which means that the only person in Golden Freddy is Dave. There was only ever the MCI kids, and one of them was Cassidy, Charlie, the puppet Cassidy, and that Dave was different, which also means one of the 5 spirits in FNAF 3 was Dave, and then in Happiest Day you'd have the 4 kids and Charlie and Dave. So there's only 6 graves because you only have the 5 MCI kids. Charlie's one of the MCI kids. Charlie meaning the puppet. Cassidy, named Cassidy. Puppet. Puppet's one of the MCI kids. And there's only one soul in Golden Freddy. So, like, it works. It does work. Like everything I say, all FNAF theories are just fan fiction backed up by textual evidence. I didn't watch Raito's videos. I'll probably do that right after this, actually. But I think it's a good point. Here's why Frights fiction is not correct. If we're assuming Fazbear Entertainment is releasing this along with Help Wanted, this doesn't work. There are Fazbear Fright stories about Help Wanted. Why would you make a story about your cover-up? I don't think Fazbear Frights is canon at all. So you're partially right. Frights fiction is the theory that the Fazbear Frights series of books are actually in-universe novels released by Fazbear Entertainment alongside something like the game Help Wanted. It was a VR game that they were developing to sort of make light of the history of Freddy's, to make it seem like it's all just ghost stories and rumors, and so they would also release Fazbear Frights, 1, to make money, and 2, to kind of make all those old stories seem silly. Like, oh, haha, they're just like these books. A girl named Charlotte didn't die in the alleyway outside of a Freddy's location. A girl named Charlotte was at a party and she just got sick and was taken into the back. And the person who died in the alleyway was this bad boy named Alec, who got taken over by a lonely Freddy. And doesn't that just seem ridiculous? You're just making stuff up. You're confusing reality with those silly books we released. As this comment points out, they released books about Help Wanted, specifically the Steve Snodgrass character, who was the indie developer who made the games that Help Wanted was based on. Either you know what I'm saying or you don't, and this is already completely incomprehensible. You know what I'm talking about. The thing is that story, Help Wanted, is not from Fazbear Frights, it's from Tales from the Pizzaplex. Tales from the Pizzaplex continuity, whether the entire thing's canon, it's entirely fiction in a parallel universe, it's fiction within the story itself, is completely different than whether or not Fazbear Frights is any of those things. I've done 2 community polls now about this topic, and most people seem to think that Tales from the Pizzaplex is within games continuity, and Fazbear Frights isn't. In both of my polls, more people thought that Tales from the Pizzaplex was in game continuity than they did think Fazbear Frights was in game continuity. As of right now, the majority opinion seems to be that Tales is canon and Frights isn't. So, the story Help Wanted about that game developer being in Tales from the Pizzaplex has no bearing on whether or not Frights is canon. I just today realized the little face in the beginning is a G. I'm such a detective. They're referring to my logo, and not only is the face a G, but the entire thing is letters. His little mouth and then the dots on either end are the 2 eyes of GiBi, and the drool coming out of his mouth is what makes up the B. Also, that is drool, that's not a tongue. So the face is a G, the mouth is an I, the drool is a B, and then the mouth in the other direction is the other I. It spells GiBi. Isn't that so clever? Oh my god. Unwithered Truth, that's another FNAF YouTuber you guys should totally check out, made a really good point in his video talking about the canon of FNAF, in that we as a fan base tend to automatically associate something non-canon as having no worth intrinsically, which is just a terrible way to engage with storytelling. At this point in my life as a FNAF fan, I'm reading these books, not because I think they'll solve the timeline of the games. Frankly, I don't think anything outside of a very lengthy and in-detail PDF from Mr. Scott Cawthon can do that, but because I want to genuinely engage with the content critically and earnestly. I also watched the video where Unwithered Truth talked about this, and I disagreed to a small extent because obviously the FNAF movie was incredibly successful and a lot of people, especially fans, loved it, and we all knew going in that wasn't going to be canon. But I do agree that a lot of people tend to devalue things if they're not canon, and I've actually seen this in other franchises. Some franchises have what I'm going to call homework, which I think most people would often associate with the MCU, where there's certain movies or TV shows that people would consider to be less interesting than others, with the most interesting obviously being the big Avengers movies, but the more interesting entries being Captain America, Iron Man, Spider-Man, etc. And so they see the other side movies, especially one-offs, something like currently Shang-Chi or The Eternals, etc., as, oh, I have to do homework so I know who this guy is when he shows up in the next movie I actually want to watch. And so they'll go to big fans who watch everything and be like, do I have to watch this one? Do I have to watch that one? And then back in the day, there was always the answer of like, well, technically you don't need to watch any of the X-Men movies because they're not canon, but you really should if you want to get all the jokes, and that's just exhausting. If you don't try to make this franchise, this IP, this one brand, your entire life and identity and do the homework, it's confusing, it's exhausting. And so if you like FNAF, but the thing that brought you in was the lore, was game theory videos, was wanting to find out what happened, and someone goes, oh, you like FNAF? You should try this thing that's not even canon. Well then yeah, you're gonna be like, well that's not scratching the itch that I'm here for, so I'm not going to engage with it. The same way that people who saw the first Avengers when they were 6 and were like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever, don't necessarily want to watch Moon Knight on Disney+. So I do understand that. I just don't necessarily think that it's a problem, because everyone's going to engage with the franchise at different levels. Back when the Star Wars continuity was reset after Disney bought Star Wars, I wanted to read every single book and every single comic book and watch every single TV show that was considered canon. I was a diehard, and still am, a diehard Star Wars fan. But there was so much that it became physically impossible to keep up with it. Unless I made Star Wars my full-time job, like making a YouTube channel about it, I would literally never be able to keep up with the amount of content. There's some Star Wars YouTubers who don't even keep up with absolutely everything. And so I get it from a casual perspective, being told that there's all these books to read, all these games to play, you gotta pick and choose, you gotta prioritize. And so we're in this really weird place where some people think that the Tales from the Pizza Plex books are canon and some people don't. And so if you're that group of FNAF fans who really only want to deal with the canon material so they can solve the lore, now you're in a pickle, because you don't necessarily want to commit to reading all these books. It's like a lot of books, it's so many books, guys. You don't want to read all these books if they end up not being canon, but if they are canon, you do want to know what's going on. And so the debate rages, and the debate will continue to rage. And that's not a bug, it's a feature. I think this would be very easily solved if Scott just came out and told us what was canon and not canon. I have a video about why I don't think that the Tiger Rock plush being in Help Wanted 2 means that the not Stitchline, the other thing, the mimic line. What is the mimic line but basically just mimicking the Stitch line if you really think about it? But I made a video about why the Tiger Rock plush in Help Wanted 2 does not actually confirm that the mimic line from the books is canon. I bring up tons of other examples of other franchises and how they have these crossovers and these different continuities and things like that. But what separates FNAF from those other franchises is that Scott just refuses to tell us what counts. And the theory is that he refuses to tell us because if he tells us it's not canon, fewer people will read the books and fewer people will buy the books and spend the money. So I get it, but once the series is over, like Fazbear Frights, and like you're not really making money from it as much as you were when they were coming out anymore, that's when you should come out and say, oh yeah, that was never canon. Or it was canon. Once it's like shelf life has expired, I think that's the time when Scott should come out and tell us the truth. Bringing up the MCU again, after the first Avengers movie, the show Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. came out on ABC, was a network television show. This is before streaming really took off, and that show was advertised as being canon. The tagline of the MCU back then was, it's all connected. And so when you watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury showed up, or Thor's female Asgardian friend, I forget her name, or she showed up on the show, then that means that the show matters, and that the people on the show might end up showing up in the movies. Due to a very complicated series of events where the Marvel TV shows and the Marvel movies were run by two different guys who didn't like each other, and the show people kept saying, we're canon, and the movie people kept saying, you're not canon, but then they advertised themselves as being canon, whatever, it's a mess. Anyway, after the show ended, they came out and said, because this guy got fired, so Kevin Feige came out and said, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was never canon and is not canon. meaning we have this entire show that people like myself watched because we thought it was canon to the MCU that has now been completely decanonized, and we were told that we were wrong the whole time, the marketing was wrong, we were lied to. And that sucks, because I love Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The first few seasons, not the last 2 seasons as much. Once the guy, exploded himself in a rocket ship, I'm like, okay, I can stop watching. But I have a friend who recently got into the video game Marvel Rivals, and so he wanted to catch up and watch everything in the MCU, including all of the TV shows on Disney+. And he asked me for a list of all the canon shows, and I gave it to him. And I told him, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't canon. And he was like, ooh, what a sigh of relief, I don't need to watch all that. And that sucks, because I like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But I also understand that if he only cares about what's canon, he's not gonna watch it. And so yeah, Scott does have a reason to not tell us that Fazbear Frights isn't canon, because then people won't read it. Obviously, I still would, because I'm making this my job, and because I do want to hear Scott's story, because even though he's not physically writing the books, he is coming up with the story ideas. And so, like Ben Welsh says, we think it's important to, genuinely engage with the content critically and earnestly. But for the sake of the health of the community, I think that Scott should clarify. It's like the #1 thing people are fighting over right now, and I just wish that they wouldn't. Okay, this is a really interesting comment. So in my video about Lonely Freddy, I talk about how there's an entire paragraph where the main character, Alec, is looking at his mother and his mother's sister, his aunt, and is like, oh, I'm nothing like my mom, but I look just like her, therefore I must be her daughter, right? Like, I'm not secretly my aunt's son or something. And I go off on this rant about how that's just literally not how genetics work. Ultimately, all your genes are coming from your grandparents, and there's some traits that could show themselves or be recessive. So let's say that your mom has blonde hair and your aunt has red hair, and you're born with blonde hair. You can't go, oh, I must be my mother's son because I also have blonde hair. That's not how that works. You could also have red hair. Your cousin could have blonde hair. Like, it just didn't work. It's wrong. And so this person's pointing out the sentence about Alec looking like his mom, then his maternal aunt, could just mean that he's bad at genetics, lol. So that's a very Watsonian perspective on this topic. There's Doylean and there's Watsonian. This comes from the Sherlock Holmes book. So Doylean is talking about a work from the perspective of the author out of the universe. So when I'm complaining and saying genetics don't work like that, that's coming from the Doylean perspective of the human being writing this book didn't understand genetics and thus wrote this paragraph wrong. The Watsonian perspective comes from the fact that the character Watson is the narrator in the Sherlock Holmes books. They're all his writings. He writes down these adventures that him and Sherlock go on. And so the perspective that the reason the paragraph is wrong is because Alec the narrator is wrong is a Watsonian perspective. It's, oh, the narrator thinks this, and thus it is stated, as opposed to the author thinks this, and thus it is stated. And those are both two very interesting ways of looking at media, and I think that they're both equally as important, and that you typically should look at media both ways. And that specifically because I'm viewing the Fazbear Fright stories as being in-universe novels, I do have to look at them both ways. Because if I only look at them Watsonianly from Alec's perspective as opposed to the author's perspective, I'd be missing out on the possibility that the author is actually a character, which makes the Doylean part Watsonian. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Is this wrong because Alec thinks it's wrong? Is this wrong because the in-universe author gets it wrong? Or is it wrong because the real-world author gets it wrong? I don't know, let's talk about it. You didn't need to invoke Nietzsche to tell us this crusty bear story sucks. I disagree. So once again, in my Lonely Freddy video, I stopped for a very long time and I talk about philosophy. I actually had my brother, who has long played a character on my channel named Dr. Professor Sleeve McDykel, come up with a very long essay that he wrote about the philosophy that's embedded into the Lonely Freddy story. So we talked about Nietzsche, and we talked about Kant, and we talked about Plato, and I think it's very important to look at what an author is trying to say about a piece of work. Again, that would kind of be like a Doylean thing, but it's more like anti-death of the author, where I think it's really important to look at what the author is trying to say with whatever work they're making. And so that's also why I talk about things like LGBT themes and references to Jesus in the Bible, because when anyone's making any sort of artistic work, it's always going to be in conversation with very important things like their identity, their personal philosophy, the world around them. And so knowing the history and the context in which they're made, knowing the person's identity and what that means to them, so that would be something like the year that they're born, right, like the decade that they're born and they grew up in. It would be things like sex, like gender, like race, like sexuality. That stuff's important to talk about. And then philosophies are also important to talk about, and you can throw religion in there. Coming from a mainly Christian culture or a non-mainly Christian culture matters. Being Christian yourself or not matters. Having, believing in Kant's ethics versus Nietzsche's ethics versus or Descartes or Plato or nothing is also important. Even if the author's beliefs aren't important, they might be giving the character beliefs based on their own understanding of these beliefs that they don't even have. And so yes, even for something as silly as the Scare Bear books, this is important. If we're talking about a character who fits into Nietzsche's view of the world, it's possible that the author intended that character to fit into Nietzsche's view of the world, and so you gotta talk about Nietzsche. I'm determined to pronounce Nietzsche as many different ways as possible. Nietzsche. Nietzsche. This very long comment, which I thank you, Porcelain Chips, for writing it, but I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's basically saying that Scott wrote his stories and then has given other people the ability to write their own stories, not wanting the continuities to get crisscrossed. Basically giving them room to tell their stories in different continuities. And this is very interesting coming, again, I'm going to relate this to the Star Wars fandom, it's very interesting coming from a Star Wars fan, because something very similar is happening over in that franchise. When Disney bought Star Wars, they said, from now on, everything is canon, nothing will be contradicted at any point, and that was just a complete lie. There is a book about the character Ahsoka in which she undergoes certain events. She meets some characters and fights some guys, and then in the show Tales of the Jedi, we learn what Ahsoka was doing at the exact same time period that the book was happening, and very, very similar events to that book happened in the show, but the names are changed, and some of the circumstances are different. So the show and the book completely conflict with each other, but they're basically telling the same story, so they're parallels of each other. Which one is canon? I'll answer that in a second. There was a comic book that came out when Star Wars Rebels was starting. It was about the character Kanan and how he was almost killed during Order 66. And then many years later, the show Star Wars The Bad Batch's pilot opens with Kanan and how he was almost killed during Order 66, but it's a completely different story, so one of them is canon and one of them's not. Which is it? Well, the answer that Star Wars Disney Dave Filoni gave us was that Star Wars doesn't have a real canon, because all the movies and everything starts with a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Everything is just a fairy tale, and thus in two different retellings of the same events, there can be minor or major differences told between them. Because we're not actually watching the real history, we're reading a fairy tale, and so some details have changed. This is also the explanation given to us from Nintendo about the Legend of Zelda series. They're all legends, and thus if the canon of two different games conflict with each other, it's because one of them was wrong and things were just mistranslated over time. I know that this is gonna piss a lot of people off. Someone told me they think pissed is a bad word, maybe I shouldn't say pissed anymore. I know this is gonna peeve a lot of people, but for this exact same reason, I think it is very likely that Tales from the Pizzaplex, even if it does end up being canon, even if we are supposed to look at it for clues, even if it's not about parallels, but Tales from the Pizzaplex, which I currently hold no opinion on if it's canon or not, Tales from the Pizzaplex might differ in canon from the games, merely because they are tales from the Pizzaplex. The same way that the Legend of Zelda are legends, and Star Wars is a fairy tale a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, a fairy tale. Tales from the Pizzaplex might just be tales, and thus even if they're based 99% in real life on things that happened in the actual continuity, doesn't mean that some details might not conflict with each other. The series is literally advertised as being tales, as being not true, embellished. Game of telephoned away from reality. Having not read all the stories yet, I'm not going to hardline say that I don't think the books are canon, but I am going to say that just from my vantage point, from the way that the books are advertised and the way that this works in other franchises, I probably do not think that the Tales from the Pizzaplex books were ever intended to be canon, because they're called Tales from the Pizzaplex, which also invokes things like Tales from the Crypt, the old anthology TV show that was kind of like The Twilight Zone, where you're just hearing stories. There's a storyteller, ironically a character called the Storyteller. It's called the Crypt Keeper in Tales from the Crypt. So in Tales from the Pizzaplex, maybe there's a storyteller. It doesn't make it not true, it just means you're sort of learning things through the skewed lens of the storyteller. The same way I just explained the Watsonian and the Doylean perspective, and also talked about how the main character can have a bias, the person telling the story can have a bias, and the real-world author can be wrong. In Tales from the Pizzaplex, any details we get could be biased from the fact that they are having a main character that could be biased, having a teller of the tale that could be biased, and then details could be wrong. For example, we know now that Scott gave a lot of information to Steelwool that they then mistranslated into Security Breach. So if there's something that contradicts Security Breach in Tales from the Pizzaplex, we don't know if the main character is biased, we don't know if the person telling the tale has got some details wrong, or we don't know if there were real-world miscommunications between Scott and the author of the book and Scott and Steelwool. It's very confusing. I just want him to answer. I know he won't. I don't think he actually should until the entire series is over, maybe after Secret of the Mimic. I wish he would. I forget where I was going with this. Zelda and Star Wars. Play Zelda if you like FNAF. They have nothing to do with each other. They're nothing alike. Going back to Lonely Freddy, because a lot of people have a lot of thoughts about Lonely Freddy, but Hazel, the girl with a name normally given to someone with hazel eyes, has bright green eyes. The same color as Alec after he gets Lonely Freddy'd. What if Hazel was Lonely Freddy'd way before the story starts? I love this, because I also picked up that it's weird that Hazel doesn't have hazel eyes. And if Lonely Freddy's have bright green eyes, which is the same color as Hazel does in the main story, and if Alec's eyes change color after he swaps souls with Lonely Freddy, then maybe Hazel's eyes changed color. It's really weird because you think like his parents would notice that his eyes changed color. So maybe he didn't notice when Hazel's eyes changed color. Maybe it sort of like retroactively makes your eyes a different color. Like everyone always thinks that you had green eyes even though they used to be brown. Don't know. Very interesting. I love that someone noticed this. So in my video talking about whether or not Tales was canon, I said that even if characters like Edwin and David and the Mimic were canon, and even if the origin story of the Mimic where Dave is running out on the road and there is a car and it is going to hit him, if that really happened, it doesn't mean that all the other stories that are tied to it in the Tales from the Pizzaplex books are canon. It doesn't mean GiBi is canon, and it doesn't mean that the Mimic epilogues in which a group of teenagers break into the construction site for the Pizzaplex and then get killed by the Mimic doesn't mean that that's canon. So when At Wit's End asked, hey, what tell story is a bunch of teens killed in a warehouse, may I ask? That's the Mimic epilogues in which a bunch of teens are killed by the Mimic. Nguyen Xander asks, the FNAF newspapers say that 2 children were lured into the safe room on June 26th. Supposedly the 3rd and 5th children in Toy Chica's high school years. Does that mean William killed them all on the same day? Because if he killed the 3rd and the 5th on the same day, he would have at least have to kill the 4th on the same day as well. So if we're taking Toy Chica's high school years as the kill order, and we know that Susie was lured into the back. If Susie was the first and Susie was lured to the back, that means that all the other killings were on the same day because it was the next day that he was caught, right? Yeah, so I guess that has to make sense. So one of the important things is that the newspaper says that 5 disappearances are tied to the incident. For me, what's super important about that, because I think that Charlie was one of the MCI people, I have a video about that you can go watch. But because I think Charlie was one of the MCI people, that would mean that William killed 4 people on the same day. Susie, and then the 3 boys. So yes, that does mean that. I think that answers your question. How is Charlie tied into the MCI in your Cassidy DCI theory? Elizabeth doesn't go missing at a Freddy's. We have no idea what the public thinks happened to Elizabeth, but at the very least she goes missing at a Circus Baby Pizza World. I also think that Elizabeth died after the MCI. I think that the MCI happened, well, I think Charlie dies, and then I think the MCI happens, and I think Freddy's closes, and then Circus Babies opens, and then Elizabeth is killed, and then that closes, and then Circus Baby rental happens. So that's what I think, and your response is William wouldn't want to kill because the MCI was to test possession, and he only knew about possession after Elizabeth's death. So from the, let's test what we've all learned today, from the Watsonian perspective, the in-universe perspective, I think the answer to that question is that William probably noticed that either Dave's plush had some amount of possession in it after his death, or that the puppet had some amount of possession in it after Charlie's death, and that would lead him to go and do the MCI. From a Doyleist perspective, from the author of the story perspective, Elizabeth doesn't exist until Sister Location. So William's backstory had to make sense before the character of Elizabeth, before him having a daughter, ever even happened. Like all this stuff, the FNAF 1, 2, and 3 are a self-contained story. If the story had ended there, no one would be asking, why did William kill the kids before Elizabeth died? Because Elizabeth didn't exist. So obviously there was a reason, from the author's perspective, for William to do the killing that had nothing to do with Elizabeth. And so I think that there is a reason. It's because the answer is just that he saw other people dying and he wanted to test it. Maybe he was just a mad scientist and wanted to do it himself. But I think the most likely answer is that he saw Dave's toy, Golden Freddy toy thing become possessed, or he saw the puppet. Totally serious question that's definitely worth considering. Do you think that Scott Cawthon specifically chose songs he hated to be sung by Freddy and Co. in the movie, since FNAF 1 Phone Guy says those same stupid songs? No, because I think one of the main songs used in the movie that Freddy sung is extremely important to the lore. I was gonna make a video about that, but then you guys voted and said that you wanted to make a video about Mrs. Afton, so I did that instead. Sure is funny that Freddy in the movie sings a song and says, oh, all the secrets that you keep while you're talking in your sleep, which I guess in the real world is a song about, like, infidelity, but in the movie it's a song about Mike's dream theory. Mike's dream. I think it's lore important. Can we get an interpollistic shirt, please? I spent months designing my Scare Bear shirt. I invented yellow Scare Bear, I invented the purple fella, I made the logo for the Aftari 8500, I made mugs with these guys, I have a Horror Homestead hat. I had to go through multiple different print-on-demand services because I didn't like Teespring, and I eventually settled on Fourth Wall because I think that they genuinely have the best quality stuff, just so I could bring you guys funny Scare Bear shirt. And now you just want a shirt that says interpollistic? Okay. How come Springtrap can't have a kid? I mean, is there any evidence suggesting otherwise? No, technically not. I think that what is absolutely confirmed is actually very few things in the series, so can Springtrap father a child while they're Springtrap? Maybe. Someone should make a video about the things that are actually canon in FNAF so that we can just go and check the list and see, oh, is it canon that Springtrap can't have children? No. Maybe it's possible then. And now I want to move on from questions to the community update portion of the video. This is where I talk about videos and news and ongoing things that are happening within the community. Beyond the continual debate about whether or not the books are canon, there have been two big videos that I've seen released in the community over the last few days. Two big topics, I should say. The first, which everybody's asking me to cover, is the new theory from Cryonides about Lefty the animatronic from FNAF 6. Together on a live stream, they discussed some evidence and came to a conclusion that they believe that the DCI kids are inside Lefty from FNAF 6. There's some evidence that points this way if you interpret it in a specific manner. For example, in UCN, Lefty tells the player, who is probably William, that there is room for one more. One of the people inside being Charlie, and so possibly other people inside are the DCI kids. It would also answer what happened to the DCI kids. It also makes sense because Lefty kinda looks like the older animatronics. I'm never going to explain their theory and their evidence as well as their videos do, so I'm going to link them both in the description. Once again, they came up with this on a live stream, but then both individually put out videos discussing them. They also talk about other topics. A lot of people seem very convinced by this theory, and a lot of the sentiment that I see revolving around why it's so convincing is that it answers questions. Oh, now we know what happened to the DCI. Oh, now we know what happened with Lefty. Oh, now we know Henry's plan. And this is what I'm talking about when I say that certain evidence can be compelling to some people and not compelling to others. Because for all the people who are saying, oh my god, this makes perfect sense now, there's also people saying that these mysteries didn't really need solving. We know why Lefty exists. He exists to capture the puppet. We know what happened to the toy animatronics. They were dismantled, and then parts of them were put in the FNAF 3 location, and that place burned down, so if there was any remnant left in their suits, it was destroyed in that fire. I'm a proponent that the DCI didn't even happen, so I'm not looking for an answer for that. But these videos' popularity show that there is a hunger in the fandom for answers to these long-sought questions, that evidence from a game as old as FNAF 6 can still be used to solve a lot of mysteries in the franchise, and that mysteries that have existed since FNAF 2, a 10-year-old game, are still things that people are interested in. I love that people are still looking for theories and evidence in these old games, and I can't wait to hear more from these creators. The second video I want to talk about is from YouTuber Mahogany. They have a video called Unsolving Molten MCI, which just goes straight to my heart, because I have my video called Unsolving Midnight Motorist. And yes, I am totally on board with people just looking at other theories and going, we have no idea what's happening. With that said, I thought the video was going to be going over why Molten MCI isn't true, and I went in with a very open mind, expecting to hear a lot of evidence, conflicting with the overall theory, and maybe could change my mind, but no, it actually ended up being probably one of the best laid out explanations of Molten MCI. It goes over the evidence and the counter evidence. It goes over why it's silly, but also why it's almost certainly true. Mahogany only has 3 videos on his channel. 2 of them have under 3,000 views and the other has 77,000. That's just the YouTube algorithm for you, but all 3 of his videos are phenomenal. I highly recommend his channel. He has a good way of talking, and I expect great things from him in the future. Moving on, I'm going to be answering some questions, and this week a lot of the questions are going to be based on the last Fazbear Frights analysis video I made. That was about the story 1:35 AM. First of all, you should be watching that series, because it's awesome. Second of all, you should be watching that series so you learn the truth about Fazbear Fright stories. That truth being, sleeping is bad for you. If Homegirl has a phone and wants to save money when buying an alarm clock, why not just use the phone's alarm clock function? Yeah, so basically what we learn is that this story can't have taken place that far in the distant past. There's a lot of modern things in the story, and thus it's very likely that her phone has an alarm function. I don't think that my first ever phone had an alarm. Maybe it did, I just didn't use it. Every smartphone will have that, but if this took place in like the early 2000s, or maybe it's just that she's so poor that she doesn't have a smartphone, because like she lost all her money when her rich husband, whose name was literally Rich, divorced her. So maybe she has a cell phone, but not a smartphone. I don't know. Either way, this just shows the quality of the writing of the story, that while I was actively reading it, I never asked myself questions like that. It's one thing after the fact, and this goes for movies too, it's one thing after the fact if you're like, well, why didn't the characters just do this? That would have been the smart thing to do. If you're watching the movie or reading the book and you don't think to yourself that as it's happening, it's because the movie has engrossed you enough in the character's plight and in the plot that's going on for you to not stop and ask those, like, actually logical CinemaSins questions. So I think it shows the quality of the story that I never asked myself, why doesn't she just use her cell phone as an alarm clock? I think partly the answer is that when she does do things that are, like, logical, right? Like, oh, there's a spooky noise outside your apartment, why don't you just sleep somewhere else? When she does do that, it does not help the situation. Oh, what if you're just awake at the time the spooky alarm clock's waking you up, like you're at work? Doesn't help the situation, it makes it worse. So even if the thought does cross your mind while you're reading that, like, oh, what if she just uses her phone as an alarm? That might just make things worse. Anyway, great question. Moving on. I'm going to summarize this. I do have it on screen, obviously, so you can read the whole thing if you'd like. It starts by talking about Midnight Motorists and how it's very similar to an event that is depicted in the FNAF movie, where Golden Freddy literally comes to collect Abby from her house. I will also say that something similar happens in the Silver Eyes trilogy, where one of the twisted animatronics comes to Charlie's house and, like, grabs her in its stomach and then, like, walks her to Freddy's. So it happens in the movies, it happens in the Silver Eyes, maybe Midnight Motorist, is it happening in the games, where an animatronic comes and snatches, like, the main character child, in this case it would be Dave, to bring them to Freddy's. And I get that, and I see that pattern. There's just other patterns that don't fit across all the different continuities, and so to me this would be in the category of, like, weak or circumstantial evidence. Like, oh, a kid got snatched in the movie? Oh, a kid got snatched in the Silver Eyes? Well, in the Silver Eyes, it was against their will. In the movie, it was with her will. In the movie, she killed, Golden Freddy killed the aunt. In the book, they don't kill anyone. In Midnight Motorist, they're not killing any of the parents. But the more interesting thing that this comment points out is the idea that the MCI may have happened before the crying child segments of FNAF 4. This would explain the comment that one of the girls makes, one of the NPCs makes, about how, oh, if they catch you, then they hide your body at night and never tell anyone. They kill you. It also explains why Dave says, "These are my friends," when he's looking at the plushes in his room. It's possible that, like Abby, he has literally befriended the ghosts of the children. Remember that Abby was drawing pictures of her little ghost friends before even going to Freddy's in the movie. So Dave has literally befriended these children. It probably doesn't hurt that they'd actually probably be children from his neighborhood. When Dave says, "These are my friends," he means he's talking about the ghosts. William sees this and says, oh no, what if Dave figures out that the animatronics are possessed, or that possibly the bodies are even physically still inside them? And so he then goes and he scares Dave away from the Freddy's location. He doesn't want him going there. When he's dying, psychic friend Fredbear says, "We're still your friends, do you believe that?" He then fades off into the distance of death, and these ghost friends will come back in Happiest Day to give him a happy birthday. So it's possible that he befriended them while they were dead and he was alive, and then in the ghost world they were able to be together, and then move on. This commenter brings in how in the Security Puppet minigame, the Security Puppet exists because of Charlie. He's there to protect Charlie. Why would Charlie need protection from the Security Puppet if nothing bad had happened at the restaurants yet? Most people's timelines is either that Charlie dies first, or that Dave dies first via an accident, and then Charlie's murdered outside the restaurant. So why would there be a Security Puppet there if no one's died yet? If the MCI happened first, then it does make sense that Charlie would need the Security Puppet. Although I will say, there's really no reason to think that the location actually closed directly after the MCI. Like, that's just something that we guess. We just sort of assume the MCI happens, the restaurant closes, and then it reopens in 1987 for FNAF 2. The big thing that I also think is very important to point out, and this subject might come up in some sort of hypothetical video where someone lists the things that are actually confirmed in FNAF. The big thing that I feel a need to point out is that the date 1985 for the MCI does not exist in the games. That only exists in the Fazbear Frights series and the Silver Eyes. The only dates we have are that the FNAF 4 flashbacks happen in 1983, and FNAF 2 is in 1987. We don't know when the MCI happened. The MCI may have happened in 1983 before any other event happened. There is nothing in the story that technically shows that that's impossible. So while this theory goes against the way that most people look at the story, look at the timeline, look at the franchise, look at everything, it is technically possible. Again, do I believe this? Am I going to incorporate this into my timeline? No, but I feel like if someone released a 2-hour-long video called "Everyone Was Wrong About FNAF," and the first thing they said was, hey, the 1985 date comes from literally nothing, let's assume that the MCI happens before Charlie and Dave's death, I think that would blow up. I think that would cause a lot of annoying people to come to comment sections of other YouTubers and say, oh my god, did you see this? I'm not annoyed if you come in my comment section and ask me to watch someone else's video. I'm annoyed by the people who come into my comment section and say, actually, GiBi, you're wrong, because I saw this other person's video, and I'm just going to take that into my personality and think that they're right from now on. This theory also obviously fits with the idea that the puppet is last, which comes from Help Wanted 2, where you have to light the gravestones in a certain order, and the last one is the puppet. So the idea would be that the MCI happens, and then Dave dies, and then Charlie dies. There's a lot of evidence for this, and I actually really like it. Again, do I believe it? No. Should it be investigated by smart FNAF people to see if there's actually more evidence towards it, or if there's some big glaring issue that makes it impossible? Yes. And so, ShuckleChan6002, I think that you should take your theory further. Maybe post it on Reddit so other people can work it out. Maybe show other YouTubers this. Maybe make a video yourself. I like the way that you think it through, even though I'm still convinced that Midnight Motorist is not about the Aftons. I just finished the graphic novel, The Silver Eyes. Am I simply confused about there being no mention of Charlie having a deceased twin brother in the game's storyline? No, so the games never say anything about Sammy, which is Charlie's brother in the book. Sammy, for all intents and purposes, does not exist in the game's continuity. I have a conspiracy about this, and my conspiracy is that Sammy does exist, and that the reason that the Save Him minigame is called Save Him in the games is because Henry, who spells out S-A-V-H-I-M in that minigame, is like pretending that Sammy is the one who died, not Charlie, which is also what he did in the books. It's a whole thing. It's called arcade theory. So I think that this was sort of like a retcon, like, oh, let's just kind of mash these elements together and people will understand it. But technically, there is nothing about Sammy in the video games unless you have a conspiracy like mine. Was this just added in the canon as an artistic liberty to tell this story, but no connection to the games? Correct. Is the connection that her twin was named Michael, so her twin's not named Michael, her twin is named Sammy. Michael is one of her friends from childhood. Michael is the character who goes into Golden Freddy, so Michael's like the Cassidy character in the Silver Eyes continuity, although there is a Cassidy character. There's a character named Cassidy, she's just one of the other animatronics. I know Charlie's supposed to be Charlie Emily, aka Circus Baby. Again, it's kind of confusing. Charlie is Baby in the books, but obviously not in the games, because in the games it's Elizabeth. But this book has Michael haunting Golden Freddy, implying Michael in the book is Cassidy as Golden Freddy, or that an unknown Emily is the true first Snatch child. Again, Michael Brooks, which is his character's name in the books, has nothing to do with Sammy the twin. So yeah, Scott just likes reusing names across mediums. Like you have Mike Brooks in the Silver Eyes, Michael Afton Schmidt in the games, and now Mike Schmidt in the movie, and none of these are the same character. If the MCI's Remnant is stolen before FNAF 1, how are the classics still haunted by them? So Remnant can be split. If you believe in Molten MCI, or if you just look at the evidence from the Silver Eyes and from Sister Location, Remnant can be split. If Object A has Remnant in it, if my fist, actually, hold on, let me just use something. If this remote control has Remnant in it, and I want to take some of this Remnant to bring to life, I need something mechanical, my cell phone. If I want to take Remnant out of this haunted object and put it in my cell phone to bring my cell phone to life, I do not need to take all of the Remnant from this item. I can take a little bit of it and put it in here. In fact, the existence of the scoop implies that the amount of Remnant in something also determines its, like, intelligence, right? Scoop stands for scalable creation of ulterior presence. So, like, my interpretation is that Ballora has more Remnant than the Mini-Renas. The Mini-Renas and the Biddy Babs only have a little bit of Remnant, whereas the bigger animatronics like Funtime Foxy and Funtime Freddy and Ballora, etc. have a lot more. So if this is the animatronic that was fully haunted in the MCI, and you take a little bit of Remnant out of it, and you use it to bring to the Sister Location bunker and haunt the Funtime animatronics, this is still haunted, and this is now haunted. So that's how the Remnant can be taken out before FNAF 2 and still have the withered animatronics and then the classic animatronics still be haunted for those games. I think it's really important to not look at Remnant like a Horcrux. It's not a soul of a child that is inhabiting a robot body. It is life force. It is something that has the capability of animating something, of bringing it to life. and you can take, like, imagine a battery. You take a little bit, and you can put it somewhere else over there, and so now that has a little bit of charge, and charge still remains in this first object. Which would then be how FNAF 2, the toy animatronics, are possessed. It's not a fully confirmed thing, but it's a big theory that the reason the toy animatronics are haunted is because parts from the withers are used to, like, repair them. So the toys are only haunted because they have, like, screws and nuts and bolts in them from the withers. And so that little bit of remnant is then passed into the toys, which animates them a little bit. How has your relationship with the franchise changed since you started making FNAF videos? Do you have any negative associations with it now that it is a job? So firstly, I will say that I've started to get a lot of Christmas and birthday presents that are FNAF themed because people know that about me. It's actually where Toto came from. I actually had a conversation a few days ago with my mother when she was asking me about how the YouTube channel was going, where I pointed out that, like, I've been following FNAF since it originally came out. It's been over 10 years at this point, and she's like, oh, you never talked about it before. And I'm like, well, yeah, there's probably a lot of things that I'm really, really interested and invested in that I've never mentioned just in passing to my friends and family. I just watch videos on YouTube, and I learn a lot about Super Mario Maker, I don't know, from Cleve Gaming. Have I ever talked about that? Oh my god, I'm obsessed with it. Oh my god, I play it all the time. No, but it's something I know a lot about. And so now it's sort of like people are treating FNAF like it's a big part of my personality, even though it's the same as it's always been. I just make videos about it now. I've become the FNAF guy to certain people. I don't see the series any different. Like, obviously, I still enjoy it. I'm not, like, put off by the fact that I have to read all these books. I don't think I ever would have if I wasn't making videos. I would have just probably watched summary videos. That's actually what I did originally. This was like years ago at this point, but I watched Impulse737's summary videos about Fazbear Frights. So like I'm more into it because I'm doing it as a job, but that doesn't change my appreciation or my like, I'm not like angry at the series. I don't like groan whenever something happens now because, oh, I have to cover that. Maybe that'll happen if this continues for several years, but obviously I have a lot more stuff going on in my life, even my YouTube career. I have a lot of channels, guys. They're always linked in the description. My main GiBi channel is like what I consider to be my main work on YouTube. It's my series, The Absurds. And so when I want to make videos about other things, I just do it on that channel. So no negativity yet. Why does everyone say FNAF 6 took place in the same place as Fredbear's? So there is absolutely no evidence for this. It's just something the community likes because it brings things full circle and because it sort of makes sense. Like the idea that when Fredbear shut down, Henry was probably still the owner of the property. And thus when Henry needed a location for his new Fazbear Entertainment location, he would use that building he still owned. We can also see the building is kind of run down before the start of the game, which would also imply it's been around for a while. So like there's circumstantial evidence. There's like, it's an old building, and Henry bought it, and in the real world, it would be more likely that Henry maintained it. So, like, there you go. Maintain ownership of the property, not maintain, like, the quality of the windows of the building. People just say it as a fact because it makes the story better. But no, it's not, like, proven or confirmed or anything. My friend, the dog in the Wizard of Oz is also spelled T-O-T-O. You were confidently incorrect there. Yeah, I said that Toto from the Wizard of Oz is T-O-D-O, which is how Toto is normally spelled, which is what I said in that video. And so him being named T-O-T-O is different than the Wizard of Oz. It's not, I was literally just wrong. Random question. I remember once seeing a theory video about the FNAF 4 cutscene where the Fredbear plush promises to put the child back together. The video made the point that the text color was actually a slightly different shade of yellow, which matches the text color of the girl with pigtails, suggesting that this line had actually come from the girl rather than the Fredbear plush. None of the FNAF theory videos I've seen account for this detail, and I'm wondering what you think of it. Does this still hold significance? So a lot of people do talk about this. There's two theories when it comes to that text being a different color to begin with. The first is that it doesn't mean anything. Scott literally just used the wrong color by accident. There's other instances of this, like the green shirt bully literally just uses a different hair color between scenes. And the second is that it does have meaning. What that meaning is then split into multiple different interpretations. It's William talking now instead of the bear, or it's the bear talking now instead of William. Or it used to be that William was like talking out of the bear, like doing a silly little bear voice, but now he's talking in his real voice. Or the other way around. The fact that it shares a color with the pigtail girl, and that the pigtail girl has red pigtails like Baby, and maybe like Elizabeth if you squint kind of. Again, the colors don't really work. But maybe the girl is his sister, Elizabeth, and so maybe she's talking now. So yeah, people do talk about this a lot. It's just that, like everything in FNAF, there's so many debates and arguments about it that it becomes like, I have my theory, he has his theory, she has her theory, they have their theory, and we're not going to agree. I personally don't think it really means anything important. but I do not think that most people assume that it's the pigtail girl talking. Either Scott reused that color across two different characters, this end of scene person talking through the bear and then the girl, or it was an accident. So there you go. Hear me out. FNAF 1 doesn't take place in 1993. In FNAF 1, we hear Phone Guy say in reference to the animatronics, if I were forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20 years and I never had a bath, I'd be a little irritable at night too. We know the FNAF 1 animatronics are the withers from FNAF 2 just repaired into the FNAF 1 animatronics, and the FNAF 2 location closed in 1987. 20 years to get the earliest possible date for FNAF 1 takes place in 2007. That is a very, very, very literal interpretation of what Phone Guy said and what Phone Guy means, which is why nobody really thinks that that's the case. For one, saying that having that 20-year countdown start from when the withers were repaired into the classic animatronics is a very odd way of interpreting that line. Obviously, the withers were repaired into the classics, and so it's possible that when Phone Guy says 20 years, he's still referring to the withereds, and then also possibly the unwithereds. So if the Freddy suit was made in 1983 when Freddy's opened, and then that suit deteriorated over time to become the withereds, and then that suit was repaired to become Classic Freddy, that's still the same character. And so when Phone Guy says, if I was forced to sing stupid songs for 20 years, he could still be referring to the original suit from 1983. Now, that would still put FNAF 1 in 2003, not 1992-3, early 90s when people think the game took place, because 20 years from the opening of Freddy's is still after when people think the game took place. But I will say that I don't think anyone interprets it as 20 years after the withers were repaired. It would be 20 years after the character existed. The second thing is that 20 years is probably an estimation. It's probably not exactly 20 years to the November that FNAF 1 is taking place since the character started singing their same songs. This actually happens in other fandoms. It really frustrates me. In Star Wars, Yoda says,
"When 900 years old you reach, look as good you will not."
And then he dies. And so people say that he died at age 900. Just like, no, guys, he's rounded to the nearest century. That's just not what he meant. I hate it. Anyway, 20 years could be a rounding thing. I would say that it could be as far away as 17 years, and then obviously you could also round it up to like 22, because I think it was 23, you might round it up to like 25 years, etc. So it could be as few as 17 years since the character originated until the 20 years passed into FNAF 1. It's also possible, and I know that he was talking about the physical animatronic taking a bath in that many years, that he's referring to the existence of the concept of the character. So let's say that in 1979, when this Secret of the Mimic Fall Fest thing's happening, if there's an incarnation of Freddy that exists at that time, and then you're around 20 years down to 17 years, now you're in like 1995 for when FNAF 1 could be taking place, while still taking what Phone Guy says into account, but applying it to the concept of the character rather than the most recent incarnation of the character, and having 20 be more of a rounding thing. Your comment took it very, very, very literally, which is why a lot of FNAF theorists, when they're making timelines and stuff, don't use those numbers, because we don't take it as literally, because that's just not how humans talk. Going back to 1:35 a.m., I said that part of the moral of the story was that Delilah was spending a lot of her time dreaming about the life that she wanted instead of working to make that life happen. Most of the stories in Fazbear Frights are morality tales. Basically, you, the reader, are supposed to learn something from them. And so the fact that Delilah is, like, punished and dies at the end because she's wishing for a better life isn't the point. The point is that you reading the story take away the lesson that if you just start dreaming and not actually living your life, you might go crazy. And so the thing that she does wrong to become haunted by the paranormal force that's chasing her is taking naps and going to sleep and just spending her time dreaming instead of spending her time living. This user has an alternative theory. My thematic analysis of the story was completely different. I read it as being about abandonment and the cycle of neglect. Delilah was abandoned by her foster parents and her husband, and then abandons Ella. Ella is a haunted alarm clock that she gets, and then throws away because it doesn't work, and then haunts her, kind of. Who represents her daughter in her head, and is connected with the version of Baby in the trilogy, who is abandoned Frankenstein style by Henry. Because all this neglect and grooming has put her in a bad situation, she abandons Ella. Maybe it's just because the adult protagonist caused it to feel a lot like the Magnus Archives, another horror anthology series. I don't know anything about that. And they don't really do morality tales the way Frights does. It's more, person is in a vulnerable position because of society and will now suffer a terrible fate at the hands of a supernatural representation of said thing. As for what Ella is, I analyzed the story in my second Fazbear Frights video, so you guys can go check out Absol X Guardian's channel for their interpretation. I think Henry did the same thing he did in the trilogy to try to bring Charlie back and failed. In the Silver Eyes trilogy, it seems like there aren't any owners of Fazbear Entertainment other than Henry and William, since the location never opens without them, but that can't be the case in the games universe. Because he needs to keep making excuses while building a new body for Charlie, he had to rework his Ella designs to be a sellable product. It has more features than the Ella in the trilogy because he kept adding more electronics to try to make a real Charlie. Henry having a bunch of brain damage and trying and failing to kill himself explains where he was until FNAF 6. My theory is that Eleanor is the games universe / Stitchline version of Baby from the trilogy. They're described basically the same, and if Henry will never succeed in bringing Charlie back, William never becomes suspicious and steals her. This is going to be incomprehensible unless you've read The Silver Eyes, but I'm going to keep going. It's a good comment, it's good noticing, it's good observations. She has this big cathartic moment about making her own identity, choosing the name Eleanor, and deciding to become a monster in front of the Ella doll that features in the story. That's how she's connected to it, when it predates the man in room 1280. It goes around and does haunted stuff, which is how it has a representation and Taggart is looking for it. What happened to Delilah was in her head, a Golden Freddy-style psychic projection, helped along by her own guilt and problems. The Stitch Wraith eventually gathers her because Jake can't tell the difference between Andrew and Eleanor's aura since they're all mixed together. I think people underestimate the relevance of the Silver Eyes trilogy to the gamesverse. Obviously, it has to be a different continuity, but so many concepts and even names like William Afton, Henry Emily, and Charlie Charlotte come from the trilogy confirmed later in the games. Technically, Charlie's name has never been confirmed in the games. Some people think that the girl, Henry's daughter who becomes the puppet is actually Cassidy in the games. It's a whole thing. But yes, good observations, good conclusions. I'm going to be going forward in my series looking at the Fazbear Frights novels, 1, looking at Frights fiction, and then 2, seeing if it's possibly in continuity with the Silver Eyes, just because there's a lot of things that connect the two stories. I'm not saying that it's possible, I'm saying going forward I'm going to be playing myself as someone who thinks it's possible and looking at the evidence as we go. Instead of starting with a conclusion and then looking for evidence, I'm going to be looking for the evidence and then coming to a conclusion. Another thing about Ella that I find interesting is that she's included on one of the arcade cabinets in Security Breach. In Security Breach, it's clearly meant to be Ella from the novel trilogy, since she's alongside Theodore, Charlie's plush rabbit. And another cabinet features her unicorn, Stanley. Considering these were toys made for Charlie by Henry, I feel it points to the novels being in canon books, similar to your Frights fiction theory. This is something else that a lot of people do believe. It's a little harder to make the leap that the Silver Eyes trilogy is an in-universe book, because it delves so deeply into the personal lives of Henry. Like, it seems obvious that the people in the universe, in the games universe, wouldn't know intimate details about, like, Henry's personal life and his family in order to then write the Silver Eyes, whereas the Fazbear Fright stories are a lot more general. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. Or it suggests that Henry or someone else marketed these as toys in the games universe. Another cabinet features Fetch, which might mean he's a real Fazbear property. Like you said in your Tiger Rock video, he may exist in some form without Frights being canon. Fetch also, in the books universe, was a toy actually manufactured by Fazbear Entertainment, so it's possible that the toy is in the games universe even if the haunted version isn't. But again, I think it would be strange to give him his own game without the books, since he would be an obscure character. The cabinet I find most compelling is the Bunbarians, which features Theodore and Ralpho from Bunny Call. Ralpho in the stories is not a Fazbear entity at all, so I can't really imagine a reason for him to be here other than Frights fiction. I agree. Obviously, it could just be an Easter egg, but I don't think that Scott would do that. If he's just a random Fazbear character in the game's continuity, it would have to be extremely far removed from the books. The last option would be that this is just Steel Wool shoehorning random FNAF properties into Security Breach without consulting Scott on the canon, but I do hope they wouldn't be that careless. I agree. I know that some of the things in Security Breach are also referencing to the Fazverse fan initiative. So to us, to the players, to the real world, they are just Easter eggs. But it's possible that in the FNAF games universe, these are like, basically they have the same relationship to the real Five Nights at Freddy's game, where like people made games and then Fazbear Entertainment is like, you can't do that. And then they're like, actually, maybe you can do that. You just gotta, join our little club. We get to make arcade games based on your intellectual property, but we're not going to sue you and you can make money off of them. That's all for the question, so I wanted to mention a few videos from the FNAF community for this last week. For one, this Twitter user, and there's probably other people who did this, but this is the tweet I saw. This Twitter user timed the 2025 New Year midnight on New Year's Eve to correspond with Jackie's Box song, and that is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I'm running out on the road. There is a car, and it is going to hit me.
Secondly, I want to talk about the I Solved the Next FNAF Game video by Johnny the Night Guard. It's a great video for people who don't know what's going on with like the upcoming game and the Help Wanted 2 update. I don't agree with all of his conclusions, but that's the point of being a FNAF theorist. I like the way he looks at evidence. I do like the way that he uses the Edwin and Dave from the Jackie's Box video to indicate Edwin and Dave in the game's continuity, because that's what I do as well. But it's just a great video to get people up to date with what's going on, and also obviously his prediction for the game that's going to come out soon. And secondly, I want to draw your attention to Bonk Boy's video. Overthinking yapping about Elizabeth Afton's voice lines for over an hour. This is just a great video, and this is the kind of content that I love watching when it comes to FNAF, because you see people working through things, not in real time because obviously it is a scripted video, but you see people working through things as they look at more and more evidence, taking all of Baby and all of Elizabeth's voice lines and trying to come to a conclusion about like what they meant, what emotion was trying to get across. He looks at real world things like what the actors were told about their characters and from interviews with the voice actors about what they know about their characters. It's a really interesting video. Obviously a lot of research was done, and that's the kind of video that I wish would like blow up more in the community. Independent research into one specific topic for a long period of time to come to interesting conclusions and to lay out facts in manners that other people haven't before. I could not recommend the Bonk Boys video enough. Alright, so we have this question. How do I want FNAF to end? Specifically, the end of everything, like the last frame of the series. I personally don't think FNAF will ever end. It's just too profitable and popular of a franchise, the same way that Star Wars will never end, and Harry Potter will never end, and every TV show you've ever liked will never end. Except for the ones that did end too soon. I'm still mad about Firefly. So is FNAF gonna end? No, it's never going to. How would I want it to end? Well, the only thing that would be a satisfying ending is all of the spirits move on and everybody becomes aware of the evil things that William Afton did, and so his legacy is tarnished. He's punished for it in the afterlife. He's already being punished for it in the afterlife. But everyone's like, William was bad, and Fazbear Entertainment was an evil, bad company that allowed things to happen, and they get replaced with a company that makes good decisions that don't harm kids. But that's not like really a satisfying ending. That's just like the justified ending. If the series isn't going to end, I think they should just go totally crazy with it. I think we should get, like, actually Freddy in space, like a Halo-type game, but the animatronics are, like, robots possessed by, like, the fighting spirit of some really cool soldiers. So, like, it would start, and you're just a regular soldier, maybe in some sort of futuristic armor, and you die, and then you wake up and you're inside of an animatronic suit. You're Freddy Fazbear. Your patrol buddies are Bonnie and Chica and Foxy. And there can be space combat, and your squad mates is kind of like Star Fox. I'm picturing Star Fox. I'm literally just remaking Star Fox. Make Star Fox with Freddy, but it's also Halo. Does that answer the question? I think that probably answers the question. I think I answered that well enough. Yeah, let's just do all that. The real reason I switched back into my GiBi persona is because I didn't think I'd be able to read this in my Two-Hat Mikey accent. I'm gonna keep recommenting until someone sees this one day. I gotcha. I think I have a fairly decent theory for the sister location Springlock failure. In the community, it's been said time and again that Funtime Chica was just a new design for Chica so that she could be part of the sister location style gang. When the idea of Chica's Party World came out with Help Wanted, I feel as if it never even was added to most people's canon. So Chica's Party World was actually something that was mentioned in the source code of the website, on Scott's website, before Sister Location came out. We knew about Chica's Party World before Sister Location was even released, and so the idea that there was a Funtime Chica out there is something that's been in the fan theory consensus since then. Chica's Party World is another canon sister location, just like Circus Babies. However, Circus Babies got most of the main cast of animatronics like Freddy, Bonnie, and Foxy. Therefore, Chica's Party World needs their own set of animatronic characters. Yes, and MatPat came up with the theory that the mediocre melodies would be at Chica's Party World. Since GiBi has been vocal on believing that Chica as a character came from a merging of two animatronic-themed restaurants like the founding of Chuck E. Cheese, that's the canon I'm going with for this theory. Understandable, you're leaving a comment on my channel, makes sense. Scott obviously isn't averse to redesigning characters. In canon, that means William, or at least the Afton Robotics Fazbear Enterprise, isn't either. It's why there are like 50 Freddy designs. Fact check, true. People still say that. Am I out of touch? No, you're not out of touch. You do a really good Brooklyn accent. Thank you, Toto. Continuing. The community pretty commonly treats Roxanne Wolf as a female Foxy, but we know that Funtime Foxy, Lolbit, and Mangle are closer depictions to what that would fully look like. The reason I bring this up is because there are more references to a male wolf animatronic in the series. Chica's high school years has one, and so does the Twisted Ones. I think it's a good chance that the security breach location just changed this wolf's design. So the idea is that Roxanne Wolf is not a Foxy variant, it's a wolf animatronic variant, because we have seen wolves in other places in the franchise. So where have I been going with this all? I think Happy Frog from the Mediocre Melodies was turned into Monty Gator. The Happiest Day Kid had a green mask, which is attributed to Happy Frog, but it looks a bit more masculine, or at least having undergone a redesign. It does look more like a crocodile than a frog. Why is that important? I think the Mediocre Melodies were up for redesigns. Now it gets juicy for me. Rosie Porkchop is introduced in the Fazbear Frights series. She is, in my opinion, a redesign of Pig Patch from the Mediocre Melodies. That would make sense, they're pig animatronic characters. She's a different type of animatronic than what we've seen before. This is because she's both capable of spring locking and has an abnormally large stomach compartment, like the Fun Times. This means that someone can be put in her stomach compartment and spring locked while in there. I know what you're thinking. From a design perspective, that makes very little sense. Spring locks are a mechanism to attach an endoskeleton to a suit, not just a part of normal, non-suit animatronics. She's also, despite her very simple design, capable of near-sentient speech. Just like in Fazbear Frights Count the Ways, we get to see that the Fun Times weren't just designed to capture, but to torture. Rosie Porkchop has the same oversized compartment that fits 2 teenage girls, as well as an unnecessary method of torture. She's built like a fun time. Why would that be? She's not at Circus Babies or in FNAF 5, she doesn't match the vibe or the color scheme at all. However, that doesn't mean she's not at a sister location. My theory is that Chica's Party World is another sister location within the FNAF universe. The animatronics are redesigns of animatronics associated with Chica in those early years. Rosie Porkchop, or some version of her, is one of those animatronics, designed to kidnap and torture like the other Fun Times. Her given torture method is spring locking. I'm following, I think this makes sense. This would also mean that at Chica's Party World, there was some version of Montgomery Gator, because Happy Frog would be redesigned into Montgomery Gator. I'm getting it, I'm following. When Phone Guy says in FNAF 3 that multiple spring locking failures occurred at a sister location, he was not referring to Circus Babies, which never even had a real opening, and instead occurred at Chica's Party World. The victims were likely found having been accidentally spring-locked while trying to enter this compartment, and Fazbear Entertainment holds no liability, cough cough. One piece of evidence that backs up this theory for me is that this means Chica's Party World might have some mark in people's memories, whereas Circus Baby's cast of characters wouldn't have. When looking at the security breach animatronics, who and what do they look like? Chica is white, only seen in her Funtime redesign. Monty is a Bayou Country story, which leans into him being an OG Chica character, or Happy Frog. Roxy, the random wolf character, is redesigned. Glamrock Freddy, and this is a total stretch, but doesn't he kind of look like Ned Bear with his coloring? A lot of that makes perfect sense, and I love when disparate parts of the franchise all come together, contributing pieces of evidence to make one overarching theory. I also love when we fill in parts of the franchise that we basically don't have any evidence for. Like, we know nothing about Chica's Party World. Also, Montgomery Gator being Southern themed and that being tied to the original version of Chica, that's genius. Genius, genius, love it. It also kind of makes sense that if there was a spring locking incident at Chica's Party World that they would shut it down, and thus those character costumes would be available to replace the spring lock suits at the Freddy's location. So they have to get rid of the Freddy's spring locks and then bring in new costumes, which Phone Guy says, like, oh, their appropriateness might be questioned. Those could be the non-spring lock suits from Chica's Party World. Now, do I believe this theory? Not particularly, but there is a lot of good evidence for it, and I really like the way that you laid this out. Great comment, great part of the video, I hope you liked it. This next part is in reference to the game theory video that Game Theory just put out about the canonicity of the books. Tom is the current host of Game Theory now that Matt Pat's retired. That is important context for this. So this commenter is saying, Tom makes a mistake. The quote he's bringing up supposedly describing the mimic from the epilogues are not actually from the epilogues. They're actually descriptions of the Gen 1 versions of the character Bobby Dots from the Bobby Dots story. So in the Game Theory video, Tom reads out a quote describing what the mimic looks like in the Tales from the Pizzaplex books. This is to then compare his canon design, what we know he looks like, and how they basically don't look anything alike. Problem is that the quote that he pulled from the books is actually describing a completely different entity, the Bobby Dots. So this person continues, no wonder they didn't match the mimic we see, because it's not about the mimic, which is a pretty major mistake on Tom's part. So yeah, seeing this is actually a pretty big deal. I've also seen people on Twitter saying the same thing, and also actually in other comment sections. That's pretty crazy. I think there's two possible explanations for this. One, someone really messed up. And two, possible that somewhere in the original version of the video, They were going to make the argument that the Bobby dots are an extension of the Mimic. Basically, the Bobby dots are like a front for the Mimic. The Mimic uses their image to, like, get people to like them, sort of. Kind of like the theory how the VIP from the story VIP is also the Mimic. The idea would be that the Bobby dots are part of the Mimic program, because the Mimic is running all of the stories, all the computers, all the robots, all the animatronics, etc. in the Pizzaplex. When the physical aspect of the Bobby dots is shown, it's possible that that is physically the Mimic, although I would question why the physical version of the Mimic would have to show up as himself if he is in control of, like, all the staff bots and all the things like that. So yes, questionable, bordering on just being completely wrong, which is kind of upsetting because I think a lot of people hold game theory to a really high standard. In my video covering Room for One More, I point out that there's a lot of evidence that it fits into the Frights fiction fan theory, which is that the Fazbear Frights series of novels is actually in-universe novels. Basically, it would be the same as the Help Wanted video game. They're making something to make fun of the myths and the legends and the history of Five Nights at Freddy's, Fazbear Entertainment, so that people don't actually believe them. One of the good pieces of evidence in Room for One More is that there's a passage that describes the main character Stanley walking down the street, having just ingested mini Renas and other robots, and the description is very similar to Mike walking down the street in the Sister Location cutscenes, and so it's possible that this is this universe's parallel of that happening. A character who works at Sister Location has some animatronics inside them, and they shamble down the street, and they get people giving them really weird looks as they pass by. So this could either be Fazbear Entertainment, like saying, oh, if you saw Mike back in the day doing this, that wasn't Mike, that was Stanley. Or it could be a parallel if Fazbear Frights isn't real. This user says, the story is a sequel to Sister Location, not an adaptation, as Stanley goes to the snack space. So the snack space is a location that was first discussed in Into the Pit. Stanley going to the snack space obviously just shows that it's tied to Into the Pit and the other Stitchline stories, not that it's tied to the games. However, he continues, a shop in Security Breach and Oswald's dad in Into the Pit. So snack space does appear in Security Breach. Does this make these stories canon? Obviously not. If there's a real place called the snack space that exists in the Pizzaplex, and the same Fazbear Entertainment that owns that Pizzaplex and owns the snack space is making fictional stories, of course they would feature the restaurant chain that they own in real life in the story. If anything, this is more evidence of Fazbear Frights, because why would a chain of random restaurants that exist in Oswald's hometown also exist in the Pizzaplex? This is more evidence for Frights fiction. They're using the name of a real thing that they own the license to in their fictional stories. Now, as someone who's not actually 100% convinced on Frights fiction, it's most likely just an Easter egg, and saying that this makes the books canon because the snack space exists in both continuities would be like saying that the existence of L. Chips in Security Breach makes Chipper's Lumber Co. and Son also canon. It's an Easter egg. It's a reference. There's arcade machines in Security Breach that reference the Silver Eyes. Does that mean the Silver Eyes are canon? Does that mean that the Silver Eyes are in-universe novels? This user doesn't think so, so why does the same not apply for the snack space? It is completely inconsistent. Now that we're done with the Q&A, I want to highlight two important videos that were released in the community this week. The first is Rytos's video about 14 theory. We all love 14 theory around here. 14 theory is the idea that the number 14 is related to Golden Freddy and the number 15 is related to William Afton. There's lots of different conclusions you can draw from this information, but that's the basis of it. Now, when I first talked about 14 theory, I did make a comment that I really don't want people using it to try to squish in all the different numbers of William victims to try to reach the number 14, which is what Rytos does in his video. Just because I think that there's so many different ways of counting who is and who isn't a victim that you can just make it into whatever number you want. You could make it 18, you could make it 19, you could make it 6. So I think this is kind of like a fool's errand. So yes, 14 theory, goated. Rytos video, based. The other one I wanted to highlight is She's Always Nervous's video about Security Breach. I actually solved Security Breach seriously. There's so many things to solve in Security Breach that there's not going to be one video that goes through and explains every single mystery. Like, she doesn't even touch on the sticky note room. You can't solve Security Breach without the sticky note room. So yeah, the title's a little misleading, but it does point to an overarching theory that she believes that I find to be very convincing, which is that because Remnant can be used as a power source, it can power the animatronics AI, it can also, we know, repair physical damage to them from the Silver Eyes. She jokingly compares this to Monsters, Inc. and how they would harvest screams from children to use to power their society, and so it's possible that Remnant is being harvested by the security breach Pizzaplex in order to power their establishment. That's why so many kids go missing, and it's why they allow someone up there, the CEO, someone up there allowed Vanessa to be the person to take over. Great theory, there's way more evidence to it, it's explained much better than I just did. Linked in the description, Rytos video is also linked in the description, obviously. Scott clarified that the sister location custom night cutscenes were canon in the Golden Freddy Updated live post on December 3rd, 2016. This is why there is no debate, as it is one of the few aspects of the game that was immediately clarified on whether it was canon or not. And that's great. My overall point in making that video was twofold. The first is that it's bad puzzle design. If Scott has to come out and clarify what it means, that is an admittance, that is clarification, that is stating directly by Scott that it was obviously so bad that he had to clear it up. If Scott has to come out and say this is the lore and the meaning, then it was poorly explained. The other point is that I said that if something similar to this happened in the Steel Wool era, where Scott is not going online and explaining what he meant by certain things in the games on his forum posts, then people would be arguing about what was canon and what it meant and all this other stuff. There would be different camps. So while this is a good point about the fact that it is the canon ending because Scott told us, that doesn't actually change the fact that it's bad. There's been a lot of talk about the DCI recently. I was just on a live stream where we talked about the DCI. Here's a detail I found when watching Candy Bunny. If we assume that Cassidy is helping Dave by setting up Happiest Day and altering his memories from his birthday, then this would show that the other 5 kids in the Happiest Day minigames were not other victims, as some like to assume. Charlie, the 4 MCI victims, the birthday cake, and the table are gray, yet the rest of the minigame is in color. This would imply that anything unaltered by Cassidy is in color, and everything gray would be altered by memory, would be an altered memory. Charlie and the 4 MCI victims weren't at Dave's party, but they are in this memory, so they can move on. This would show that the DCI kids aren't in Happiest Day, and another piece of data against their existence for those who assume they are in this minigame. So I think that when you're looking at something like the MCI characters are in black and or the people throwing Dave the party, or whoever it is, it might be Cassidy. The people throwing the party are in black and white, and all the other kids sitting at the tables are in color, and some of the background decorations, like the balloons, are in color. I think that's a good thing to notice, but I don't necessarily think we can draw a solid conclusion from it. And whenever I say something like that, I don't mean that, like, this is wrong, and so we shouldn't make timelines from this. I mean that it's not so obvious that it should be stated as a universal fact that other people should draw their conclusions from. Right? Like, I made a controversial video about the fact that I think that FNAF 3 takes place in 2015. That is one of the very few things that I am so incredibly confident on that I would legitimately ask other FNAF theorists to stop making timelines on that not being the case. And then people didn't agree on it, because who am I to say that? But there's other things I put forth that I legitimately believe, like Cassidy DCI, that I don't think that we should all just accept because there's a lot of problems with it. There's a lot of alternative theories. And so for me to say, let's not believe in Lefty DCI, that's valueless, who cares about Lefty DCI? It's like, no, of course there's value to thinking Lefty DCI is true. Just because I don't doesn't mean that there's no value to it. And so just because I don't necessarily believe that everything gray in the Happiest Day means it's an altered memory as opposed to being real. Just because I don't believe that doesn't mean I don't think that you can base theories and timelines on it that could then be useful to other people in the community, right? What I love about watching other people's timelines is that it makes me think of the story differently, and thinking of the story differently can give me insight into my own interpretation of it. I think that there's a possible interpretation of Happiest Day that the reason those people are gray is because they are the actual MCI victims, because their souls are like split among a bunch of different robots. They're not like complete. Or maybe it's the exact other way around. Maybe the reason that they're gray is because they are actually full ghosts, whereas the people in color are memories from the crying child, from Dave, from the person receiving Happiest Day. If you can take a piece of evidence and interpret it in two exact opposite ways, in this case it's interpreting what black and white and what color mean, then I don't think that's a meaningful conclusion to draw. Again, you can build your own timelines and theories off of it, but that doesn't mean that it's like, oh, everyone should accept this because it's so obvious. GiBi, I've been thinking about Security Breach After Help Wanted 2 update. What if the black and white striped wires in the Pizzaplex were meant to be tiger-like stripes, and Storyteller is real, but Steel Wool was only told about it being black and white stripes, so now it's being confused as the puppet, and whatnot. Brilliant observation. Insecurity breach. There's black and white wiring everywhere. I think John FNAF is the one who noticed it. They're like all on the ceiling and whatever. And people are like, oh my god, it's like the puppet's arms. It's like tendrils. Maybe the puppet's in control of everything. Maybe the puppet's leading the tangle, the blob, the big mass of wires and Funtime Freddy's mask in the basement. Whereas, as this user is pointing out, it's very possible, because we know now that Scott just gave Steelwool some instructions on what to put in the Pizzaplex but didn't tell them what they meant. It's possible he said, put black and white striped stuff everywhere, because he wanted to imply the Tiger Rock. And they're like, oh, black and white stripes? That means the puppet. And so now we have evidence pointing to one thing that was never intended. Very, very, very good observation. Love it. I recently covered the story The New Kid from Fazbear Frights, and at the end of that we discover that one of the characters, Kelsey, who over the course of the story gets put in a Springlock Fredbear suit and then dies, is actually like a ghost or something? Like the ending paragraph of the story is him at another school going to talk to loner kids, which is how he started the story. So he is a ghost. This person says, I haven't read the actual story, but my understanding of the ending is just a retelling of the beginning from Kelsey's perspective, showing how he saw the outcast kids and wanted to give them a chance, making the whole thing even sadder. So this interpretation would be that the ending of the story is actually now a loop from the beginning. The whole time we were kind of questioning Kelsey's motivation for hanging out with the loser outsider kids, and if the last paragraph is like, oh, from Kelsey's perspective, he was actually friendly, and he was nice, and he had no other motivations, that would solve people's issue that it's just about a ghost, and it would also just, as this person says, be significantly sadder if he was a nice kid the whole time. The problem with that is that this last paragraph we get from Kelsey's perspective is simply not what happens in the beginning of the story. This paragraph shows that he's going up to these two loner kids and saying, hey, is there any cool places to hang out around here? Whereas the way that the story actually began was Kelsey was a new kid and met the character Mick earlier in the day, and Mick then introduced him to the character Devin while they were in a classroom. So if this is somehow like a weird loop thing, then the two kids he approaches at school are not Mick and Devin. I think if it was meant to be interpreted that way, it would have been about Kelsey walking to school and hoping to meet some friends, and then he sees Mick and befriends Mick. This is like a repeat of the same kind of thing that happened, but it's not exactly the same, and so I just don't think that this is actually what was intended. It would be an odd way of writing that paragraph if we were supposed to interpret it this way. Remember how it's a common theory that the Mimic/Glitch Trap is trying to find replacements for the Afton family? That theory always places Vanessa as Elizabeth's replacement, but is there anything that would confirm this, that she's meant to be Elizabeth? People obviously think this because she's a girl, and that's basically it, as this person's pointing out again, once again, phenomenal observation. Let's see what they say. Because I've been thinking, in the movie, Elizabeth has a clear replacement, different version in Abby, while Vanessa instead seems to share the role of Michael alongside Mike. Could it be that this was Scott trying to push us into the direction of Vanessa from the games actually being Michael's replacement? After all, it's also a common theory that Michael was at one point an accomplice of William, and him going down to the sister location place at William's orders was his last mission under him before he rebelled. This could even be why Glitch Trap so thoroughly breaks Vanessa emotionally. He doesn't want a repeat of Michael breaking free of William's control. There's also their age. Gregory's a child, just like Crying Child, but people then claim the replacement of Elizabeth is an adult, even though Elizabeth also died when she was a child. Meanwhile, under this interpretation, both fit the ages of who they replace. Gregory is a kid like Crying Child, and Vanessa is an adult like Michael. Vanessa's grumpy attitude is also how a lot of people characterized Michael back when Crying Child was alive, but I know that's not actual evidence. Great observation, great interpretation. This is why I do think it's very important for different voices to speak out in the community, because yes, people do think Vanessa is Elizabeth. And that thought process begins because Vanessa is female. And that is it. There's really like nothing else. Maybe like she uses the word dad, whereas like Michael says father, right? Baby says daddy, Michael says father, and baby's Elizabeth kind of. But yeah, this would be interesting, because then like who is Elizabeth? Also, if we're talking about age stuff, that might actually imply that Crying Child is older than a lot of people think. Like, we don't know how old Gregory is, but I was on a live stream not too long ago with Candy Bunny and T-Dreads, and they seem to think that in FNAF 4, the Crying Child, Dave, was about 6 years old. I always put him as older. But if Gregory is supposed to be like a Dave stand-in, he is clearly not 6 years old. So that would also be interesting. He does wear a striped shirt and all that stuff. Right? Although maybe that's just something Steelwool put in? Like maybe they wanted to make a story where he parallels the Crying Child, but Scott didn't intend that? Nothing in Security Breach makes sense anymore. I think Scott really needs to, like, actually clear up what was intended and what was not. I think we need Security Breach 2. Son of a breach. If you have an interpretation of how old you think the crying child was in FNAF 4, leave it in the comments below. You can also leave questions for the next FNAF community update. Before we go, I want to recommend 2 videos I watched this week that I think were phenomenal and give really good insight into the FNAF franchise. One of them, Return to the Pit Solved FNAF Into the Pit by Absol X Guardian, is extremely well researched, and it's very clear that they have deep knowledge of FNAF and the community. I think it's a great video. It goes over the differences between Into the Pit the game, the short story, and then Return to the Pit. Great video, great production, could not recommend higher. I think I say that a lot, that I couldn't recommend things higher. It's like an A-tier video. The other one is by Zeto Rocks. I solved Five Nights at Freddy's 4 original stories. It was never Dream Theory, FNAF Theory. Both of these will be linked in the description. This one is pretty clear what it's about. And I also agree that Dream Theory was never a theory, FNAF Theory. In FNAF 2, it's mentioned that the puppet can fly. Is it ever explained how that makes any sense? No. It's actually kind of funny because a lot of people take issue with the Funtime animatronics being like too sophisticated technologically to exist basically anywhere earlier in the timeline than like the 2000s. I don't know why that's people's like cutoff date for that. Maybe because they have like 90s purple and chrome aesthetics. I don't know. Like, I put the Funtime animatronics creation in the 80s. Some people are like, that's way too early for that. And then some other people are like, oh, well, William Afton could have done it. And that's fine. We can just say, that's cool, that's whatever. But the fact that so few people talk about the fact that the puppet can literally fly is pretty funny. And it's not like it's like a marionette on rails that can like zoop-de-zoop the way through the building. Because the puppet goes outside. The puppet goes outside in the rain. It collapses from the rain because it's a cloth puppet, I guess, to go see Charlie before it's possessed. You can't even say this is ghost magic. This is literally just what the puppet can do. He can just fly, and no one talks about it. So yeah, the answer is it ever explained? No. Does it make any sense? Also no. It's probably the most fantastical nonsense in the entire FNAF universe. Like, I understand if you're going to create a fictional story where, like, ghost magic remnant can do something that, like, isn't real. Like, oh, there's psychics, there's mind reading. You can bring things back to life with ghost magic. That's fine. But this robot being able to fly, I agree, makes no sense. Devin and Mick, 2 characters from The New Kid, remind me of Greg and Rowley from Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Yeah, so I did not read those books or seen that movies or anything like that. I don't even know how to pronounce the one guy's name. But that is exactly what I was thinking of when I was reading the book. Toward the end of my video, which you should watch my Fazbear Frights videos, they're all really good. Toward the end of that video, I made a comment like, oh, I'm glad how this sort of event that transpired didn't lead Devin and Mick to, like, have a falling out and, like, not be friends anymore. And I referenced how a lot of kids media would probably do that. And I was thinking about this clip.
Don't call me. Don't come by my house.
I don't know the context of that clip. I've just seen it as a meme a lot, and I knew it's from Diary of a Wimpy Kid. So that is what I was thinking of. So I agree, even though I don't know who those people are. I think Greg is the main character. Also in The New Kid, I talked about justice, because the book talks about justice a lot. They have a whole class period where they're like, what is justice? And then a character is like, justice is revenge. And other people are like, yo, that's like a thing I'm thinking of. I'm 14 and this is deep. And then obviously the entire story is about justice for doing something. So I talked about justice. Candy Bunny actually just made a whole video about justice. Doesn't talk about The New Kid though. And in my video, I said that justice, in my opinion, can be defined by its root words, just and ice. And from these root words, we can determine that, like revenge, just ice is best served cold. It's a pun. Justice comes from Latin's inustia, righteousness, equity. As far as I'm aware, it has nothing to do with frozen water, etymologically speaking. Play along. It's a pun. Just ice. But tisk. It's funny. Mike Michael is short for Michelangelo. Ralph is short for Raphael. Dave is short for Da Vinci, as in Leonardo. Cowabunga. Michael isn't short for anything, and Leonardo's last name is Da Vinci, not Da Vinci. And also Dave is short for David. Cool. Alright, before we go, I wanted to talk about 2 very important videos that I watched this week. The first is by FNAFology, who's put out their 3rd banger of a video, FNAF World Character Loading Screen Analysis. going through all of the different loading screens throughout FNAF World and discussing the lore implications of the text that's on screen, along with the little chibi characters. That's the kind of thing we need more of in this community. You gotta really dig down deep. I don't care about your thoughts about Midnight Motorist, I want to know your thoughts on the FNAF World loading screens. And then of course we have T-Dread's new video, We Overanalyzed Every FNAF Game and Broke the Lore. An hour-and-a-half long highlight video from all of his streams where him and other FNAF theorists dissect the lore. I made this thumbnail for him, but he didn't want to use it for some reason. But it's not just stream highlights and little quippy jokey jokes. He pauses it, explains what's going on, and breaks it down into little mega lore sections, mega theories, brand new ideas, some of which the vast community hasn't heard of. Lefty DCI 14 theory, that's just the beginning. They made a really interesting observation on the Springlock suit from Sister Location. On the night when you're supposed to be in the Springlock suit, you're obviously in the scooping room because you watch Ballora in front of you get scooped, and yet when you're in the scooping room on the final level, there's no Springlock suit in there. Where is it? Where's that Springlock suit? Did someone move it? Why wouldn't it be there? What's going on, Scott? Was this a mistake or is this deep lore? It's probably a mistake. Anyway, that's the kind of thing that T-Dreads goes over in that video, and you guys should watch it, and you should also like that video.